Oke guys, kembali lagi bersama kita ya. Buset, rambut gue begini nih gara-gara ngurusin itu tuh hairpisan ya. Oke guys, malam kali ini kita menonton PCT PRX melawan GX nih, sama-sama tim-tim yang ngebelandang-belandang ya. W Gaming ya. Gimana nih? Aduh, gua agak telat sih. BTW sebenarnya ini langsung aja nggak sih? Shit, lupa gua.
The best. So looking for revenge.
Oh no. PRX melawan GX Giant X. Gila sih, gua kemarin nonton Giant X lawan Sentinel sih, gila anjir. Main cepet bisa, kenceng banget. W-game-nya kenceng banget. Perdana sih kemarin pas nonton Sentinel. Karena nih penasaran banget gue ngelawan PRX nih. Apakah skornya berapa ini? Skornya berapa ini? Wais, kalah, gila. Match pertama kalah kah? 1-0. Wadaw. Wadaw. Oke. 1 menit. Bikin dulu ya. Oke, ngambil minum dulu.
with Pipson of Giant X. Now, that was a very impressive first map. Congratulations on that. I'm curious if you had to change something in your preparation just because PRX's playstyle is a little unique.
I mean, yeah, we switched a little bit the preparation, but not really a preparation. It's more about that we have to be ready mentally to certain things, and we have to understand that we have to expect certain things, and probably we had an idea that we want to stop fire with fire, you know. So if they run us down, we run them back every time, no matter what. Like, and that's kind of, I think the game was really excited because of that for the viewers, because I felt that there were so many fights happening consistently, and yeah, that was pretty much it.
Oh, definitely looking good out there, and let's see how you guys fare on the second map.
Don't worry, Pipson, as a viewer of that map, I had an amazing time. But at what point do we stop saying miracle run for GX? At what point are they just that good?
When they win champions.
Okay, deal.
I think we're past that point, honestly. Like, I was willing to accept a few teams losing to GX through the regular season and go, okay, bad day for the other team. Okay, lucky day for GX. But, oh, we're well past that point now. I think they've proven themselves. If they can win this series, doubt is gone.
But first, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment. It was from pistol round and an ace from something, summing up sort of how PRX were playing this game.
Yeah, I think they still had some of those brilliant individual moments. He definitely slowed after that first half, and that's where we started to see the more interplay really work out for GX, like having those aggressive flashes coming out of the likes of Flickless, who I think had an incredible map. I think you had Ara. It was mentioned on the cast quite regularly that he was put into so many high-value positions with great utility, and that is what made this GX team so special. And even with plays like this, taking over rounds, it wasn't enough.
Well, I think that's what we said about PRX, right? A lot of their wins have been off individual plays, bailing them out of bad situations, or the initial play working out. And it seemed like GX was ready for either side of that coin.
Yeah, and I can't believe it wasn't a PRX player that topped the scoreboard. You know, it was on the side of GX. And West Side, I owe you apology. Mitch, you know, feel free to gloat.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to. This guy, he is unbelievable. I mean, I think he was the top for headshot percentage we always talked about in EMEA, and you got to see it here on fire. But there were rounds where, like, they even sent him into a retake after Steel Garden had gone down, where he ran to site, took fights, and 3 players stayed behind to hold the players coming out of main. They had so much confidence in Westside, retaking by himself, and he made it work.
Yeah, Coach Alexo had some moments there, so I can't wait to see what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika back here, and now I'm with Alex of PRX. Now, there's been a running trend of confidence, especially when it comes to the boys. They've been talking about it in various interviews, but on this first map, we saw that Giant X was really unafraid to take the fight to PRX. Did you feel that the confidence of the boys wavered a little bit on this first map?
Yeah, of course. I think we play a little bit scared. Normally, we'll be all over the map, but this one we were like forcing ourselves to go into like one bomb side. And I really don't like how we played, so I'm hoping there will be a lot better on Lotus.
Hope you guys can bring it back on Lotus. Good luck.
Oh, I don't ever remember PRX feeling scared to go up against a team on the server. But Tom, tell all the fans as to why they shouldn't be worried just yet.
Well, I think Lotus coming up next and Sunset, these are 2 of their best maps within the entirety of the pool. They did have a couple of blips as of recent, but if anything, that kind of fills me with even more confidence coming into this. They've had some trying to fix the little issues, but in terms of compositions, not massive amount of change. What I want to look forward to, though, is the 2 Fade players. I think they're going to play a huge part in this matchup. Cloud, if he's on point, maybe this map can go in their favor. If he's missing, I think they've already lost.
And one other thing is, you heard the conversation from GX about Corrode swapping Flickless over to the Viper for comfort. And you might have looked at that game and said, well, his utility's so good, and his Viper, it wasn't really that great. Here is where you're going to see why Viper's considered Flickless's comfort. He owns on this map. And now coming in with confidence, hell, we saw GX in the last round play PRX's style. They ran it down. This is going to be a hard bounce back for PRX.
I disagree. I think this is where PRX, Uber and Wire should be able to find an answer.
And we just come off the back of what feels like a masterclass of playing the default comp on us, and a symphony of set plays and supportive util. It was impressive to see. Lotus, though, a little less played from GX, and it's a map that PRX did end up losing to RRQ in that Pacific final. But this is where they feel their bread is buttered. And they're choosing this over the Haven, which is a good map for PRX.
Ultimately, though, PRX across this year, I believe they're 18-5 on this map. So I think despite losing it in the last couple of outings, I want to feel that that's not indicative of some kind of downtrend. They're sticking to the same comp. GX played this a couple times late in Stage 2, really against only the cream of the crop EMEA teams. They seem to only play this map against some of the best in the game. This one obviously follows that trend. PRX love this double duelist here. They're pushing out, taking some space A main early.
Look at this already. B door opened up by GX. They get that mount control.
GX love this play. They love taking C mount, opening door, fighting into B main. When
Fast
Aura
rotates.
has an op, they'll do that as well later. But yeah, PRX, they are just on the move. They want to get into this A site. West side is anchoring, heavily committed.
Okay, this Rapper's going to come from GX, but it's going to take some time to get up from Rubble. In the meantime, Westside has to hold on, and the clone catches him out.
Yeah, that's the wrong Yoru, my friend. GX, obviously, as we were saying, they were very fast out of C. They're all now on this flank. And PRX, they are aware of the situation. Look at the way they position themselves on the site. Taking space towards Heaven is a really nice idea. Jin can even wrap back towards Stairs. This is going to be tough for GX.
Oh, taking shots though through the smoke. Grabinho pushing up on the stairs. That's Jing out of the picture. Now PRX knocked down to 4. Paranoia comes on through. Something though found Cloud as he attempted to get into the site. And now the challenge towards upper. Ara wins it out, but finds himself alone. And Forsaken will swoop in to give PRX the start they need.
Yeah, they really, I think, inevitably cement themselves the win when they just flip the site, get into Heaven. Even Jing, he loses that duel on Stairs, a little unfortunate, but ultimately still, they're at a man disadvantage, having to retake with 2 players in Heaven for the attackers. Like, PRX just positionally play that well.
There's a fast rotate coming. PRX know they can't afford to be slowed down by stalled util. That Viper Wall on A, they're just disrespected. They've got to run in a tree. They've got to play with that speed and give themselves a player advantage on site. So now, anti-eco here for GX. They're, again, really active on look at what they're doing over at A, right? Really a lot of dynamism here. How do you punish this sort of fast rotate style?
I mean, they can just exploit GX's rotates by drawing them really quickly. Wow, okay, Westside just, all right. Brandon Bright, oh my God, he almost one-shots to buy.
Down to 20. Cloud has to back away though from this paint shell. A lot done here by Westside. GX ready to fight into the side as the smoke clears, but something cleverly picks Ara off with a wider angle and then waits for GX to walk into his crosshairs. 3 for something. PRX, no nonsense on this anti-eco.
On the verge of some real danger, but they are able to win out the important duels at the end when GX go for that multiple player swing. PRX make the most of their superior weaponry, and they can have a pretty competent bonus round now with a couple of those rifles. Fullback coming through for GX. Looks like they want to go for some of that early mound presence. When they do that, it is always initiated by Cloud. And then they'll maybe go for that door open again if no one's there. Push towards B. This is fast for PRX to get A control.
Yep. No C's nade combo here out of GX, so they know the raise probably isn't here.
Same from GX. Pushed all the way through door, then Prowler into B main. And with all this noise, PRX just want to accelerate into A yet again.
Forsaken is solo there, pretty much on his own, and Flickless takes it for top stairs. Now into the site we go. Something trying to push in deep. Westside has the Prowler to deal with it. Shoots straight through it. And it's Flickless activating from pit. My goodness. PRX. Nothing but scorch marks on this A site.
I'm going to need a replay on that Westside kill.
Run it back.
Prowler. Not going to lie. Going to need a replay on that. Was that intentional? Hard to say, honestly. PRX had some good util there to try and get an advantage fight against the anchor suit. I mean, specifically Westside. There's a Prowler in his face.
And if this GX anchoring is moderately successful, there's enough time bought for the entire rest of the team on these fast rotates through B main to help out at the site.
Yeah, but I'm not mad at that. You know, the idea for PRX of just, okay, they're pushing with 3 players on C again. GX love having 3 players on C. Just hit into the site with less players, but tough to do so when the anchor is Westside, where he is at his most proficient. It's just Divide going to go ahead and save in this instance.
Look where these trapwires are, basically untouched. Forsaken pushed ahead or pushed towards that Viper Wall and got picked off very early. It's such a nice opener from Flickless.
Yeah, I got to see that one on the replay as well.
He just rotates around the pit, right? Kills the tree player. Dude, I do not want to go up against Flickless or Westside trying to hit these sides, man. Or both. Nah, forget about it. That's brutal. But it's either that, or you take a mound fight against 3 GX players, including their Raze and Fade. Pick your poison.
I feel like it's so much more common to have that Viper towards the C side, but comboing it with the Cypher util here? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought something like that happened. And then Cloud even gives the supporting Haunt. I mean, that's a crazy kill. And the Haunt comes in over the top at the perfect time.
The west side of his crosshair set for, the swing around the corner. He felt like there would be a fast swing off that Prowler. He was right.
All right, PRX now onto their full buy. Something just one orb away from getting the dimensional drift very early. Has started both this map and Ascent really hot in terms of the kills, in terms of getting an early dimensional drift.
This looks like much more of a default event side setup for GX.
And now it looks like PRX, they want to make some sound here towards A, and then something can just teleport over. Thought maybe they were going to try to bring him over towards that C side to get the orb. They had mound control.
Something just did not like the prospect of being dug out of rubble there. So opted to leave instead. Going to work this rubble, re-clear it slowly. The Haunt into that B side reveal Ara.
And this time, obviously set up adjustment from GX on this defense, having that duo of Westside and Flickless towards C. The other trio, emphasis on A. Aura in a fairly committed position. Grabinho trying his best to support, trying his best to draw attention, and he does. So 1 for 1, but a fast trade from Divine.
Ara getting his is big. He took a lot of damage just crossing to that position, but blink and you'll miss it, folks. GX get hammered. They're over towards that baby door direction. Divine with 3 already. Westside doesn't have a lot of business, I think, being anywhere near the B sides.
He is shredding them apart, and off of all that distraction, you just had Patman, Forsaken, kind of biding their time towards B main to take the perfect moment to swing out, get a kill, get the plant.
How deep do you think the playbook for GX is on a map like this, as opposed to their Ascent?
That was something I was mentioning to you before this game. I feel like watching them on this map, compared to some of the others like Ascent, especially Sunset, where it feels like they have an infinite amount of set plays, I don't think they have that same depth on Lotus. The map has been okay for them. It's been mostly close games, close in win, close enough in their losses, but like those other maps, I don't think they have the same number of plays to get them consistent wins.
In the EMEA, up until the playoffs, Lotus was only accounting for about 16% of the picked maps in EMEA, the lowest since 2023. So definitely, EMEA team's gone off the boil on this map a little bit. Especially Fnatic used to always prefer to go over to that one, but they have not really touched it.
Yeah, very different to PRX, who played this map over 20 times.
Lotus aficionados.
They love playing it.
They probably have played as many Lotus maps themselves as have been played entirely in EMEA.
Now GX are back to the triple on C. Grabinho pressed up very far forward. Ready with that paranoia. Swing out left from Aura. 1 for 1. Forsaken happy enough to just teleport away after the kill.
They had to know there was going to be a mound fight brewing here, PRX, if they've seen the tape. Now, of course, see the exchange of smokes. That one way is going to be renewed by Grabinho. He is insisting on maintaining the control of this part of the map. PRX are going to have to allow it. B pivot?
Work towards this B main off the Prowler. Can show some presence in different areas of the map. Something in a position where maybe he could catch off some kind of rotate or at least just work some space towards A.
Oh, Cloud! Unreal. Patman has a feeling for the timing. He was right.
Just shows the tracers. Something has this dimensional drift for a late round. And GX have pivoted 2 players towards this C side, which is seeming like the right call.
Now quickly Cloud rotated off B. We need to be here now for this anchoring attempt. Grabinho does not have a paranoia to work with, and this is a dimensional drift that will allow something to pave the way. Cloud a little bit low after that exchange with Patman earlier. There's a clone scene. Here come PRX ready to throw down, get their hands dirty on the site, but the rotates are coming in. Westside already going to set up here. Westside Flickless in Waterfall, and something wasn't quite ready for it. Swings a little bit wider than he was ready to account for, and Divine now has to get it done. Finds Cloud, still guarding to give him the edge. Doggedly defending that spike location. This will slow things up for the
Wih, udah mulai 3-1 guys. Oke. Ascen 11-13. Tipis sih kejar-kejaran kayaknya sini. Tuh telat lagi wait. GX nih gila juga sih. Setelah gue lihat kemarin lawan Sentinel, gila sih. Ngebutnya ngebut banget ya. Rapi loh ngebutnya. Jadi nih tanda tanya nih, misi tanda tanya.
Cloud is less so responding to the traces and just thinking of the same timing as Divide.
Perdana kan PRX lawan GX kan.
Very solid. West side up to 5-2. Anchoring prowess on A on full display already. Will be populated in the C side, and we might see a rubble fight instead from GX now with their raise and fade over here.
Makan guys. Batman. Lotus. Ini mapnya PRX sih, Lotus ini sih. Cuman kalau kalah sih, waduh. Masuk keluar bracket ya berarti ya? Keluar bracket ketemu.
Fully invested into this round. Would love to get that showstopper access for Jing or finally with the what a tap.
Ketemu Sentinel mungkin ya.
There's that individual prowess from something on display.
Mungkin kali ya.
Now get a weapon upgrade for himself. Going to baby door. We'll have some backup that might pivot towards a B hit from that. Flickless is going to be the one that has to stand tall in the face of this level of pressure. Steps up, knows it's coming, going to try and take matters into his own hands, but something still has the Guardian and still tears his head off. Three with the Guardian. Bro, it refuses to be stopped.
They're not even going to the B site. PRX are just on their
4-2.
way over to A. All right, little bit of a TDM round
Pusing
there.
tuh something tuh.
What was that first shot though?
Ini sih.
From back rubble.
Ini pasti map ketiga sih. Iya kan? Ngerebutin playoff ya nggak sih? Kalau ini menang langsung playoff berarti kan? Udah fix lah masuk playoff.
Aggressive mound presence. PRX didn't actually see the raise, I think, off the rip, so weren't sure. But there was no explosive fight at rubble like we thought there might have been.
And that was a super important round in terms of the economy. Both sides were quite low, but now PRX with an opportunity to really stabilize if they get a clean anti-eco. But GX want to get in quick.
So something. Jing.
Pressure of the Prowler.
He doesn't shoot through the Prowler. I killed Jing.
That's a wrap.
Ya nggak jauh-jauh banget lah, 13-11. Ya kan? Ini map katanya mapnya PRX nih, harusnya bisa di comeback ya sih. Jangan masa 2-0 parah banget. Kalau 2-0 sih parah sih.
And they know full well that Razor Vine is going to be in their way. Divide decides to step ahead of it though and get this one out of the way nice and quick.
There's something where Patman would love to get another kill here to get close to their ultimates, and yeah, that will be the case.
5-2.
GX for this buy round have the full arsenal, 5 ults ready to go. PRX at the moment have just been having their just instilling their will upon the map. They are taking space everywhere, pretty much any time they want. Moderate amount of success for GX with the mound fights, but that is about it. Outside of that, yeah, they're getting away with everything.
This is 3 rounds in a row. They've got the race fade at A instead. So they're now leaving West Side solo on C as opposed to on A. Are we going to have a fast hit towards B here behind this showstopper?
Certainly could be the case. Prowler going to go right through main. Showstopper in. Jing blinded up in a lot of trouble. Doesn't know what the hell is going on, but something able to catch out Flickless.
Nightbot pretty important here. It's going to be a showstopper now coming from GXR. Needs to get back in, and it goes 1-for-1. Trade of raises. Beautifully done by Grabino. Something out there on the side. Does get picked off. The Nightfall for Cloud helping to a great degree, and there was no plant, no full commitment for PRX. Now they're going to pivot off this side, but Westside is going to see it coming.
Yeah, now they know that Patman is just that lone hanging player towards B, trying to cause some distraction with the Prowler. Forsaken out wide, wants to jump, try to bait out some kind of shot.
Divide's got the op here. He can post. This is still dangerous.
Do they expect Cloud tucked in the corner?
No, they found him. Now there should be a swing here. Yep, Grabino looking to try and take the fight from Baby Door, but Divide, quick peek and gets back to safety. Little did he know, Grabino would be walking into a triple face.
Grabino did work himself into a good position there, to be fair, just couldn't connect the shot. Now it's all on the west side. Make his way through heaven.
Just drop himself down, take the fight for Forsaken the first to go. He has a feeling for the fight on that corner. And chunks him down to 61.
unfortunately just has no util to work with. Even a cage could be nice here just to temporarily throw in front of tree.
PRX is trying to make sure this
mantap.
doesn't get
6-2.
isolated off, and Devi is ready with the op.
Sunset.
Nicely done. Devi opens things up. He gets Cloud out of that position behind.
Awalnya bagus sih.
That's an important pick.
Semoga nggak ada terjadi blunder nih PRX nih.
In particular is just so strong at the moment. Trades going through off that showstopper. PRX is doing a great job slowing the game down there, pivoting away.
Okay, Devi.
Kalmnya siapa ya? Sentinel ya?
Yeah, it's really feeling like PRX are just a cut above on this map. They're so experienced on it. Lower in the pool for GX. It seems like they made the right decision in terms of the map pick ban from Alex here.
And in GX's defense, a lot of these early rounds for PRX, they have not tried to apply full pressure to Rubble. Haven't tried to run out there since like the first couple rounds of the game. So as soon as Westside has actually been moved over to the C site, PRX have tried to work them out a little bit more. Notice that there's actually not 3 players trying to take that space from them. Gravino, I think, on one occasion tried to, you know, keep that one-way going, stand his ground there. There was a bit more of an all-in engagement. But in general, PRX are able to hit his slightly weaker held sites. And then that big hit on B behind the showstopper, behind the Nightfall. It was messy, and they were still able to extract themselves and pivot over to 8.
When GX have had a lot of success on this map, it has come from being able to consistently keep the op in Aura's hands and play around that as a way to just control part of the map. He really hasn't had a lot of chances with it, and when he did, he got deleted by something with the Guardian, with that sick one-tap, right? So, dude, even at that, such an important piece of the success that they have had here is just not a factor.
It was so big against Sentinels, right? Once they started to, you know, they lost 6 rounds, I think, at the start of Haven. Then they got Aura going, and then it was Curtains.
Prowler goes under the trip. It's a little bit higher up. That is awkward. Jig is caught, but yeah, he is dealt with. That's crazy.
Yeah, easily handled that. It's time for Util, a big problem. Something willing to stand and fight. Remember, this is a GX Sheriff Eco round, and Flickless is commanding attention on the site. Devi, very little to do here. Smoked off it entirely. Still has a spike to hand. At the very least, can have a crack at this. The money's in a fine place for PRX to get a bit experimental. Maybe he can be rewarded with some patience here on this look towards C-Link.
GX have recovered the guns. Flickless knows that he should not be giving anything to Devi. Wall is up so he can reposition towards sight. That is such a funny little adjustment that works out, just putting the trip higher than the Prowler, but it still catches a player on entry.
Wah,
That is really sick.
udah kebaca nih strateginya PRX nih. Cukup di 6 kah? That's what.
Had nowhere to go, and he needed to get into Baby Door with that judge. The perfect way to shut him down. So it's been Devi and something though, really have put out strong performances, and both of them have made use of the op at times, or the Guardian, and made it look like an op.
Now, does Devi dare use the Steel Garden he's about to get? He
might be
used it in the
dying.
1v2, but yeah, no, I think he's going to probably die first, sadly. Or just walks in, takes the timing, gets the free kill, gets the defuse, and GX. The Thrifties are what honestly propelled them back into the game on Scent. Though, that being said, the score was much closer throughout that entire game. It was not nearly as dominant for PRX.
Oh.
Yep, and there's that high up trip. Flickless catches the 1 kill, and then just floods right back in with Westside. There's multiple players coming through Baby Door. Pretty rapid from GX to convert there.
And that's a great place to fight with Sheriffs. You're very much within your effective range. It's in your wheelhouse. Great pass
Thrifty,
to
anjing.
Thrifty. One of many from GX we've seen over this series.
Just mentioned it, but Aura was able to recover that op with the kill on Devi at the end there. He was still carrying that, so we'll see if that can be crucial to them getting back in the game. They love to fight for Mount here, then open door and have Aura already on the angle towards B main. Yeah, and that is going to be the case, but, you know, no one really ready to fight. Something is making all the distraction towards B right now.
A pinch on the B here from Upper could be interesting. Something! Okay, as the game crash out of there. It's going to be Aura opening up the account. Jing was found first. Op in the hands of Aura is always a dangerous prospect. But with the Sheriff, Gravino can't find his way out of the corner. The Steel Garden definitely getting its value here. Westside, though, and Aura still able to populate the site. And as soon as he got the Phantom back in hand, he put it to work to the tune of 2 kills.
And Westside
Ya udah, Pai.
saves Aura's life there.
Nah, udah kebaca kan sama GX. 2 melawan 3. Something, jangan sampai nge-wave. Enak banget tuh, nggak ada yang tahu tuh di flank ada.
GX don't want to give anything to Devi in this situation now that they've got the advantage. But it is giving opportunity for something to just flank all the way through spawn.
He's making the right choice here, going from Link side.
It will I mean, how does Aura?
Ini.
Why would he have any sense for the side?
Ini.
This is crazy.
I mean, there's something gate crashing.
Semoga nggak ada yang ngecek. Mantap. Ah, ketahuan something, cok.
Perfect moment. And now it'll just simply be on Devi to save. These B-holds have been pretty standout from GX.
Devi makes a choice in the previous round, White.
Aware banget ya.
Try and win in a 1v3 and not save that up. He hands it over to Ara, who uses it to open up and smash Jing as he tries to fast play onto B. Maybe regretting that somewhat.
And it did, yeah, that play towards C-Mount, yeah, it does end up working. The classic from GX, they run that constantly. Especially when Aura has the op and can just post up on B main through the door.
Mantap.
It's that free catch. We'll see this on the replay.
Yep. So sick, man.
Yeah, GX do this constantly. And Jing was ready for the angle, he swung out on it, but going up against it off. Westside comes up so huge to save Aura there. And then they just maneuver that setup a little bit differently so they can actually cover that flank through spawn. So much time had expired that they had to have a sense that something could be on some kind of really big wrap around the map like that.
So first it's a MasterCard Thrifty with a Sheriff Sing on the B side. And now GX fight through the Razor Vine to get to within 2 rounds here.
PRX are so heavily invested into this round. If GX take it here, they'll be on a bad bye PRX that last round. A real shot at actually bringing this back to 6.
They don't want to deal with this Mount fight this time. PRX instead head over towards A, always looking towards West Side site. Oh my god, this guy is just something else, man.
Yeah, you just really don't want to be headed towards West Side site.
Who are you supposed to go? Home?
You roll the die, 3 options. Sadly, you hit his sight.
All right. Click to see a Razor Vine blooming in front of him. No success with spam through that cyber cage. West Side wants to get active on the side. He walks, though, up on Jing, who this time is ready to throw down into the back of the site. Jing goes and out to upper. Full site control for PRX. And Giant X have Ara and Cloud. We need to work together to piece this out.
And those anchors who have typically been an absolute wall, just depleted by PRX on a very important round for their money. Aura into this 1 versus 3. Does he even want to risk it with the op? Actually, yeah, he has a ton of cash. He can go for the play. Why not? Just send it.
Time is short. The harder he can make this next round for PRX, the better. It will be the last round of the half. Ara, since getting that op in hand, we've seen what he can do with it. He's absolutely dynamic.
It gets a showstopper. So, hey, little consolation prize. He'll take it. He will take it. Get out of the round with that.
Messy round for PRX. You mentioned a big investment there.
GX, or rather, sorry, when they were anchoring that site, Jing did a great job on the entry here. He gets that 1v1, and then as soon as he hears the teleport, realizes that it was Gramino getting into backside, swings before he even gets out of that. That was just a heads-up play.
GX in the 2v4 end up taking 3 players, though. Make it expensive. PRX own in this last round of the half. Still mostly bought up. A couple of half armors here. Forsaken not with full util, had to buy down completely. Gonna have to be enough. No op here for Ara.
Instant seized with a nade this time.
Oh my god.
The catch of the flash is amazing! And Jing collects all 3!
PRX knew exactly what they were walking into this time.
Fastest round I've ever seen in Valorant. I mean, what was that, 5 seconds?
Very no-nonsense stuff. This time, PRX meet GX head on. Love to see that.
What was the clock on that? Genuinely, was that 5 seconds? 6 seconds?
Yes, we're about to see. All right, while we do see this again, we're going to go a quick break. We'll come back, of course, with the next half of Lotus.
Bingung mau nulis apa? Ya, Gampang di Canva. Tulis captionnya, klik tulisan ajaib. Pilih gaya bahasanya.
Wah, gampang itu.
Ketika tubuh membutuhkan cairan secara cepat, elektrolit dan karbohidrat yang hilang perlu digantikan. Dan sistem kekebalan tubuh harus diperkuat. Minum UC 1000 Lemon Water atau Orange Water. Minuman isotonik unik dengan 1000 mg vitamin C.
84.
Coming back for the back half of Lotus here, our second match in this series. Coinbase Econ Report, I think we can guess who we're going to be highlighting in this particular occasion. One player on the side of GX been impressive, but it's Divine that we're watching, who's got the op in his hands a couple times. You mentioned, Wyatt, how that sort of, you know, attack side Senti with the op in hands on Lotus has been pretty darn impactful. He is vomiting damage here for that spend.
Yeah, the money spent for the damage dealt with the report also looks pretty good when you get the operator for free, because you're taking it from the other team. And you just are getting kills off the back of that as well. It was a great half from Devi.
And that last round was 6 seconds of Valorant.
that might be the fastest round I've ever seen. It very well may be.
Yep. And I guess the last chance for GX to show the proactive defense looks. They just threw themselves at PRX, come off second best. PRX now, potentially more confident, ready to take those kind of fights. We've got Jing and Divine with sheriffs to hand here.
All of GX looking like they're just ready to go at this B site. Stacked up with 4 players. Cloud has 1 Prowler, 1 Haunt.
The stack, so full retake protocols in effect now for PRX.
Kenyang,
Get
bengong.
up on this B side.
Luckily, something doesn't actually take that teleport.
Bengong nonton
Walking
PRX.
out of A. Westside is going to hear all of this. If he plays it patiently, he might be able to backstab everybody.
Yep, they are not checking for this. Oh, the timing is good for Westside, and he's able to convert it into a second. Paranoid for Forsaken, but he still gets dinked. Bro, he's down to 4. Able to take the fight with some right clicks, but once again, PRX disrupted as they're trying to set up defensively.
How many late round situations have we seen Deviant like this? And yet somehow he's still putting up crazy numbers, but he's in unwinnable spots.
Not this time. Forsaken at 4 with pressure and shots through the smoke. Giant Eggs, what a start here. Working the map. And leaving that insert back towards the B main flood. Beautifully done by Westside.
That is so well played. Shows all the steps, patient, picks the perfect timing. PRX just not suspecting there would be someone waiting outside of C whatsoever.
Good.
Translation, good.
Westside now up at 14 kills, having a hell of a series at the moment.
So again, GX still want to try and throw curveballs, no matter what side of the map they're on. PRX pretty serious about this A side control. We'll just see some health bars affected there as they're decayed briefly by that Viper wall that GX are going to play off.
GX hear a lot of noise towards A, so they want to leave. Why not go elsewhere? And PRX, they're saying, hey, we made a lot of noise, they're probably going to leave. Let's go to the other side of the map.
They're pinging the expected location of the Arc Rose there as well, up on the wall. Devi had made use of that already by the looks.
PRX are very ready for this. They knew what GX were going to do.
Mara trying to make a swing. It's risky business trying to post up at that angle, and something's going to punish him now. The paint shells catch Westside by the heel as he tries to abscond quickly. Cloud paranoia it up, but Flickless is able to bail him out. And now the push through the smoke. He's going to be devastated. PRX feed themselves into the wood chipper. Grabinho more than happy to oblige.
PRX just couldn't resist the temptation of trying to continue that sequence of kills. They just couldn't resist. They had to, they had the stack. Maybe they could have waited, try to get the guns later, allow a rotate. I mean, Alex he's livid.
Yep.
He is livid as to why
Ngeri banget, Cok.
it's that they're out of sync with their paranoia with Forsaken coming out of B.
Oh, the paranoia was much earlier onto Cloud. It's that element of rascality in PRX that they can't deny. It takes a will for them and runs them headlong into a brick wall.
A very quick take of A now from GX, already working their way into tree, which is being smoked off, but it's Grabinho who's gotten into stairs. Might catch Forsaken on the rotate.
Here's this all of it. Forsaken thought he was clever getting up on the corner, but Grabinho was far further forward than he expected.
What a kill. Has the paranoia lineup for backside as well. He catches Patman.
Patman out in the open. Are able to take that fight, and Jing knew he had the talk. He knows
Tajam banget GXR. Jing, let's go Jing. Aduh.
And GX had to get Flickless and Westside up here to wrest it out of his grip.
One enemy remaining.
And what have they got to do with absolutely no tools? PRX are now everywhere.
Oh, man.
Nice. 9-6.
Jing, who really does it all. The weapons for GX just not good enough, and the aim from Jing is really sickening.
But Grabinho got so deep. The kill upstairs, pick on something, paranoia. Surely that's enough to work with. But the timing's not there, the spacing for GX as they try and capitalize. They only get the one kill off it.
That first player was a little bit too early. The Sheriff's just not really enough for the trade there either. Really sick sequence of kills though from Jing. That was beautiful.
Jing quiet, honestly, up until this point. Now in the 10 spot.
Could go for some kind of crazy double satchel, but the showstopper off here. He can get some insane distance if he wants to do it.
Yeah, PRX looking for a delayed rebel fight by the looks.
It's so great. You never see two players stacked up there. That is so silly.
There are a lot of things I've never seen until PRX do them. Second back onto the A site now. Has to think twice about setting up in tree. Paranoia drawn out. Now as the door opens, the Grabinho's hoping to get ahead.
Jing on the rotate over towards A Heaven. If GX commit, they're still staring down the barrel of this showstopper.
Oh, thought he had a timing, but Grabinho has room to recover.
And now Jing is just solo, all alone.
Done this again.
Jing, again.
Ah, he gets
Apakah Jing bisa menyelamatkan set again? Oh no. Nice. Jing. Berat banget tuh Jing tuh. Nice, Batman. Satu lagi.
Solid strategy.
Shit. Nice. 10-6. Let's go, PRX. Bisa, tapi ini voting. Kok pada dukung GX sih? GX ngeri juga sih, Bre. Jujur-jujuran ya. Mungkin kita PRX garis keras ya, mau gimana ya? Let's go PRX. 10-6, 3 lagi. Yuk, bisa yuk.
And it sent GX reeling onto this pretty tough little half by. Bucky involved, even Westside opportunity, but shots not connecting.
It's a very GX coded start to the round for PRX.
Jing, langsung aja di-press oleh Jing. Nice. Oh no. Let's go. Dapai. Buset. Oh no, ternyata udah masuk set. Nice, itu dia 11-6. 11-6.
And it's just feeling quite effortless, honestly. Putting up the 19
for 6,
playing the Vice. PRX on this map, they are just certainly a cut above. And individually, with Devi heating up, Jing heating up, looking even more dangerous than they were on Ascent.
And insane as these moments have been from GX, they're too few and they're too far between to start to challenge PRX's round total. 11-6 on the scoreboard. Heading into round number 18.
GX is trying to keep it simple with this brawl on A, but PRX is there to fight.
Ara has to go down there. Nothing he could really do. Seized in place.
Mantap, langsung aja di-press oleh PRX. Di A langsung dikebit. Itu dia. Itu dia W gaming dari PRX. Itu dia, nggak usah lama-lama. Nice, let's go 12-6. Apakah ini nih? Nih momen blunder nih, biasanya momen blunder nih. Ini biasanya momen blunder dari PRX nih. Bisa aja tiba-tiba jadi overtime ya kan. Semoga enggak ya, semoga langsung aja diakhiri gitu, langsung aja diakhiri. Gak usah nunggu-nunggu lama. Jangan deh, jangan. Biar tercipta map sunset.
Both successful for PRX playing up on the defense side. They're going to go for a mound variation here. There'll be nothing to see for them, but maybe a fast flank opportunity.
GX again just out of A, but PRX.
Davai. Davai. Oh no. Nge-whiff lagi, enak banget itu udah dapet tuh.
Something in theory had him covered, but the
Oh shit, something.
Success there. Well, it's a PRX round, one after another after another.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Jangan dong. Jangan dong. Oh no.
Yeah, brimming with confidence is the polite way of putting it there for PRX.
And I get it. Divine got a lot of kills, doesn't have a lot of deaths. Well, that one is bold.
Yeah, there's obviously a player right to Divine's left there. All right, some breathing room here for GX, but as the finisher identified, 7 rounds from here on out need to be won by GX.
And at some point, it's going to be 5 ults for PRX. Yes, so it's going to be tough to overcome the fact that they're going to need all those rounds. I'll tell you that.
So again, PRX just flip-flopping this time. It was a bit more aggressive over towards Rubble side. No one actually in the C side at all. Does Grabino opt to walk up on this? No, paranoia. He thinks that GX are a bit faster than they actually are. Razorvine's canvassing the ground. This will slow things up slightly, but already GX have purchase in the back of the side.
PRX are more than happy to play this for some kind of retake of blood. All right, 1-for-1 on the important ults. Actually, it's the dimensional drift in very early. Something's coming on multiple players within that Viper's
info,
certainly can't commit at that timing. Will give an opportunity to ping out for the nade, though.
Okay, west side inside the pit. It's Clone that he ends up taking contact against.
Aduh, chaos nih.
Buddy thrown in. GX just keeping a toe in the pit to keep it standing, of course. That's been set in place by
Waduh, sulit.
This is so
Belum di plan.
From PRX. GX
Belum di plan.
Any moment felt comfortable enough to try to actually get this spike down. Yeah. But at this
nice.
point, it's drawn out enough utility that they can.
The pre-plant pit though is always kind of dangerous. It gives
nice. 4 seconds, let's go.
Ara has fallen.
And one more kill for Jing will result in a showstopper. That could be enough to close out this game, bring us to sunset.
Something's had the time now, the freedom to start to swing around.
Something goes out.
Position in C has been smoked out and
oh shit! Oh no!
2
melawan 4. Saving sih. Jalan terbaik saving. Jalan terbaik saving.
They need to save those rifles so they can get a full buy into the next. So
yeah, guys, welcome.
Steel Garden off the table. Some of the very, very important ults that PRX have access to close out the game. And, of course, the round converted. Things looking a little bit more realistic for GX. Yeah, but even still, they had to exchange plenty of their own ultimates to get those out. And we're about to have Showstopper Nightfall for PRX. So just the cycle, the dance of ultimates back and forth will continue.
But, I mean, it's worth pointing out that it's a steel guard and a dimensional.
Oh shit!
Don't really give them an edge in all of this round.
Let's go. We can do this.
Yeah, what can they do with that pit up, right? I mean, there's just no real way to get back in effectively at any juncture. And now PRX want to call this timeout. Alex wants to get involved so they can close this out, stop the bleeding. 2 in a row for GX.
Yo, satu lagi yuk PRX yuk.
Sunset, a home map for both teams.
Ayo.
If we get there, that should be an absolute banger.
I do wonder if this is a round where PRX
mulai pusing nih.
Alex. Because they've been virtually gambling with like aggressive push-ups, and they've been alternating between the C and A side, between Mound, between Rubble, and they've been missing GX a lot of the time. GX got to hit a C side there, which had some Vice util, but no one actually anchoring in it. They played a 0-4-1, 0-1-4 rather, with the Omen, Rubino set up on B.
Money not all too good for PRX when we get back into this round. I'm interested to see what Alex has in store for them here.
Forsaken rather on the B side.
How much do they want to commit? There's now a buy from Divide down to Yeah, they're gonna force it up pretty heavily. It'll put Devi in something low, few lighter armors.
Yuk, satu lagi yuk.
Buy. And Patman ready to just throw that early haunt over towards A, so PRX can brawl for that side of the map. GX, let's see if they try to go all in.
There's that horn across the map. Sees though, not quite there. It's Ara getting picked off first though. Forsaken in position to deal with him as he tried to cross past that rubble corner.
Yeah, just instantly opening that tree door. Entry player for GX removed. And now they have to get their bearings, figure out how to win this out in the 4 versus 5 with 0 ultimates available.
Might see some baby door presence taken up by PRX in a moment. Mindful though is Patman about to push off B main, but there's a shield wall there to detect it.
Yeah, and with that Prowler not getting any spots, no reason for PRX to really adjust here in any way. They can retain these spots.
Yuk, satu lagi yuk, PRX yuk.
Ayo PRX. They need to be as well.
B split coming out. There's that sheer wall in play. How will that be handled? Flickless though, and West Side. The two players, if you
dapat info.
they get into the site early, they get past the sheer wall.
Something
blind dari something kita lihat.
Flickless had to wait for that.
Jangan mengambil resiko yang lebih. Gue berharap. Di blend. Aduh, nice. Oh, nice. Oke, let's go. 2 lawan 2. Aduh, sortie. Aduh, kena sortie sih, bad sih. Oh, no, oh. Saving sih. Aduh, iya lagi blunder lagi nih.
That was so lovely. And I think the GX did an excellent job.
Soalnya ini jadi attacker ya. Tadi kan defender. Ngebreak. Ngebreak lagi soalnya.
Was excellent. It connected onto everyone from PRX that were stacked up there. He gets wide, takes that first engagement.
Shit.
Instant swing from West Side to get the second, and he backs up at the right time. Just plays around the shorty. That was so well done. Yeah, it's this moment here. Look at that perfect little peek from West Side. And look at that adjustment right back.
GX.
Wow, GX is still in it.
So much map control off that paranoia into upper.
Why are you taking from here? It doesn't make sense.
Waduh, ngamuk.
Characteristic frustration here is that it's 3 rounds in a row that
Alek udah ngamuk nih. Udah marah-marah deh. Udah nih, kelar berarti nih. 9-12.
Back to the old seas.
Alek udah marah Alek.
Which has been really emphasized by PRX. Many rounds in a row now on this map.
Devi is able to shoulder kick and see a fair few players here. It's going to be a frothy push on towards the seaside. Slowed down briefly by the smoke.
It felt like GX are really just keeping it simple, big executes, and that's what has begun to work for them.
Patman won off that Nightfall for retake. Showstopper also there for Jing. So PRX likely let this first push go through to the keeper. Play that full retake.
They forced Devi all the way out. But can GX really fight for any additional space? No. Look at the status of the utility. It's very low, just a seize and a haunt. That is all they have access to.
Yeah. Patman would love a kill here. Something to open things up. Ara goes low.
Ayo akhiri ini PRX.
Complicating things, and there it is. Ara taken down. Not the start.
Something, oh no, something. Bengong dia. 2 lawan 3, aduh 2 lawan 2. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh shit. 10-12, oh my god.
That was PRX going for the full retake behind the showstopper. Doesn't quite get him there.
And during
Gila GX.
Cloud has come to life these past couple rounds. Beautiful play there. Didn't work out, but it was
positioningnya bagus banget.
Midst of that retake, he threw a haunt over to Waterfall to see if GX
backup-backupannya mantap.
weren't able to. And just after that happens, PRX, they make their way back in. Jing gets that great showstopper off.
Cloud has some of the most unreal movement. The little
it's just these little repositions have
reminds me of Scuba, honestly, in the successful rounds for NRG.
Kind of goes back in, gets that perfect kill on Devi. That gets the Nightfall, backs up to use it. Really excellent stuff. I can't believe GX are still in this. And they really have just gone back to basics, just hitting.
Harus saving lagi PRX ya.
They're winning them out with man disadvantages as well.
PRX forced into that round to some degree, right? It's a bit of a jumbled mix of weaponry. They probably don't really want to play retake, but they're not given a choice. Not after Cloud has that Nightfall.
And they've been forcing into the last couple rounds, so it's not like the buys have been bad. But they're not coming into them with full buys, like Divide with just the Sheriff there, some weak armors the prior round, a lot of, lighter armors, Guardians. And again, if they force up into this, well, yeah, at this point, the loss bonus is kind of high, so they can afford to buy down a bit.
It's not
but
great.
Yeah, not great. They've got Sheriffs, just a mix, a smorgasbord of random weapons here. GX full intentions of getting out A, which has been the location that PRX have been most happy to fight for early, as of late, but this time ultimately pretty free.
There's no C's nade combo as the Fade and Raze both over at B. PRX trying again to gamble on the right position, but this allows
Overtime kah sesuai prediksi gua kah? Aduh, jangan dong.
3 players. There is obviously this trip place behind by Westside that'll need to be broken unless maybe they want something to just teleport across and they go elsewhere. Regardless, very fast. This very free C site.
Forsaken's mandate strictly do not die. Hold the paranoia until we're ready to try and flood in.
Flickless is in so much danger. There's a player in blue room as well.
Grabino here sees the clone. Now the Viper Wall comes up. This is going to allow PRX to get in position, but also GX to
defend bagus GX. Nice. Let's go.
Easy targets. Pac-Man with the critical utility at the most
4 lawan 3.
Now the Nightfall comes through onto the side.
Tapi udah di set semua GX. Pemain GX sudah di set semua, Cok.
Wouldn't have heard it otherwise. It's Jing toying with him, trying to keep him busy, keep his attention. Catnips.
Nice.
Anyway.
Let's go. Ayo, map sunset. Let's go. PRX. Hampir aja, ayo map sunset. Semoga menang ya. Kasus hampir aja di comeback, bro. Aduh. Ngeri kali, Bang. Ngeri banget. Oke. Kilo. GG. Sengit ya.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back. I guess what I've been looking for success. The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, everybody's getting a 4K. I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Itu pisang goreng.
Dibakar loh.
Gak beli cemilan manis kan?
Bawel, karena mama diabetes.
Makanya, aku yang jagain mama.
Tenang, mama gak akan bebanin kamu. Kan udah pakai Tropikan asli.
Manis tanpa beban, jaga masa depan.
Enak masakan ibu. Ibu yang nanya.
Serak karena sakit tenggorokan. Pakai Betadine Mouthwash and Gargle. Bantu atasi sakit tenggorokan dan permasalahan mulut lainnya. Jangan berhenti ciptakan momen bersama.
Thank you. Yeah.
PRX, they hit back on Lotus and they hit back hard. We sort of saw this coming, you know, a great map for PRX, not so good for GX. But Mitch, how are you feeling?
You know what I said at the start of the series? I want to see a sunset. I'm happy we're going to get to go all the way there. Both teams have really put their best foot forward on that map. They picked it in their last series as well. It is a fitting way to end a close battle.
Okay.
Cope. That's okay. You could cope. You could cope. But what isn't a cope is to just acknowledge that. I nearly said David. I'm going to double down with David. That David is one of the best players we have in the tournament and one of the most consistent too.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he's basically just had an insane match overall, like performing to an incredibly high degree, showing it across different weapons, be it on the attack, the defense, having the operator in hand, and just denying any sort of aggression coming out of the side of GX. This was exactly the sort of response we sort of needed to see, because I think something throughout the last couple of games, including this one, has been fantastic. He needs that sort of second man alongside him, and while in this game, it was definitely Devi.
Yeah, he certainly had it this time. And I think, you know, we come into this map, and the question on my mind is really PRX. They've just been PRX'd in a lot of rounds. They've got a taste of their own medicine. Pipson said it on the stage. When they come out and they hit us, they run it down. We're going to do exactly the same back, bring that same energy. It's a dangerous game to play against this squad. It worked on map 1, and would they be able to bounce back? And they most certainly were here. And I think, as you said, David Devi, like, he was very impactful. Not a single opening duel when it came to that operator, but he was pulling them out of a lot of bad situations using it.
Well, that's because all of the opening kills pretty much went to the side of GX. 15 opening kills, only winning 7 out of them, and they threw a 5v3. This is where I get worried because, Mitch, if you cleaned all that up, it could have been a 2-0. It might haunt them. It's also their biggest issue before they got good was just throwing these advantages, and I don't like seeing it back on the global stage.
I do think, though, that it's more prevalent here on Lotus than in any other map in their pool, where it's a big map and there's a lot of individual mistakes that are being forced out by their opponents. I don't think it's going to be the same when it comes to a map that they have played, what, 7 times, not including the one that they played here, which they won dominantly over Sentinels on Sunset. So I think those problems fix themselves with the shift in map.
Yeah, I think it definitely has been the case, and also with Cloud, I think having to focus a little more on like mid-rounding and where they're actually going to be going. You saw his individual sort of position drop, whereas I think on Sunset he was fantastic. So I still have a lot of hope for them, but PRX are still PRX.
Yeah, and they sort of take turns, right, to see who shines and who gets to win the round. And for this one, in the Verizon high-speed moment, Jing just had enough. He was like, let's just go to halftime.
This can just happen sometimes where you have a setup, you have a plan, you're trying to get aggressive, you're trying to get into a position where you can fight. A singular flash leaves you all blind, and then moments later, Jing wipes you out in a split second. And this isn't something we've seen like once or twice, maybe every once in a while. This is something we feel like happens every single day, especially when you have a player as talented as Jing.
Yeah, and seeing that level of confidence be re-hit by PRX, again, going back to the Alex interview where he said they were slow to start up against XLG, but once they found that rhythm, this is a team that snowballs. That's the worry now for GX, because they're now the ones that come in having to bounce back.
I mean, we wanted to see Sunset. We're going to see Sunset. And this is where, in the beginning of the day, I felt like this is such an even playground for both of these teams. I mean, looking at how close map 1 and 2 has been so far, I'm pretty sure we're going to get a close map 3. But my problem is PRX are not getting out PRX as they were on map 1. You know, I don't think they're scared to play anymore. And that's when they're the scariest.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, this has been a map for a very long time now that is incredibly comfortable. The composition that they like to run with the Sage in the mix, where you're going to see these like cool little set plays that are based around the wall, but then also having just a load of potential delay. They can lock off a lot of angles as well, the way that they play it. And I think the differences in these comps is what makes it very interesting for me. It's that Sage facing off, I guess, in essence, against the Breach. It's like, those are the two that are missing, I guess. And I think that the way that I look at the Breach is Flickless is fantastic at putting players into position, especially Arrow when he's going for these aggro plays. I think that on the other side of things, sometimes that is a little bit more reliant on Jing, but they do the same thing with the Sage Wall.
Yeah.
Like, they put him in spots that you go, well, Jing shouldn't be there, but he is because of the way that they set him up in that manner.
Yeah, and on the other side, for PRX, playing with the Sage, not having like a traditional Sentinel to back you up, it does leave you with some gaps, potentially, depending on what else you bring, in terms of that defense and stop stopping power, but you combine the Sage with the Viper as well that they're bringing to bear, and they can certainly have no shortage of it on the defense. The problem is on the attack, the occasional gap being left open behind, and I think that's something that GX will look to exploit when we've already seen that aggressive face come out of them. And I think backing up your point as well, Flickless coming into today, he is taking out Smokes players. He's third in terms of assists per round for the tournament so far, and he had a really tough time when it came to playing the Viper on Corrode. So that pulled his stats down a little bit. You see why he plays the Breach, especially in map number 1 with how good the supportive utility was. Some of the flashes on retakes won them the rounds. They were the difference makers, and I think that's going to carry through to the Breach here.
Yeah, I think as well, then putting that focus on Westside. He's been fantastic in these first 2 maps. I think when you have this, especially on the defensive start that Giant X will have, you're going to have one side of the map that's very proactive, looking for fights, looking to take space. The other side of the map is Westside. If he gets shut down in this game, I think they're really going to struggle, because especially that attack side start coming out of PRX is going to be rapid.
Well, the interesting thing is PRX, they performed better, at least in their last matchup. They were dominant when it came to that defensive side, didn't get to see much of their attack. But GX also fielding a better attack side. So in that second half, we get to see sort of the strongest parts of both. And Ara, in terms of opening duels, he should be dominating.
Well, this is it. The winner will be going straight to playoffs. Uber and Wire, let's find out who that's going to be.
What a map for a decider in this series as well. Sunset floated by both teams, as neither probably felt the need to be picking it here. But for GX, it's been one of their best maps, and we've already got to see it on Parade against Sentinels, and they smoked them. That was not a close game.
This is the map where GX have the most depth in their strat book, which is really, I think, juxtaposed to a talking point from Lotus. And I would say that's very similar for PRX. They have a number of crazy things they like to throw out there with this Sage, which they liked before Sage was even buffed. So it's just very convenient for them.
They rolled Chila Gaming on this too. Both teams have already shown their Sunset at Champions. Will that tape matter? Was there enough time to start to integrate an understanding of how one another play?
Something does play great over here, by the way, as he just shuts down the flank with some very smooth taps. And Patman says, why not me too?
Yep, I'm gonna get involved. Don't leave me out.
One ghost headshot, please. And it's down to 2 GX players, one of which is now one-way in spawn, the other of which is staring down 2 players over at Link. Long-range frenzy, and something just gets poured. He has been absolutely lethal on pistol rounds today.
I mean, he exits that last map with 275 ACS. He's 5-2, first kill, first death. But what's even crazier to me statistically is that PRX, they go down 4v5, what, 15 times?
Yeah,
they win
times.
8 of those rounds. They convert a player disadvantage 8 out of 15 times. That's insane. That is an insane
what happens
conversion.
when if they get the first kill?
They are more likely to win the round if they
crazy.
lose the first player, Wyatt.
All right. All classics here for GX, who already honestly have just impressed me by taking a map off PRX, keeping it close on the second. To just go back to the story of this game. Oh my god. Well, all right, well, I was going to wait a second depending on what Westside did next, but I mean, just seeing GX, who finished 7th, 8th kickoff, 9th, 10th stage 1, and are taking it to the defending champions in PRX, the best team in the world right now. What an ascension for this team over the last few months.
Yeah, what have they changed? They just added some rookies to their roster. This round, of course, it's a very lightly held B-side, and the Cypher setup is circumvented only the cost of 1 player, so it ends up being fairly clean. Look there for PRX, heading into a bonus that is got a couple Vandals in the mix. Looking well brought up, all things considered.
Obviously, for as talented as this newcomer team of GX has been, PRX, they're experienced, they're rising to the occasion. Now they just need to close this out on Sunset. Top of the pool for either side. First buy now for GX, and this doesn't really look like much of a bonus buy for PRX, I'll tell you that. They have 4 upgraded fully rifles.
It feels like the business socks are on this map.
Westside, he's just playing with some fun little kill trips over there on B, by the way.
A lesson GX learned against Sentinels, and the pips and drilled into them in that halftime we heard is that do not simply pay for flood retakes. Try and get ahead of the game. Re-clear aggressively here on defense. That's It's going to have to be the game plan. Grabinho does not want to fight A on the corner. Instead, just falls back behind the smoke.
Was adjusting position into sight. Doesn't want to get denied at Link. Wants to be able to support his teammate in Grabinho.
Oh, this aftershock pretty dirty. Jing here low after whatever transpired there. And we got Flickless back on an initiator. Insane util from him.
Wow, the reclear onto Patman. He is immediately removed from the server. How do PRX react?
You take your foot off the gas against this team, they're going to re-clear into you. They're going to win these fights. They're going in 2s and 3s. They control that A side there as PRX they let go of the tension a little bit.
30
Give
seconds
GX a way to tempo their way into the round.
It was a cool attempt at that refight with Forsaken teleporting across onto the box, and then you get that swing from Devi timed with it. But the duo from GX, Flickless and Grabinho, refused to miss a shot in that situation.
It always feels like there's a re-clear happening elsewhere behind the stall util on one part of the map. The fault line aftershock to slow PRX down as they try to go to Link side.
I really liked all of the decisions, honestly, that Flickless was making throughout that entire situation. From just before we saw the aftershock from Jing, he pushes all the way through Link into sight to try to beat that timing so he can support Grabinho. They're not just playing for some kind of retake or taking a safe line. No, he doubles up, and then they fight into elbow. Beautiful.
But Grabinho does not fight on first contact. He backs off with that dark cover, gives himself the space to double up with one of his teammates and slow the game down a little bit. Then they can be the ones that take the initiative.
Right now, PRX, they are bought down into this round. Less than 1K credits every single player on their squad. West side with the deep cam into B main, so they can product that a little bit, but then we'll just have that for later in the round if necessary. But probably won't survive till later in the round. Jing wants to break that. ASAP trap play activated.
Try and play ahead of this fault line here, but very quickly PRX get back. That's a thrust for GX that is avoided.
A good nade thrown there from Jing just to deactivate any acceleration that GX might have had in store for them with that trap play, double stun, relay ball fault line. So it's nice that PRX are able to bait out so much utility early.
GX very quickly now just assemble behind that top mid smoke, ready for a fight.
I mean, look at this position by Westside over on B, by the way. He is just hard committed to holding this angle in main. That is some bold stuff. He has the cage to play off of.
Are they going to re-clear B main again? They thought about it. Ara definitely thought about it. Aldron come in though, and that is dealt with now. Pull back a little bit and leave Ara close to the door.
And this time they're just set up with a fault line defensively when the pop comes in. PRX have to be worried about getting stunned here, but they bait it out.
Okay, Jing no unaffected by the fault line. Ara realizes this, so doesn't fully swing around that corner. Instead leaves it up to West side. Gotta be recovered here. Jing gets tucked in on the side. That's where the flash comes from though, and something does get across. Flickless is gonna be busy on this left side of the site, and there was a Sage Wall to cover the market push. PRX have kind of accounted for everything here. Very meticulous hit onto the site. And Grabinho has very little to see with the remnants of the wall in his way.
Cloud has to be careful about corners. Oh, directly to his left and right. Grabinho removed, and PRX too many numbers to overwhelm Cloud. They win those crucial backside fights as well. Swings from Jing, something on opposite sides, a pillar. And I think they did a good job earlier in the round of getting so much of that defensive stall util out. You know, Ara doesn't have a relay bolt for main there. They mostly dodge out that second fault line that cycles back up as well.
You can see the tendency for GX. As PRX Aldron out, Ara is walking forward, ready to re-clear lobby with West Side. They're always looking to fill that space with some form of proactivity.
Still alive for GX, however, but a necessary round win when you took into account the economy for PRX just then.
Let's go. Shot. 3-1 PRX. Unggul ya, 3-1. Apakah di map Sunset ini PRX akan membabi buta? Oh no, kakinya udah kelihatan. Batman masih ngehold, dibantu oleh Forsaken. Siap bertempur, langsung aja di drone oleh something. Tim GX dipukul mundur, tapi hanya pura-pura mundur. Tetap di hold set A. Seperti agak susah.
not really prepared for by
Karena
GX.
menyangkut di
They'll have a
B,
crossfire, though.
udah ada
Good
trap
thing
dari
for
Chipper.
PRX is that they're drawing Flickless around the map with that utility. Isn't
Bersiap-siap masuk set B. Smoke
Smoke
sudah dikeluarkan oleh PRX. Di ulti aja oleh something, nggak dapat satupun. Nggak ditembak sama GX. Dapat Batman, dapat menculik satu dari pemain GX. Nge-trade. 2 melawan 3. Oh shit, 2 melawan 2. Oh nice, Jing lagi tajam-tajam ya nih gue liatnya. Tapi spike belum di plan. Nice. Sepertinya GX harus saving. Soalnya darahnya tinggal 19. Tapi tetap digas, mencari peruntungan. Mungkin beruntung dengan 19 darah dan darah yang masih full. Bisa dibilang masih full. Nice, let's go.
They know Cloud is just so weak. Time to run at him, double face. There's no way he wins out both. Flickless does, get back to that site at a reasonable pace.
Pas banget tuh. Pas banget ininya si Davai. Pas banget. Pas banget tuh. Pas banget. Wallnya Davai aja.
I think the relay pulls up a little short. I don't know if it catches on the Jing, but either way, he still loses that duel. Again,
Pas banget. Wallnya Davai. 4-1. Ayo nggak salah lama-lama, langsung aja hajar gak sih PRX. Gila.
On this map has a number of different walls that he will be throwing out throughout the game that constantly keep you guessing as to the intentions of PRX.
Just gives them that top mid smoke, quote unquote, on demand.
Lupakannya
It can apply a lot, draw players towards mid off the extremities.
Yeah, and in this instance, it gives them the opportunity to fight towards that right side.
Look at this though, GX re-clearing A main now, tons of info for them, and a chance to threaten the Tiles player.
One of those kill trips immediately dealt with Grapinho. Wow, wins that out.
Jing, gila Jing. Lagi on fire banget Jing. Ngamuk si Jing ini.
Breach util for a retake now not available. Okay.
What's
Yuk.
up with a crazy shot? Now
Mantap
with something
something
locks
juga.
down the flank. Jing has been on a tear this round. Oh my god. What is happening?
MVP bro. Dia ngejar MVP juga ini. Kalau bisa MVP-nya dari PRX juga kan. Master udah, VCT udah. Diborong ya kan. Champion harusnya diborong juga gak sih? Oh no. 4-2.
Comes at one of the most important moments.
What on earth are we seeing in that round? Grapinho with the first shared headshot. Westside breaks one panel in the wall that has been such a nuisance. Immediate headshot on the cross. Oh my god, what a round.
Udah ngamuk tuh. Udah ngamuk tuh. Udah ngamuk tuh. Si siapa ya? Alek. Alek udah ngamuk, Alek. Alek udah ngamuk, Cok. Alek udah ngamuk.
Behind the pack. Cloud just takes the timing there. That was back on Link. Forsaken thought he would head to Link, but now he's been dug out. I'm just waiting for a GX re-clear. It's going to happen at some point. Ara trying to post up at the op. Dangerous now, though. Punished. PRX very quickly spring into action. Down the op player.
Flickless not able to assist. Didn't have a stun there. Wants to pick up the line. 2 GX players here. They have to fight off.
Dapai. Let's go Dapai. Dapai. Jing. Dapat aja satu, tinggal 2 pemain GX. Mantap. Oh enggak dapat. Push. Headshotnya bahaya juga loh. Nice. Let's go.
The Jing has just been a menace in this game so far.
Ada suara.
Absolutely crazy.
Ara maybe just look, and the more successful reclears from GX there for Elbow.
Mantap, mantap.
Players backed up. Ara goes solo, tries to post up.
Nice.
And he's punished.
Flickless just didn't have the util to really assist him in that spot. It's unfortunate for GX that their positions just get pretty scrambled.
Uncharacteristic from them.
Kill.
They are very regimented on this map especially.
Now PRX have picked up that op and thrown it over to Device. Shades of the Lotus play. This is a classic from GX, but PRX, they are totally out the way of it. Patman gets out of there.
They got Sentinels with this.
Masukan tikus, cok. Bahaya tikus masuk.
Not PRX though, little too canny for it. They've been able to take up residence on this A side, and West side's trying to ask the question, do I stay or do I go? Jing dominates him from above. Now Cloud being as low as he is, he tries to go up and get a weapon. Punished for that as well. Jing won't be ready for the corner. That is one for Ara.
Yeah.
Fast lane will get him out.
At this point, likely to just save with this rifle. And you're exactly right. That's a play that GX were finding success with in the EMEA stage 2 playoffs. Found success with against Sentinels.
Itu dia PRX, gila udah rata tiba-tiba baru gua ngerapetin jendela. Udah tinggal satu aja tuh pemain GX.
And then just patiently waits for the moment to get back in and
GX Ara harus saving.
Wrapping through tiles after the play. He handled that exactly as you need to.
6-2. Elah, nggak usah lama-lama lah. PRX, nggak usah lama-lama. Kasih tahu X yang sebenarnya siapa? GX atau PRX?
That was the turning point. His addition brought them from, one of our great top teams in Valorant to world beater.
Teminya dapat banget si Batman. Ngapain tuh nyari senjata kah? Jangan bilang. Jangan bilang nyari senjata tuh pemain GX tuh. Bisa begitu lagi di press ya. Chaos sih.
Aside from them, GX have been able to beat all of
Ngopi dulu.
in Europe, dismantled Sentinels on this map. It's really only been absolute, top tier teams that have been able to do it. Which, obviously right now Liquid a bit of a downturn after game 1, but can't discredit the fact that their play during the EMEA playoffs run was, world class.
I mean, a sweep of the EMEA final, I think, is pretty telling. Here, GX have found success on this map when they've been able to, fight for that space in numbers. I'm thinking back to that, multiplayer re-clear midway through an A hit into elbow. That paid out well for them, but PRX are still winning rounds down a player. It's more than just that first pick. Cloud found the pick over towards Link, and they still ended up losing in the 5-4.
But also for PRX, going up against teams who like to be so active on defense, the fact that you kill their offer and recover the op and can use that to nullify defensive aggression, like one of the best tools in the game to do so, that's just even further giving them a bit advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing more of that attack side senti op from Devi.
Very meta generally, but more from Devi. He was
great on Lotus too.
On Lotus he was just a standout. Right?
Gila. GX udah siap-siap, udah ready banget. Trapnya di mana-mana. Nice, trapnya hancur. Trapnya hancur. Tinggal yang sebelah kiri tuh. Di ulti dapat 2. GX dapat 2. Dapat Davai.
I mean, Devi maybe could have played to a res on Jing, but then he also dies, so no one will be getting raised in this round. And we've been talking about the 4v5 for PRX, how much.
Forsaken udah mantek. Forsaken udah mantek. Ini ngeri banget sih ini. Kena timing ngeri banget sih ini. Meleng dikit muncul. Ih.
Patman actually able to get a timing on Ara. Already set for the shot, forcing Ara off the line. Trade out by Flickless now, who makes a solo venture into elbow with that screen.
Ngeri. Dapat. Forsaken berhasil nyulik Keeper tapi belum keculik. Tapi udah dapat infonya.
There is an op there by Forsaken, so he might have to take that up again.
I mean, what is going on now? Something is just threaded the needle into A spawn, teleport towards A for Forsaken.
Something udah di base musuh.
I mean, something only has 12 seconds. Now has to
Tapi
get
nggak
back
tahu
to
kalau
the
ada
site.
bridge.
Look at the minimap, man. This is
Dapat sih.
chaos. Now Forsaken said, okay, bet I'll take your positioning and spawn. And
Aduh. Oh no.
That is nuts.
Oh no shit.
Clickless, dirty work. That map was turned upside
Nggak berhasil. Udah kebaca. Sekarang strategi attacker dari PRX udah kebaca sama GX 63.
Throw him up into the skybox.
That's the tune to a 3-round win. I'm taking that trade every day of the
Kena
week.
ulti dua-duanya tuh.
The
Dapai
save
sama
throw there
anjing.
makes it a bit uncomfortable.
Siapa yang nge-lag? Siapa tuh yang nge-lag? Waduh. Woi. Alek udah ngamuk tuh Alek. Langsung aja di W Gaming. Fake W Gaming.
Is pushed up here. Ready for an Aldrin around this one way. We'll give that space up. Flickless not quite in position to help out with a fault line.
Aura has been pushed up a lot in this game, and it's yet to really net too much value. PRX have been exploiting.
Jing udah nangkring.
Getting entry kills onto him.
Siap ngeksekusi setup.
Just the flashes now.
Jebray.
With a relay bolt. Davai already up on the corner though. Smoked out.
Look at this.
Sage brutal dari Davai. Nunggu timing yang tepat. Kelamaan bahaya sih di sini sih, kelamaan bahaya sih, udah tahu infonya cok. Langsung aja dieksekusi oleh Jing. Nice, dapat satu. Di backup oleh Batman. Mid ya. Bantingan. Oh no. Oh shit. Dapai sih. Oh shit. Tinggal satu PRX. 1 lawan 3. Oh no. Harus saving. Masih bisa sih. Kalau yakin gaskan aja bisa nge-revive satu orang, cuman pada jauh-jauh. Saving sih. Paling best. Oh no. Ente. Ente, adik-adik ente.
More than enough players to lock it down. Kind of goes for more, and Gravino's just ready for that swing through.
And then he finds 2 more.
Aduh, plannya terlihat begitu ya. Kejar waktu juga sih. Posisinya.
Feels like he's been covered from box there, but Davai, in theory, could have had that corner held. A little breakdown in communication there for PRX. Their plant attempt is thwarted, and now this game is closed up to 2 rounds. And the money for PRX is okay. They got 4 ultimates to work with.
Udah ngamuk nih.
I can see why they're frustrated.
Coachnya udah ngamuk. Alek Ferguson.
They've got all the ultimates up, as you mentioned. Ensure that you're getting 7 on the board using all these ults, right? It would be a massive disappointment for PRX if they can't close one of these rounds out with that arsenal.
And back-to-back 1 rounds for GX, though, means they're buying for the rest of the half, so no concerns economically. Although for them, there's no big ultimates on the horizon, really.
But yeah, that's really the thing, right? If PRX can min-max the ults, they can use some for this round, use some for the next round, and that can be enough to win it out. Yeah, against the GX who will have done.
Maybe a fast play behind something Hunter's Fury might be in order. So the Cypher util at B, though, makes that a difficult prospect, but that can be cleared, of course. The Shocks have been good at taking out the B main trip.
Gimana nih 46 cok?
Wizards not really invested in changing that one up too much.
Oh, he has just been throwing that trip pretty much every single time, and it has been getting consistently broken. But all right, very fast Jing.
Langsung aja diras midnya oleh Jing. Nice, langsung dapat saja, langsung diulti oleh Jing, midnya langsung diamankan begitu saja. Kita lihat Batman dapat oh no, di trade saja oleh pemain GX. Wet shot di situ sudah menunggu Jing. Oh no, langsung saja di cover oleh Forsaken. Langsung saja dibom, mati lu. Oh enggak, ternyata nggak mati. Harusnya mati lu kena bom bot. 1, 2 melawan 4, kita lihat di sini.
That is so ideal for PRX. They just have to stop Aura and Flickless.
It's going to play the way into the side. Aura's already had 2 frags for the half. It's been a quieter alley for the Neon.
Kayak gitu ya.
Look at this delay though. They're slowed on one side, walled on the other.
Jing is going to be standing in their way now as well. Talk about arresting utility.
Jingan. Dapai. Forsaken. Mantap. Let's go. 7-4.
His troubles, his woes continue. PRX have made 7 rounds now.
7-4. Welang guys.
They just bring that round to 0 to 100 straight away, jig through. Yeah, it's like a basically direct on the Gravidio. That's crazy. What a rocket, and then Patman had just been on that late lurk, waiting in mid to cut off the rotators.
I mean, that's
Shit, man.
such a hard spot for Westside to be in. He knows that market's compromised. He knows there could be a push out of main.
And with the advantage PaperX have in terms of the numbers, they don't even feel like they need to take backside control or anything, right? Just wall it off. We'll slow the other side, delay. It's fine. 3 ults
Shit, man.
for this final round. PaperX to get in the lead. 8-4. This is GX's best map. But realistically, I think you could say the same probably for PaperX.
And they didn't play much of it in Stage 2 at all. They played Bind 5 times, Haven 4 times. They actually had a narrower map pool of played maps in the stage than most of their contemporaries. But everything is still
I think
well and good on this map.
I think they are just incredible here. Flickless, though, with that first kill. That was catching Patman on the cross.
Top mid was where that shot came from. A Divine Jigging out in the side. Hunter's Fury coming out from something. Nothing to see here, though. Shorty for Forsaken. Quite cut the mustard. Flick this down to 49, but that's enough for him and Grabinho.
Apakah PRX sudah mulai sangbrut?
Who is looking for a wrap? Something that Flickless is already.
Karena sudah skornya udah 7. Something.
Something looking to the corner
Satu
of the
melawan satu.
masonry. Sees Ara first. Grabinho is in
Sama-sama
more better
low.
shape than he is. 21 plays 46. Spike out on B. And something is slowing it down.
Grabinho in serious shock dart danger. Unfortunately, not one of Omen's abilities. There's a recon backup for something just now as well. He is
Tapi
taking his
spec drop.
time, obviously.
Spec drop apa
From
plan?
his perspective,
Drop
Grabinho could basically be anywhere.
For something, it could be nothing or it could be everything, Wyatt. Up onto the spike.
Dapat. Aduh.
Cross their position for Grabinho,
Aduh.
but this time Grabinho hits the jackpot.
Aduh, abang.
GX's round total to 5,
Entek.
heading into the half. Very scrappy, very competitive first half, and GX getting those 4 rounds in a row was huge for them.
Gila,
We'll
terus
get a
semua.
quick break. We'll be back, of course, with the conclusion of
terus
this
semua
decided
lagi.
map. Winner goes to playoffs.
Nice guys.
Nonjok tangan sendiri PRX. Tujuh 5. Wah, kenapa tuh? Batman kenapa tuh? Nangis kah? Lagi diceramahin sama Alex. Termasuk sengit sih ini. 75.
PRX here have 7 rounds to their name after a pretty high-paced attack side, but their opponents who were virtually invisible domestically in kickoff, invisible in stage 1, make the changes by adding 3 rookies, and now they've done enough themselves on this first half of Sunset to potentially put themselves into playoffs over who many people believe is the best team in the world. GX looking very good.
GX ngeri banget sih. Ternyata
Coinbase Econ report, of course, we'll be looking at
pas lawan Sentinel gila sih.
14-8 right now with some pretty filthy
Ternyata emang
moments on
ngeri
this
sih.
map. Hard hitting on towards that B side especially.
Yeah, so crucial for the entries.
Giant
We
X.
saw one of those last rounds, that really
Buset,
fast-paced double
mampet tuh
satchel
hidung.
with the showstopper into market. That was crazy. And honestly, in terms of pace, I think GX pretty much they match PaperX on this map. We're going to see a lot of fast play. Aura is going to have to come to life here on attack because GX's game plan revolves around really nicely paced, sequenced out util around Aura, putting him in positions to get easy entry kills by connecting great fault lines, connecting crucial paranoias, etc. And those pieces of utility will come usually in perfect succession. And that's what PRX are going to have to go up against. But GX Aura needs to come to life.
Yeah. What I like about Aura, though, is he will slow down if he is too far ahead of that util. He has such a great sense for the pacing to make sure that it all lines up. The Flickless was incredible on Ascent in setting him up. It's going to have to be a mirror image of that on the Sunset attack side.
That being said, if there is one agent that is also great at slowing down the pace of attackers, stalling them out, it will be that Sage. Devi's utility should have big impact here on the defense. The way that Patman anchors B with the wall is sick, but right now, B ignored by GX. It's an effort to work up towards this A side. PRX, who had been triple facing down mid, trying to take some kind of contact. They're mostly just stacked up towards Link on account of that.
Giving up for some contact here via Link, and outside of that retake, wanted to slow down this push in towards Elbow. They know what's coming. And they've given that part of the map up on purpose. Oh, something had his crosshair positioned perfectly for that, and a 6 cents for the timing.
Is up with this guy on pistol rounds? He has been a demon today.
It's practically extra sensory perception.
Now, Flickless has 2 flashes. He's got the aftershock ready to play within this post line. Corbino, look at the situation he's in.
So dangerous. There was a shoulder pick, not full committal for Deviant, so Jing's going to be able to take the frag.
Something again, and that's Flickless down. The utility removed.
Yeah, for the retake that's going to make things pretty difficult for GX to play off
Mantap
the
PRX.
side.
Let's go.
Just the god with the go.
Nice.
Triples on both.
Itu dia.
Oh, he had a quad. Oh, that was a quad.
Itu dia.
Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Sorry,
and
bro.
then it was
Get
an ace on map 1, and then, I mean, bro, what is going on with him today?
Again, Corbino always dangerous in a spot like this, but there's a slowdown, a shoulder pick from
Mantap.
Devi to confirm.
Triple pick.
Ara gets his in the round, but that's it. that is grim satisfaction from Coach Alex. Nothing more.
Insane. I set it back on map 1, but
Let's go.
right now, I think you could argue is maybe his all-time peak, but it's definitely one of his highest peaks he's had over the last couple months.
But more than half of his kills have come from Ghost and pistol rounds.
It's
Just want to put that out.
Those rounds are pretty important. He's stepping up when they need him.
Second
and now
pistol, one for
got a
PRX,
rifle.
you're right.
It's crazy.
All right, here comes Ara, steps up to the plate though. The light is very good. What a recon. Something sets up for the first kill and takes a second for himself. Jing doesn't want to be left out. Refuses to be a around like this, but this will get the drop on him. Stinger always dangerous.
By the way, we've had zero time to mention
Nice.
it, but that was a
Itu
force
loh.
from GX. No time to mention it because they
Itu
got
loh.
absolutely brutalized by a util combo play from PRX, a late nade. The recon comes over top.
Itu dia PRX.
See that from something's point of view.
Mantap banget.
Unbroken, free for Jing.
Feel like there's a tipping point here. This first,
Nice.
this first gun round, if it's not successful for GX, this map gets away from them pretty quickly. Tough pistol round to run into. Losing both pistols on this map, never great.
On the first half, it was a thrifty round win that got them back into it. It was West Side with a Sheriff. She has got right now. And on Ascent, it was 2 rounds like
Whoa,
this as
nice,
well.
something.
Yeah, something. He is just simply not easing up.
Expecting more from that, and he was right.
Something kalau bahasa Indonesianya lagunya Ayu Ting Ting.
Itu
Itu dia. Mantap. Langsung aja dibantai-bantai, di press, di W Gaming. Dar. Nice.
So pistol and anti-eco.
Dar beredar.
GX down by 5.
How are you supposed to stop PRX on one of, if not their
Gila,
best maps?
ngetrol kah
You
itu?
have Jing and something in top tier individual form.
TP di
36
mid.
kills currently between the two of them. That is madness.
It's a very early showstopper picked up for Jing.
And
Nice,
one
nice,
away
nice.
from
15.
Hunter's Fury for
Semoga nggak blunder ya.
Talk about ideal kill allocation. You got Jing and something.
Biasanya ini terjadi blunder nih tiba-tiba nih. 15, 11 sih. 11 nih, PRX 11. Blunder dikit nih.
To be fair, but now gun round here for GX. No thrifty for them this time around, so they're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Get back into this game with the rifles.
Dark cover for top mid so they can just contact their way up here.
Biasanya.
By holding the angle with a very early
Semoga enggak ya. Langsung aja di press dari mid oleh GX. No. Langsung di rush dem di W gaming sama GX di mid ya. Nice, langsung diculik oleh Batman. Batman gila, Batman. Davai dapat Chipper.
And it is the pace that GX have just
Itu dia for second. Langsung aja dapat infonya. Guys.
And that's exactly why. What a response to that split execute from Devi.
Itu loh.
1 versus 2 in market.
Gila, Batman tajam banget.
Originally there was a slow warp there at market that made it impossible to fully split this properly.
Okay. I mean, there's even a little gap in the wall that Devi exploits.
We actually saw that on Ascent on a number of occasions.
145, dude. 145, dude.
Showstopper used. Now something. Hunter's Fury. Still no one on GX with an ultimate.
And look at where something is sat. I think he might be ready to rip this. As soon as he gets an inkling, something is up. He's going to cause a split here for Westside, eventually on his own.
And this is a split again through top mid, but this time into A. Oro with a crucial kill onto Forsaken. That keeps GX in the round.
This elbow presence, though, for PRX is something of concern for GX. They had to dig it out. And look, the other arm of their pincer can't actually get past the line of scrimmage onto the A side. There's got to be a wrap, but Devi's waiting for it. Oro, though, wins it out. Now it's on Jing. He has to fight his way out of this step.
Kalau kata gue 11 kan, blunder ya kan. Bener gak sih? Enggak sih. 2 lawan 1.
But the net on him is closing too. The late flank from Patman. He's feeling the pressure. The wall's closing in. Stuck in elbow. Has to get that spike. Does so. But now where can he plant where he feels any level of safety?
2 lawan 1 nih.
Patman. This is some good intuition from Cloud.
Something lagi gacor. Batman lagi gacor. Udah tahu posisi dari GX. Udah dipantek sama Something. Kena pantatnya. Tiar. Nice.
The last best chance there for GX goes by the wayside. Another attempted split through mid falls flat.
Let's go. 12-5. Jangan kasih angka lagi.
Almost brought them the success that they needed, but they just didn't suspect that a second player would be an elbow. That Jing was tucked, and he saves the round for PRX with that 2-piece.
Ayo GG. Langsung aja dihantam di W Gaming A-nya sepertinya ya. Atau enggak biasa speak dulu nih biasanya. Nge-troll dulu, kasih 1, kasih 2. Ini champion sih nggak mungkin lah. Hajar nggak sih? For second. Batman. Udahlah. GX udah hajar lah, udahlah. Kalah ya udah kalah gitu. Masih ada lower bracket. Mantap Something tiba-tiba kayak pocong tuh di pojokan. Begitu. Itu dia Jinker. Tiar. Jangan satu-satu. Please. Oh no. Shit.
A Red Bull clutch to kick GX in the game. He's been silent for a while, but comes back in crazy fashion with that. Oh my god.
Relay bolt.
Absen sama GX Ara. Reload kah Dapai? Dapai reload kah itu? Real? 4.
Yeah, that's a hands-to-head kind of moment there for PRX.
I was ready for the arena music to cue players to stand up.
Iya kan udah bener, udah gua duga. Kasih angka 1. Harusnya sih enggak sih, jangan blunder lah. Ntar tiba-tiba nggak sadar-sadar, tiba-tiba overtime aja.
They're in this still. Standard one-way refresh there for Forsaken. Sees that fault line come through. This is going to pull this over of something over to Link.
Just tries to get a bit of pre-fire off, and now recon paranoia just stalls up GX.
4 second.
Time for this rotate to be pulled across from
Oke, dapat info. 4 second dapat info.
Jumps out to get a
Menggunakan
little bit
fake
of info.
TP. Oh shit. Nice, dapat pot dipotongan, dipotong aja di midnya. Langsung siapa itu? Jing sama something ngeflank. Semoga nggak ketahuan ya. Dia nggak ada trap kan? Trapnya udah hancur ya. Oh, tapi udah siap-siap. Oh shit, nice. Mulai kebingungan GX karena ada flank 2 orang. Oh shit, nice. Waduh, mantap itu dia. Let's go. GG, jangan bilang. Nice, itu dia. Hampir aja, anjing. Hampir aja. GG. PRX fix masuk ke playoff. Nggak tahu lawannya siapa, entah Sentinel atau mungkin GX lagi. Nice, GG. Ngeri ya nonton PRX ya.
Being able to have your most decisive victory against GX on their best map, they looked well prepped. Between Jing and something, the two of them combined have dropped 44 kills. That is madness.
Nice. GG.
A banger of a series. Yeah, it felt like PRX really able to feel themselves on this Sunset map. There are moments for GX. Thinking back though, man, Sentinel Lotus gave us some
dibantai saja di Sunset GX.
I think GX were maybe hoping that Ira could get into the game a little bit earlier here on Sunset though. I think he ends the first half with only those 3 kills. There are a couple of big ultimate rounds that come up. The GX aren't quite able to turn in their favor. And just some ridiculous moments there from PRX who were able to read these splits through mid on multiple consecutive rounds.
Yeah, that Sage, I think this comp from PRX just
harusnya nggak di grup yang sama ya.
As far as how GX approach this map, I think it was a pretty great counter in a way.
Lihat ya.
Impressive stuff from PRX to close it out in dominant fashion, but we definitely have to give respect still to GX, who were able to take that first map off of them, keep Lotus close. Again, just coming into this, the storylines of these two teams where they were at, back at, just reframe to the context that these teams exist in and Toronto. PRX winning the tournament. GX just finished 9th, 12th in EMEA, and they kept it that close, so respect.
Let's send it over Lou down on the stage for a Verizon post-match interview with Patman.
Apa nih? Nextnya apa ya?
Masters Toronto, les PRX arrivent dans le top 8 à Paris. PRX are in playoff thanks to you. Also, Patman, first of all, congratulations for making it to playoff here in Paris. And my first question is going to be about, you know, that status, that champion status you have from Toronto. Now, everyone is expecting you, you know, to win, to do good and stuff. So how are you guys handling this? Zero pressure?
To be honest, about that winning thing, we're not thinking about so much about that. We're just like having fun and then go round by round and game by game, because if we think too much about winning, it's not gonna be a good thing for us.
Yeah, you shouldn't be overthinking, right? Donc première question, ils ont un statut, ces PRX, depuis leur victoire à Toronto. Donc comment est-ce qu'ils gèrent un petit peu ça, ce statut de champion, de devoir gagner un petit peu tout le temps? Et bah tout simplement, on n'y pense pas. L'oversing, c'est clairement notre ennemi. On essaie là d'être sur le stage et de juste prendre du plaisir. And second of all, I think you guys are probably the team with the most fans out there. You have jerseys everywhere, FNS is rooting for you and stuff. So from your perspective, Patman, what makes everyone love you like that and PRX?
I think because we play very differently and not playing like so much perfect VALORANT. And me and my teammates is just like vibing, and I think that's what people like really most, when the team is kind of funny and you know, like
apa iya PRX champion dapat juga.
So, yeah.
Exactly, you trigger emotions also, I think so. Donc pourquoi, à ton avis, est-ce que tout le monde vous adore? Il y a tellement de maillots PRX dans le public et de fans aussi qui les suivent. Tout simplement parce qu'on ne joue pas un Valorant parfait, on est amusant à regarder, on procure des émotions aussi à ceux qui nous regardent, et je pense que c'est un petit peu tout ce combo-là qui fait que ça marche. And last but not least, next match is going to be DRX versus NRG. Who do you see winning? What's your prediction?
I'm going to root for Pacific Pride, I'm sorry, but I think it's going to be a tough match because NRG is a really good team, and yeah, I think I'm just rooting for DRX for him.
Rooting for DRX, of course. Prochain match DRX face à NRG dans quelques minutes. Pour qui est-ce que tu soutiens? Et bien évidemment, on va aller côté Pacifique avec DRX. Thank you very much, Patman. Merci. And now it's time to discover if our talents are better than Patman at predictions. See you.
What the next? Born to Burn. Secret Lab. Mantap ya Secret Lab ya.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stop.
Oh, PRX lawan NRG. Wah, satu. Berarti besok Sentinel. Sentinel lawan XLJ. Apa ini? Pop spaghetti. Enak kah? Secret Lab, tidur. Buset, tidur mah enak di kasur nggak sih? Walaupun bagaimanapun. PRX NRG. NRG sih. Sama-sama kuat sih. List Arenas Paris French. Itu kalau ambruk gimana ya?
First of all, Mitch, sorry about your predictions, but going into this one, you said NRG. So are you cursing them today? Is that what's going on?
It could be. As long as nobody investigates transactions from DRX in my account, we should be in a pretty good spot.
Oh.
I just broke my EMEA curse. I didn't even realize that. So I got one correct.
Wow.
Good job, Tom. I'm very, very proud of you.
And it was against us, just to be clear.
Yeah, I got all the other ones that were against us wrong too. So
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, but I'm not as proud of you as I was of NRG. The way that they played against EDG, that was a masterclass.
It was resilience. That was sort of like my favorite part of that game, especially when it came to Abyss. They were so far down, and then just had this sort of crazy resurgence of like just resilience of a team that obviously Ethan has sort of taken up that mantle of IGO. You've got some like younger players in there as well that like Matter, and of course Scuba had an insane game, and at no point did it look like they were mentally out of the game, which I think when you're facing off against the previous year's champion and you're massively in a deficit, that could easily happen to you, but it never seemed like that throughout the entirety of their attack half.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that as well was the fact that they were using some of this utility on Harbor to play so aggressively in post plants, when typically you'll be looking at this team and maybe expecting them to ease off the gas a little bit, but they stayed on site for post plants, and already being down by so much, that's where you start to get worried, like one burst of utility and this could all be over, but they didn't let that get in their head. They stayed aggressive, they took their claim, they were going up the rope on the A site and taking deep control, and that's really what you love to see from a team when they're behind like that, because it is not easy to make those kind of recoveries. There's a reason that we rarely ever see it happen.
Yeah, especially NRG, that didn't just look good on the server, but the mental resilience, like you guys said. The vibes, I think Som did a lot of the hard carrying of rallying everyone back, but Scuba, my goodness, his just individual performance was on another level.
Yeah, it seemed like at times he could do no wrong. Like a crosshair placement, his read on some of the positions that players were going to be in, his patience, I think, as well at times, not to get over-aggressive when it's unnecessary. And you can see a lot of the fights he's taken, these are very, like, I guess, not safe duels, but you can tell he's ready for every single one of them. And that's just the sign of not just a player that has like this sort of crisp aim, but someone who's intelligent in the way that they're doing it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think you look at his performance, though, on the other side, you got Mako. Mako was looking incredible in their series, opening up against Team Liquid, a team that we certainly from EMEA had very high hopes for. We've seen them dominate.
PRX lagi gacor-gacornya, NRG juga lagi gacor-gacornya. Siapa nih yang bakal memenangkan luar bracket? Kalau kalah langsung pulang kampung.
And he certainly had what it takes in that series. So I think we've got an interest in head-to-head.
Yeah, I think as well, regionally, Marco had definitely had some like issues here and there. So the fact that he came out and just, I think he ended up as like the highest rated player in their match versus 100%. Liquid. So it looks like a complete turnaround, and having Bane back in the game clearly helped him out a lot as well.
Well, now let's get Ethan's thoughts on NRG's run so far.
Hey guys, Mika here now with Ethan of NRG. You called an amazing game versus EDG last time, so congratulations to you for that. I wanted to know, like, you know, how proud were you that the resilience of the team really came out on the champion stage? Because a lot of teams struggle with that sometimes, that like, oh, what we practice doesn't come out on stage, but for you guys it did.
Yeah, having showed that, especially first map of champs, was huge for the team, huge for the morale, and I think it showed just how confident we are in ourselves.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Eager to see more of it on stage.
We gotta go and get one of those jackets. I feel like all the players have been wearing them. It looks so sick. But I think Ethan is right there, you know, them being able to stay calm, cool, collected, because on the other side, DRX had a very similar storyline of being resilient, of having good mental, grinding it out against the #1 seed in Team Liquid. Confidence has got to be at all-time high, Tom.
Yeah, especially when you come in with a completely new brand of play and make it work almost seamlessly from the get-go. Like, that was what sort of impressed me most, is like, you coming in, you're the IGL of a squad, you're coming up with like some fairly crazy aggressive stuff, and then you just have full faith in your team in moments like this where you're sticking defusals in front of very experienced, tenured players in Valorant. Marco didn't give a damn. He didn't care who was on the other side of the server. He was going to play his own game. Yeah,
the kind of experienced players who know exactly where a teleporter is and how not to step into it by accident.
Yeah, I mean, Tom was talking about that earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very unfortunate moment. I don't think any of us need to be as cruel as Tom was about it.
Yeah, I was a bit too far, Tom.
It was, and I
think sini harusnya sih.
But the reality is, for DRX, they forced those mistakes out of their opposition, and I think I look to NRG as a team that also did that in their series up against EDG. Again, it's very few errors far between, with an incredibly tight series, but it wasn't the same for DRX. They came in, they looked dominant. I mean, it was a close, like, if I'm not mistaken, Abyss was a 6-6 half, and once they swapped over, a completely different brand from them. They were looking dominant. And in fact, even the start of it, wasn't it like 5 or 6-1 up, while Team Liquid couldn't figure out that waylay Yoru?
Yeah.
And then eventually they cracked the code, but the defense looked even stronger, which was the surprising thing for me with how much dominance they had with that play.
Yeah, shout out to Korean Zelses as well. Baby Zelses, we just saw him on screen there. Bane, I think there was a lot of questions on whether he could step up at last minute into the role that we expected.
Kalau kalah langsung pulang kampung ini.
No, he looked very
langsung packing koper.
This is the team that sort of like kicked off the year. I think this is the team that they wanted to be playing with, and I think you can see why. Like there's a lot. It feels like there's a lot more synergy. I think individually.
Set pollingnya imbang ya. PRX, GX ya.
So I think that it makes sense that he's back in the roster, and the fact that it allows them to be a little bit more free with how they play looks great.
And of course, he has been the tip of that spear as well. We actually managed to get some of his thoughts on DRX's experiences.
GG untuk PRX. NT untuk GX.
I think
GX sih gila sih.
Came into the Team Liquid match just to try and have as much fun as possible. And I think
mungkin bisa ketemu di lower pas final grup.
I guess for us and for my team
playoff grup ya.
Just coming into this tournament sort of like a underdog feeling.
Bisa ketemu lagi tuh sama
PRX. Play the games and just I guess more energy and more fun. PRX has like this known curse that they always finish 5th to 6th place. To overcome that, I would think we just have to be honest, our teamwork is pretty good. So I guess just aiming better than them that day will help us win. So I'm just hoping that this champions we can break that curse and I guess hope for the champions victory.
Seen this one before. A 1v2 chance for Marco. Nats on the other side. This time he delivers a Trex is on just 2 HP. He's had an insane round so far. But needs a little bit more. 20 seconds left. Marco can just opt to play the time, but he will reposition to perfection.
I feel that we have a different approach to the game than we did back in Pacific. And I think with more aggressive compositions and play more aggressive, which means we will take on more fights. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say DRX is at 7 out of 10 right now. Yes, I think we have more to show.
7 out of 10 is a good start, but honestly, with Abyss being back in the pool and the way that they played Abyss, I might bump that up to like a 8 or 9 out of 10 if they can keep farming on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way that they were playing their combinations.
Gua kira PC-nya bermasalah lagi. Gimana yang bermasalah ya? EWC. EWC atau Master? Master ya. EWC mah gua nggak terlalu nonton.
And then getting into the backline, it made it so difficult to play against that it just looked like Team Liquid were completely out to dry. Whenever they were trying to fight one battle, they'd already lost the second one.
Yeah, and so frequently you'll see, even just that the approach in the replay of just the Yoru's POV, you'll see that from teams that don't have that Waylay to back him up. The fact that someone's going through pretty much risk-free. I mean, we don't see Waylay getting picked out in that dash, and they're like, what, 0.15 second of a gap where they're vulnerable before they hit the refract. So like you're getting in, you're getting info, you're getting out, and then you're able to take the space
energy sih gue megang energy.
It's one thing to come into a game with a trap play like that. It's one thing to spring that trap on an opponent who isn't adapting well, who isn't able to adjust. But Liquid were able to adjust before the half was over, bring it close, and still they found value from that little hint of aggression and in the retakes when it came down to the defensive side as well. So really having that full playbook built out is a great sign for the future on Abyss. It's why I think DRX easily, despite what our poll said earlier, I think they easily take the title.
They troll because I don't want to disrespect the EMEA teams, but the best team so far on Abyss is DRX, and the other one is hard to not give NRG a shout as well. So if they,
on the attack.
Yeah, if we go to Abyss, at this point I think this could again be a great map to go to, and I don't want either teams to shy away from it, because DRX certainly will be very comfortable to go to Abyss.
Yeah, I think that's the only worry, is that when you have such a poor defensive side, in the case of NRG, I don't know if you want to go up against what is a very aggressive double dive that's hard to play against, and then rely on you being able to catch out their defense when the opponent of Liquid failed miserably. So I feel like it's a safe bet. DRX would probably pick it.
Yes.
Because I don't know on the other side if NRG are going to be as confident in that map after a bit of a rough start.
I think they should.
I think the only caveat to that I'll give is that you look at the styles. What I already said about NRG was they like to take a lot of post-plant fights on site. They like to be that little bit more in your face. And when you're playing against it, but not fully pushing into the spawn, right? But taking some space and holding onto it very tightly. When you look at what the DRX have to offer, it's a very good composition for breaking back through that. And I think maybe stylistically, the head-to-head will favor DRX if it comes down to it.
I want to see it though, no matter what. I don't think they should be scared to play this. I mentioned him already, Baby Zelsis, Korean Zelsis. Mika Fabs actually had a chance to catch up with him ahead of today's game.
Mika and Bella here with Bane of DRX. Now, Bane, we missed you in stage 2, and then now you're here on the champion stage, of course. I wonder how you felt stepping in for champions and how the rest of the team was able to adjust to accommodate this.
챔피언스 파리를 마쳐 돌아온 베인 선수를 만나게 됐는데 이제 챔피언스 파리 시간이 많이 부족했던 만큼 팀도 그렇고 베인 선수도 많은 노력이 필요했을 것 같아요. 그 준비 과정에 대해서 한번 들어볼 수 있나요?
일단 오랜 기간 팀 연습을 못했던 것만큼 팀에 좀 잘 스며들려고 노력을 했고요. 팀으로도 그렇고 저로도 그렇고 연습할 시간이 좀 부족하긴 했는데 각자들 노력을 열심히 해줘서 지금 좋은 결과가 나오고 있는 것 같습니다.
My main focus was to concentrate on blending into the team structure that was already happening from stage 2 and on. And because we didn't have a lot of time to fully prep for Champions Paris, I think our main focus was to just make sure that we were vibing and we...
Korek kalau dicari hilang ya.
So far.
Well, yeah, DRX looks good out there.
Hilang kagak dicari, nongol.
I love that. He's like, we haven't had much time to prep, but we're killing it. They are killing it, aren't they? Are they going to continue to kill it?
I think so. I think if they keep reimagining all of their comps like they did in the first couple of maps that we saw, I'm very excited for what we're going to get today, because I don't necessarily think we'll get the exact same map pool. As you said, I hope we get the Abyss. I think that'll be a really fun match to watch those clash of styles, but I don't know. I'm interested to see other than that.
Well, me and Mitch don't think they're going to keep killing it, apparently. You start,
We've been
Mitch.
outed.
Yeah, you start.
Yeah, I think realistically, like I said earlier, NRG, they have that little bit of a deeper map pool. It gives them an advantage when it comes to the veto. I think that if we end up on a Corrode, the risk-reward of running that double Odin hasn't paid off in the previous game we saw here on stage. But you keep running it, it's oppressive, it makes you rethink, it makes you repace your game, and it will work out eventually for those beautiful kills that we know are coming. So I think that for NRG in general, they've impressed me more. DRX, they certainly have a deep bench to fall back on.
Well, there is a ticket straight to playoffs here. It's going to come down to DRX and NRG. So it's time to see which one is going to be joining PRX today. I think certainly most people could be leaning a certain way. I'm not going to say where. So without further ado, let's just send things down to stage.
DRX versus Energy. We realize that come with this.
Both DRX and NRG were incredibly impressive in their opening games, winning the games they weren't supposed to win. But here we go, the pressure is on once again. For one of them, it's going to be a huge advantage to get out of groups now. DRX always get out of the groups though, so even if they don't get out today, I have faith in them. But looking at the map pool, are we going to get the Abyss?
No.
Boo!
Well, that was the interesting thing with the veto, is both teams banned Sunset. So it was more who was willing to float it to then get another ban. Interestingly, NRG have taken out the Abyss immediately, so clearly feeling like playing against that DRX is going to be difficult. But then DRX's first pick being Haven, I can only imagine they've completely reimagined what they've been doing, because it didn't look good the last couple of times they played it.
That almost feels like a misclick when I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, throughout stage 2, they played it twice, didn't win it once. So it is definitely a strange look from the outside with just that data in front of you. But you think they're bringing Bane back. They're in a position now where they've had that little bit of time to recreate. They focused on their individuals. But I think this is probably going to be a comp shift, or at the very least, a playstyle shift from them when we get to servers.
I mean, this heavily favors NRG, you know, looking at the map pool. They get Lotus as well. This is a dream for the side of NRG.
Well, yeah, if you're going off history or the last few months of data, they have a better win record on every single map that we have in the pool, and Corrode and Lotus are their 2 best maps statistically. So, yeah, they're going to be in a great spot, but I have a feeling, based on what we've seen so far for DRX, all the data's going to go out the window. Because
they're going to bring 3 Odins.
No, I think they're
sure
going to
about that.
completely switch up pretty much every single comp we've seen from them. So reading into what they're going to be doing, like, I'd be very surprised, for example, if we're seeing flashback on a Vice going into Haven, which is what he was playing before.
Yeah, and I think just touching on that as well, you said about Lotus and Corrode being their best, well, including Champs, they played those 2 maps in total 11 times, lost once, that was a Lotus. Other than that, they have been dominant when it comes to this. So for NRG, this is and like I said, it's where they get the advantages in their map pool. When it comes to trading blows with DRX, it could be a different story based on what we've seen so far.
Looking at the agent
it's
select,
back. It's back.
Yeah, this is literally what you wanted to see, right? And what you predicted.
Yeah, I'm very happy. That double dive, it's obviously slightly different. Flashback going to be picking up the Neon, but I think that is a more comfortable choice on Haven in general as a recent. A lot of people bringing that in. On the other side of things, I don't believe any massive changes whatsoever. Keeping it to the comfort, which I think has worked out for the side of NRG. This definitely isn't their strongest map.
Apa nih,
I
Haven?
think they will have known coming in, if this comes up, it's going to be a different story to anything they could have prepped.
I think without a doubt, NRG are coming in as the favorites, but with what DRX showed us up against Team Liquid, with what they showed us on Abyss in terms of reimagining, and now at Neon and the Waylay, they certainly have a shot at taking NRG down.
Well, our spot in the playoffs is on the line, so who better to take us through the action than Doug and Ender? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, these 2 teams came out of the gate swinging. They show up on the stage here in Paris Christie, and now they're the ones duking it out for a chance at playoffs. I mean, you think about the strength of both of these teams. This should be an amazing matchup.
This is going to be absolutely incredible.
NRG melawan DRX.
Coming up against a DRX that just had
VCT Amerika
over Liquid in
versus
the opening round,
VCT
and choosing to start
Pacific.
things off on Haven with a new comp, the
Asia.
Waylay and the Neon for DRX, and they're looking to attack mid early.
Looks like they're already flirting that way. With flashback, the first contact.
Langsung aja diras oleh DRX B-nya. Langsung dapat side. Nggak usah pakai aba-aba. Kasih aba-aba kalau udah siap.
Now the post plant might get a little bit more awkward. All of a sudden you have to worry about your flanks if you're DRX, but they've got 3 players stuck on site.
Remember, Scuba was a stud for NRG in their last matchup, but this time Bane was lining
Tajam
up the
kali,
kill feed.
bah.
Psalm falls, and all of a sudden this attempt, the bite behind this retakes gets lighter and lighter, and they continue to crumble. Just Scuba and Brock left. 2 most recent additions to the roster forced to try to win this pistol out for the number 2 seed from Americas. Brock, too many targets to choose from. Scuba will find one left in 1v2. Mako weak. Time falling short. That dart's going to arrive a little bit late. If Scuba can get half, maybe there's a shot, but no. DRX will walk away with the pistol.
Bane, a guy who hadn't even played with DRX at all in Stage 2, comes in as a major surprise for the roster, for everyone that was watching Pacific. And yet, DRX went out in that opening series with him in the lineup, and now it's him picking up 3 kills in the pistol here to set his team up for success.
DRX lagi
Christy, you and I were talking about
gila
this
sih.
prior to the match starting, and it really feels like DRX kind of has to win on Haven to get a shot at this. This is a great start.
I mean, when you look at Corrode and Lotus being 2 of the, just straight up NRG's 2 best maps, this is very much a must-win for them. Although now that means converting cleanly on a anti-eco round where there's this really crazy Viper wall that's been thrown down into mid. It can threaten these walkouts of B out of garage, so I think DRX putting a lot of resources in now. This drone to make sure
Demon
no one
mana?
stepped up
Demon
behind that.
satu
They're
ya?
also leaving freeing
Udah nggak ada
that
kah?
space. Although NRG are stacked pretty
Kapan
heavily
dia
towards C, which is where the finish will be for
resign-nya itu
DRX.
dari NRG?
All huddling down C now.
Langsung saja diras C-nya oleh Mako Hyumin, langsung sikat habis langsung. Waduh, langsung aja sama flashback. Dihantam 2 orang, dapat 2 orang. Langsung di press. Main way gaming.
For DRX, because this is unique, you know, the Neon Waylay coming in here on Haven. But I think the Waylay and the Neon give so much
creativity for DRX to get into sights. You can already see it in these first 2 rounds.
Buset, nggak dikasih napas energi, nggak dikasih napas sama DRX. Gue lihat-lihat nih di pistol round.
Well, the dive into backside is coming in so quickly with the Neon. And you're going to see the same thing on these C execs with dashes, double dashes up onto platform or up onto default. Same thing with the A site.
Kasih
I think it's going to be really difficult for
kalau
NRG's
udah
anchors to survive. And
siap.
that's going to be the challenge for them with the double smokes comp. How can they use these smokes to just stay alive for the rotates to come in from their teammates?
Got an Odin already online for Brock.
He's been doing this even their last series, saving up, making sure it can get online early in these games.
I mean, Fring's already tagged down to what, 17 HP?
There's a funky smoke as well that gives Mata a little bit of a peek, but it's not necessarily ready for Fring to be up in that smoke.
Yeah, there's
Ya,
danger.
kita sambil wicking ya, menggunakan
So he moves on.
Alienware. Wih,
Mako, meanwhile, backside. Besting the opposing Omen.
kenceng-kenceng banget.
Light it up once more.
Buset,
That was a mental
buset.
The double
DRX.
TP is on site from Mako.
Gila.
He's not going an absolutely ballistic round. You think about the Waylay and the Neon and how
Ngebut
much
banget, bre.
activity you can get on these execs. The fact that Mako is the one to be jumping it back here, and then Ethan just teleports straight into him.
Pasti ya VCT Amerika tuh agak kaget, cok.
Bonus round paying off massively for DRX.
Yang mainnya pelan-pelan ya kan, menit-menit akhir tuh.
NRG in a miserable situation to open up the series.
Yeah, the finances for DRX should be good for a long time.
Late game,
you know,
ya
you
kan.
would generally look at this and go,
Jadi
hey,
buat
this is a
di
really early
ras
timeout.
gitu
But,
kan.
you know,
Kaget.
conventional wisdom would agree. This is incredibly
Tapi
early,
gue
but
yakin energi
given
pasti
how
bisa
these last couple
beradaptasi.
rounds have gone, I don't know that I necessarily mind.
I mean, the thing is, NRG now need to deal with these just fast exits.
Kasih dulu nggak sih?
We've seen 2 of these just
Oh,
instant B
masih tau, masih nyeting-nyeting kan. Oh, ini kecerahan. Terang banget
in
sih.
these B exec rounds, it's been
Ini
2
layarnya
rounds
nih.
where Fring is going into sewers
Agak
looking for
enak
quick
nih.
timings, and on the round where DRX were, you know,
kan
playing that
setting,
anti-move
oh
and setting
warnanya
up C, he
standar
still went for
aja.
that late lurk through B
Apalagi tuh
and
black
got a couple of
levelnya
kills on
high,
the flank. So
hitamnya
those are
lebih
the primary
kenceng,
things NRG need
level
to
6.
fix.
Nah, dah.
And their
Udah
monitor settings.
prepare.
And those two.
Apa iya?
Needs to be tweaked in there.
Oh, this isn't even a this is
Meta
not a tech
settingan
timeout. This is,
settingan
this is a
monitor.
tech timeout.
Oh.
That makes a lot more sense.
Right.
Yep.
Apa
we're still
iya?
thinking about how to fix these things while
Right.
You know, our monitors or whatnot get sorted out.
Yeah, that does make the early timeout a bit more.
3-0, bre.
It does make a bit more sense
Yeah.
now, doesn't it? Yeah.
No.
Oh,
It's,
iya.
You know, sometimes when the tech comes into play, you get a little bit of
Mari
extra
kita
breathing
lihat
room as
aja.
well. You can try to
Right.
get your heads set back on straight again for NRG, but I have just heard that we are going to be jumping back in here in just a moment.
Thankfully, you know, we hadn't had one of these in a little while.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot what we were supposed to do.
Yeah, you know, it's we're supposed to like fill, we're supposed to talk or do
Right.
something. I'm
Right.
not too sure. NRG also have to figure out what to do on a round like this where they've got absolutely no cash, although and you know what? Vindicated, Doug.
I don't know that I'm willing to go as far as to say we were vindicated.
No. Well, because the thing is, we
but
were
you
talking
know?
a big game about how, like, hey, a timeout here makes sense because you've just gotten beaten by similar ideas.
Right.
Well, they are going to call the timeout
Right.
on top of that, aren't
You know, I'm gonna for the sake of us being right, I'm gonna roll with it. Yeah. Vindicated.
And
Sure.
you know what? This gives us a little chance, Doug, though, because I thought it was cute in that last round. You've got Ethan and Mako both playing the Omens. They're teleporting into each other, killing each other. That time, Mako got the upper hand, but we were sort of looking at, like, what's the history of these two teams playing against each other beforehand, you know, because it's been a while since NRG was on the global stage. PRX, they're at every single champions. They've never failed to make it out of the groups, but the only real crossover history-wise with these two teams is Ethan versus Mako going all the way back to 2023. And that wasn't NRG versus DRX back then. That was him with that championship EG roster. Now in 2025, it's a very different situation. Ethan's got 4 different players alongside him, and now this last stage, he stepped into the position of IGL for the first time ever. So this is uncharted territory, Ethan versus Mako, leading these two squads.
I do love a good bit of history. So with that in mind, we'll look forward into the 4th round. You've got an Outlaw in the hands of Freeing, 3-0, the way of DRX. The bonus was borderline flawless. And NRG have a number of problems that they need to solve, and they need to do so relatively quickly.
That initial hold is going to be a big deal for NRG. I think just figuring out if they can actually stop DRX from breaching through these choke points. And I think the early conditioning from DRX with a couple of B hits might end up pulling more members of NRG onto the B site to try and hold against this.
Yeah, Mada's already rotating that way.
Exactly, and that can free up space onto the A site where currently it is just going to be Brock, but I think the value of this Viper Orb right there is so high for just bringing rotates in, especially with that quick movement out of the Neon.
Mada gets tagged by the Paranoia. Women dashes out onto the site, and that's already another flawless double dive hit. I mean,
but this is where I think compositionally DRX just hit a gold mine up against NRG, who are playing this old school style Viper composition. This Viper comp is all about flooding back into the site.
Right.
And as you can see right here, they get a couple of kills. But the fact is, the speed at which Neon and Waylay can get into backside means the flood never comes in, because DRX instantly have full control, which in previous metas you'd never be able to accomplish.
I think a lot of this, you know, as we were just talking about, there's that Viper that just gets disrespected. Yeah. When you've got Waylay dashing over the top of it and, you know, fully diving behind the lines.
I think the trick now with that Viper Orb is I need to start seeing NRG players playing inside of it. They need to allow the Waylay and Neon to get past them and then find timings to punch the back line as they scale in, thinking the space is clear.
That's one of the things they'll have to solve. Another attempt at solving this bit of a mess is Mada's got an op online round 5.
I do like that. Take these longer fights. Of course, that off only going to be so meaningful if DRX plays slower rounds, which, as you can see, isn't really the vibe I'm getting from them.
No. Doesn't feel like it's been part of their game plan.
Yeah, so the other solution is you try to play full retake and, you know, use the smokes like this one into backside to threaten getting back in quickly. But this is going to be really hard again with that operator that's now been chucked over to Psalm's hands.
Yeah, no real ultimates, excuse me, to speak of on the side of the defense. So they're waiting for just the right moment to strike. Utility goes out. The dive through from Mada. Tucking into the orb, finding the kill, make that 2. Gets online with 3. Graffiti is his for the taking, as is the site for NRG.
That was
udah ketemu nih, udah ketemu nih. Counternya udah ketemu kah? Dat lore dari NRG.
Up against DRX.
So what was the difference there? What did you see that was so drastically different from what we had seen the first 4 rounds?
I mean, 2 things here. First of all, NRG just full bail out of the site. They decide to play full retake. They don't want to deal with the Waylay ult at all.
Sure.
And then it's Mada here, that quick transfer onto the second player. And this is what I'm so impressed by with Mada consistently. This is why he's the ace king of Americas. 10 aces in his rookie year. No one's ever done that before in Valorant history. But he is so quick on transfers and seeing that pathway through these very complicated rounds. There he comes flying out of heaven, sliding in, playing off his stun. And if he's playing like that, these retakes are going to work, Doug.
Something he's going to have to continue to do. Once again, Freeing taking this cheeky little angle into A short.
Yeah, but he's beating the smoke that NRG are throwing as a bit of a default. That one we saw Mada peek over just a few rounds ago. And I think by dominating this A main space, it frees up the rest of the map for DRX to poke into a very weak C side where it's really just Psalm posted long with the op.
I mean, Brock is within striking distance, I suppose, and yeah, there's a little strength to this C. I think the question is, where did DRX decide to go here?
Yeah, this is interesting calling from the DRX camp. After so many quick rounds, this time it's slowing it down. It's a bit of a mid-test. Now a drone doesn't find anything.
Ah, they're going back B.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, it's always when Freeing is A short, that's when they're popping into the B site, and this is no different.
I think one big difference here is remember the ults that they have at their disposal on the defense.
Yeah. Really good retake ults, even denying the plant here with Andre's Fury.
Yeah, Brock is already set up and spawned to do just that. So tap of the spike leads to the ult committed.
30 seconds left.
Well, fancy footwork will keep them alive, but will buy a little bit of time.
Ooh, NRG are a bit scattered, though. Now this Paranoia not going to be available in the retake, and Flashback is still fighting up.
Scuba has his ult. Flashback is in trouble. There's no real easy way out of this. You kind of have to take your heels in and try to take the fight. Meanwhile, the ult in exchange to try to clear out the lockdown will succeed. Winman pushing the pace, looking to fight forward, stunned up, forced to take another one, and falls at the hands of it. Meanwhile, now Bane and Mako, two left standing side by side. And now it's just Mako in a 1v3. Brock sticking the defuse. We'll get it all the way there as NRG find a thread to pull on, and they continue to push where it hurts.
Yeah, it's just these full retakes. And I think in there you saw where a situation where NRG don't have all the utility in the world to fight with, but very good moment-to-moment calling out of Ethan. First of all, they deal with that lurk, right? The timeout they called previously was all to deal with those lurks. But then, NRG were set up. They're rotating 3 players over towards C-Link to start the rotate in. As soon as they heard Flashback fight up into A-Link, 2 of those players started shifting back over to deal with that forward aggression. And it was in that moment, I think, that NRG sort of saw the way to get back into the site.
Yeah, I think another thing that we have to mention there, I talked about him a little bit earlier and how pivotal he was to NRG's success in their last series, but Scuba seems to be warming up. 3 kills in that round, snappy with it too, as we have another quick tech pause. This one
little breather,
right? Another tech pause here.
Nggak pernah gue pakai,
Yeah,
meledak
I
lagi.
do think NRG have found a little something here that they can continue to rely on.
For sure. I am a little hesitant to be so overjoyed about how NRG have found success on the last 2 full retakes, primarily because of the composition they're playing. You know, you think back to, you know, the early days when this comp came into the fore, it was all about the quick flood onto site. It was about never really allowing the plant to go down.
Sure.
And
Apa itu?
that's important
Disconnect.
because this comp doesn't have the greatest retake utility. You don't have like
Disconnect,
a breach done, the flashes, you don't have the drill to push people out of corners.
Right.
And I
Sakit
think that this comp has
sakit
gotten a little bit better than when you saw this comp back in 22 or 23 because of the neon. You have that
daripada
extra
pilot?
stun. It's a little bit better than the Jet in that slot. But it still shouldn't be
pause.
so reliable that they can make these retake happen unless Mata or
Crash, Cok,
Scuba are
PC-nya.
finding these 3Ks like they just did.
Right,
Bisa nge-crash, bro.
So we'll continue to look into that and see how that plays out. I am being told that we are ETA soon on getting back into the action.
Is that a technical term,
Right.
soon?
Yeah, soon.
Yeah.
Bisa-bisanya.
I think is what we call that one.
Right, yeah. And so
Disconnect
assuming all
deh.
goes well, we will be joining back into the game here in just a moment. If you are just joining us, welcome. You missed a banger of a first series.
Anda,
And
kan?
now it's early days, but we do seem to have a bit of a fight on our hands between NRG and DRX. Both teams, again, walk into this series very confidently. Both had great opening starts. First half of Abyss for NRG notwithstanding. We don't really talk
Yeah, we
about
ignore
one,
that first half.
right?
Yeah.
And I imagine they do too. But honestly, they've looked great up until this
Kenapa
point.
tuh layarnya?
We're really
Oh,
getting to
begitu.
see these two
Oh.
teams clash with
Red
such
screen.
wildly different stories. I mean, DRX go 0-2 in their playoff run,
Gitu
and
sih
they head
layarnya.
in as the number 4 seed. And NRG surprise
Layar kenapa,
everyone,
anjir?
making it all the way to top 2, and
Wah.
ultimately falter. But talk about four
Permainan kah ini?
It's vastly different.
Yeah, I mean, I think expectations
Ah.
are high for a team like NRG because
Yeah,
of what
sure.
they
Layarnya
did
begitu,
in the
Cok.
playoffs, and everyone's like, DRX at the 4th seed, they get it on points.
Yeah,
Bane's
sure.
coming back into the roster. That was a last-second, update. Like, what actually happened there? And yet, with DRX knocking down a number 1 seed, I mean, talk about how crazy this tournament has been. We've
Yeah.
had 3 of our 4 number 4 seeds beat the first seeds from the opening regions.
Bete
in
nggak sih?
that
Bete
opening
nggak sih
matchup.
kalau
Just
gitu?
absolutely wild stuff, but that has instantly put DRX into the conversation among the best here.
Yeah, well, it's because, they didn't get to play in group stage, and so they were a little cold. And
Right.
The number 1 seed bye.
We
is
needed
so
the
tough.
group stage,
Yeah, let's go.
Exactly.
and then the number 1
4-2,
seed's gonna go.
NRG 2,
Exactly.
DRX
The
1,
classic
S1,
grouping.
4.
Notwithstanding, we are back into the game now. And this time, Mata has reclaimed that operate away from Som, but it's been always these C-long holds from the op, and apart from the anti-eco, DRX ran in round 2, they haven't really gone heavy down long.
Just a bit short on that shock dart. That alarm bot will still be in play B. Wall goes up. Immediately proc, the Nano 2, they're double diving onto this. That was really cool. The Neon into B, the Waylay into Garage.
Udah
And
dapat
Scuba
nih.
gets a kill.
Timingnya udah dapat, counternya udah dapat, NRG. Ibarat kata ya, ibarat kata nih ya. Match pertama tuh buat ngeriset dulu ya kan. Kasih dulu kan, trial error dulu nggak sih gitu. Mana sih dia cara mainnya sih?
Push back off the op, and he had the ace up his sleeve.
Yeah, the ace is stolen, of course, by the utility on this B site. The
Kasih
combination
dulu
of the
dah.
home plus the,
Oh begitu, ya udah berarti counternya begini. Ya. Emang iya, so tau
Just a
gue.
savant.
NRG coming to life at just the right time, and now it's DRX who will throw a pause on the situation. Let Termi get involved in the conversation. We'll see.
Langsung
I mean,
aja.
so
Terlihat,
we saw early
langsung
on,
terlihat murung
the
muka-muka
double
dari
dive was
NRG.
working for DRX.
Mulai
It was
pusing.
working quite, effectively too.
Sepertinya
NRG
tadi dia
started to make some
terperangkap
adjustments,
oleh
and this time
jebakan
things felt a
NRG
little bit funny
untuk
there. You could chalk that
menganalisis
hit up to a couple of
strategi
different
dari
things that
NRG.
maybe aren't necessarily macro specific,
Background.
but What's the adjustment here for DRX?
I mean, ultimately, it's going to come down to the post plants. That last round, it's a fake one because they were running this like fake B hit with the Neon, who was supposed to pinch back into C-Link, but we just died to utility. So it is what it is. The previous 2 rounds are the concern for DRX, and I think they need to look at how they are playing in tandem with one another on the sites. That A hold when Mata slides out of heaven. There's 2 players right next to each other inside the Viper Orb. Mata kills them both. Neither of them saw him. You know, how is that happening? On the B post plant, you know, maybe Flashback is fighting too far forward on his own instead of falling back and playing, you know, good angles together off one another. So that should be the way forward for DRX. Because as you said, apart from that last round, every single hit has been a success for DRX.
And so NRG, we'll see what they do here. Again, it's time to op in the hands of Sam.
Yeah.
And it's Odin still for Brock.
Mata was able to get boosted up here. Jumping out of heaven onto default over to the box, but it causes a really almost passive hold for NRG. On the C side, they're going to let their, you know, Sam and Scuba take these more forward lines for information. I think projecting that level of threat, very important in a comp like this where usually Killjoy and Viper are the ones playing more passively. You need to have some rounds of that threat so that DRX can't just walk in for free.
Scuba might be in some trouble here if they continue to commit onto this garage.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately his job is just get one here.
He might get a shoulder. Oh,
he saw the belt, I want to say. But hard to know for sure.
Yeah, and so the ceasefire continues, at least for now. They're rotating back towards A in the face of the 3 into Mata posted up.
Exactly, but this is where Ethan's going to have a paranoia going down the long angle as the hit comes in. That's going to be big. Brock is holding on to a dart. He can shoot out from heaven and then spam with the Odin. This will be NRG's best shot at holding DRX heavy exec onto A.
Paranoia at the ready as the wall goes up and the smoke goes through. The second one is traded. Mata's actually the first to fall. Flashback, back sight. And Brock tries to do his best from heaven, but he's smoked off. Can't really get involved in the situation. And with just over 10 seconds left, the spike goes down.
Yeah, Scuba ran down mid, threatened the flank. I believe broke a tripwire. So DRX have sent Hyunmin to deal with the flank. That allows maybe an opportunity to get back in, but it's still one operator for Sam.
Tough spot to be in. DRX with the numbers advantage. Flashback does have his ult.
I don't think you play this one, NRG.
I don't think they do either. Yeah, they're calling the save.
And honestly, you look there and you're like, how is it possible that NRG failed to kill more than one player on the exec? I think a large part of it is that DRX were very quiet in the approach. It wasn't DRX barreling down, you know, long, barreling through short like they had on previous execs.
OP, energi udah bawa OP, udah bawa Odin anjir. Saving aja udahlah. Kalau nggak pede, saving. Trik juga nih. Duitnya energi banyak banget anjir.
No, I mean,
teori ekonomi ya ini.
Yeah, okay, sure. Snappy out of him, and so DRX hang on to a 2-round lead.
4.000, 4.000, PRX cuman 3.000, 1.000, gope. Shit.
Meanwhile, the same 2 big weapons on the side of NRG, the op for Mata and then the Odin for Brock.
Yeah, this is looking like that quick short lurk round previously that Bring had been going for, throwing the cage on the cross. This time not choosing it. Usually when DRX have been heavier.
Cheeky little smoke for Mata to tuck in, not get tagged by the dart.
Langsung aja kita puff di
I like that a lot, although of course this time DRX hadn't committed
50 watt.
space. Maybe going back into that one with the drone later on.
50 watt berjalan di 0,20 OHM.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see that play out.
As a matter of fact, NRG's A-holds have been very passive. It's usually been Brock scouting from long and then falling back into sight.
And so they put their star in this aggro angle. It does not look like it will be tested anytime soon. As DRX continue, I mean, the whiplash and change of pace, how they've approached this attacking side is almost, I mean, it's almost jarring.
Yeah, it's been much slower ever since that timeout. Now just pulling a paranoia, you can see how much, you know, scariness there is behind that drone.
Mata's going to get tested. The smoke just barely taking that line away at just the right time.
Cute little jump peek there to spot the players coming.
Ada si Manjuntak. Udah tahu infonya kalau DRX mau ngeras A. Udah prepare di sana dengan Odin dan OP. Langsung aja diras oleh DRX. Dapat setnya DRX, tapi energi langsung mendingan retake aja, dia dipukul mundur aja oleh DRX. Hampir aja kena tuh. Sama-sama di dalam smoke. Oh no, langsung aja di backup. Waduh, di ulti sama DRX, 1 melawan 1. 1 lawan 1 di ulti.
Flashback choosing to pop the ult there is just instant checkmate. There is nothing you can do dropping out of heaven in a situation like that.
Soalnya saving juga DRX.
And a bit of different hold this time for DRX as well, getting right up on the other side of that smoke. Stopping them right in the corridor.
Tadi
And that's one of those adjustments.
running din 50 watt dengan 0,20 OAM.
Don't allow NRG out easily.
Dengan airflow full, kita buka di sini full airflow with the RDA juga menggunakan Alienware 0,20 OAM. Berapa lilit? 1, 2, 3, 4 lilit. Coil renggang.
Choosing to play full retake on A.
Yeah, the second Ethan sees someone, there goes Mata. Yeah. Mata might just go now.
Gila, kalau udah lama nggak nge-vape lagi enak banget anjing.
Worse for wear. I mean, but it's a effect of NRG just being denied any amount of information.
Ethan gets his pick though. And now things slow down once more.
Yeah, the tides turn. Whereas before it was NRG without info, wanting to step forward, get something done. Now it's DRX down numbers and flashback in garage. Sees the gun.
And sees Som. Gets one. And gets away. Might get a shot at
Oh,
the
shit.
second. Mata weak, stays alive.
This is awkward though, Doug. 40 seconds left on the clock. Look where the spike is, down on A short. They're going to fake a pop into B and try to slip this guy up into A.
And that was the relief. That was the last bit of pressure they needed. Clear Scuba falling, opens the way for them to go. Ethan has to win out all these fights just to have a chance.
This is forbidden technology. This is the legendary B to A split out of DRX. Gunman made it all the way around, but on the other side of the map, Mata has jumped over the tripwire on the flank.
I think Freeing knows. But he's going to miss the timing.
He didn't hear it.
No. And so Mata slipped the net, but he's so weak. He still might have a shot at this, though.
Kaget tenggorokan gua aja. Tidit lah.
Health be damned when you get a shot like that.
Nice.
Main's the first to fall. What can DRX do? They try to white knuckle their way onto this site. They try to hang on, and it falls into 1v1 once more.
1 lawan 1. Nggak berani kah energi?
All attention, all eyes on him. A tap of the spike.
Energi.
A
Kalau
challenge.
energi.
And Mata.
Energi.
Seemingly
ada kamera.
clear that out. The
Nice
cam
banget.
falls, yes, but now
Dar,
the real swing
mantap.
comes through. DRX gets 7.
Tapi 7-3.
It gets a bit dicey there towards the end
Masih
with
jauh.
Mata on the flank. But it was this walk-in from Flashback, I think. Gets the team straight back in the round. He ended up falling. But his work into mid.
One enemy remaining.
Just taking straight up duels. That's what won that for DRX.
We'll keep a close eye on those clutch moments.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you've got two really good teams. Those are offensive difference maker. It looks like there's a little bit of aggression here.
NRG want this walk down. They've heard the spam all the time, but there's not really been a mid-swing.
No.
The camera on the right side, though, is going to stop them from continuing the encroachment.
No real way for them to know how much space NRG have taken, though.
At a certain point, you just gamble when the cam goes down, or you just hold for the inevitable reclear.
I have the spike.
They're waiting for now.
Oh, the cam gets pulled back, and now we go.
Immediately. Starting to accelerate and push the pace. They have a trip they're going to have to deal with. Nah, I don't know how you get over this. A bit trickier of a problem. And so Mata tries to go fast, and you see they've separated
Here.
their timings. Freeing, looking for the second. Meanwhile, a couple of ults popped. That will clear the lockdown. TRX still in a position to hang on to the side while Scuba buys his time and waits.
Som is taking so much time on that flank. When he chooses to activate, he needs to find some kill. And yet Bane is holding him down on long.
Brock up in heaven, looking to take the fight, falls. The duelist just getting the best of him. Meanwhile, flashback holding them back. NRG are stalling out here. I mean, the Paranoia will buy a little bit more space there. Som getting active, Scuba getting 2 kills. And just like that, the site's cracked wide open. Mako and Freeing trying to hang on to this site. Waiting for the challenge. The spike has been taken for a little bit. The gun barrel's there in the double swing. Mako and Freeing hang on.
Apaan tuh?
How many years later, and Mako is still just having rounds like that. Great work out of him and the rest of DRX, because things got so uncomfortable. The smoke that NRG keep putting down onto the site continue to divide up these DRX players, forcing them to just play on their own.
And you saw it there, the observers pointed it out. The gun barrel was visible on Mada's screen, but so laser focused. Tough break, and DRX capitalized. And so into the last round of the half we go. A couple bolts still in play. Mada taking the space. An aggro fight here.
NRG want to seize some control back in these rounds. You saw it in the last as well, walking down into B, now taking that forward A space. And by holding on to these forward lines, it tells them almost essentially exactly where DRX are going to be headed. And they can stack heavily onto that side of the map, but it hasn't really seemed like the stacks matter for NRG because of how overwhelming the execs are with the Neon Waylay.
Yeah, you can only invest so much defensively.
It almost feels like NRG are praying for a spam kill to go right so that they can just take some amount of utility out of the equation.
Silence across the map.
Drone now comes in for the re-clear. End to Cage to threaten the cross.
Brock is the trap. I don't think they're going to clear him. No, they're not. Beautifully played. But Brock feeling the corners closing in, feeling some of the pressure. Meanwhile, a pit invested mid.
Yeah, Som playing right up in it with a shorty. DRX wanted to pivot back into the B side, but there's an alarm bot. There's a Viper. There's so much to deal with. 30 seconds left on the clock.
He's still in the pit. He's still in the pit. And Women gets decapitated.
So now it becomes a mad dash towards the C site. Still a turret holding that approach. So DRX make the noise, now start shifting back to A. They have to deal with the Neon, and then I believe Maka's going to ult over into A. They're pinching onto long.
They're not going to see him. I don't think they know he's there. Mada play spoiler. 10 seconds left. The spike gets through.
Lama gue nggak ngeliat Phantom Coordination.
Trying to spam and stop the plan is exactly what they'll do. 3 for the duelist, a flawless round as NRG gets a 4.
That's a great round to close out the half for NRG, but they are still coming into this second bleeding. Down 8-4 and being tested really in every single round. It's only this little bait and switch that ends up working for NRG in the final moments. And these shots from Scuba as well. You cannot undersell how powerful Scuba has been on the global stage.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have 5 guys that are just frying. It's just the macro that's been the difference. We've got an interview down at the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest from the side of NRG. Lou, take it away.
Et j'accueille une nouvelle maman NRG à mes côtés. Guys, let's give a warm welcome to Carrie, Ethan's mom. It's a pleasure to have you here, first of all, an honor. Too, and the first question I wanted to ask you, we see your dedication being here, rooting for your son. So I wanted to know, what's your best memory of Ethan on Valorant?
Of course, winning champs, 2023 in LA.
I think it's hard to beat that one indeed. Donc c'est quoi ton meilleur souvenir de ton fils sur Valorant? Eh bien évidemment les Champions en 2023, le fait qu'il ait gagné. My second question, Carrie, is going to be very clear. You know, your son has been there for quite a while, right, in esports. But I want to know, do you think he is in his prime currently?
I think so. I love seeing how his IGL, and he's a great mentor for up-and-coming gamers. So I think he's in his prime, and he's got a long way to go still. So
yeah,
this is oyster.
Definitely. Donc, est-ce que tu penses que ton fils est à son prime, à son plus grand niveau? Et bah oui, je trouve qu'il endosse les responsabilités d'IGL avec beaucoup de place et qu'il peut encore s'améliorer, mais je le trouve très très fort. Indeed, thank you very much, Claire. Merci. Thanks to you. And we're gonna see if NRG manages to bounce back on their opponents. Not big.
Thank you so much, Lou. Yeah, I think that's a fair question that needs to be asked, Chrissy, as we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. Is Ethan in his prime? Like, Is this the run that he hits again? Because right now, real tough spot in this opening map against DRX.
I mean, hey, Ethan, you win a little champs. I say, yeah, sure, you win it again. You can be in your prime doing the IGL stuff this time around. Especially, I think, the way he was playing back during Stage 2 playoffs. He was very strong for NRG. But I think now as we come into the second half, I would like to take a little bit closer of a look at Flashback and Yunmin, the double duelists for DRX, because while their mission was very clear on the attacking side of things, and they have built up a nice little buffer here of 4 rounds, on defense is where they're going to have a whole lot more options in terms of how they want to play. Obviously, I think their retake ability going to be pretty powerful in terms of breaking crosshairs and getting back into the site, but they also have some options to go for more aggressive fights in different areas around the map.
And so back into the fold we go. We take a quick look at the defensive setup for DRX. Not much interest in fighting for A main. A lot more focus on mid and garage.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see on pistol rounds this 2-2 setup between garage and mid. Mid players can hold a little double thing, and then if they run into any contact, the garage players can step out. But we've just got 4 players sprinting over into the C site, and we're going to see a little test of these DRX retakes already in the pistol.
Pushing that narrow corridor of the wall. The paranoia is out. It's not going to tag onto anyone. Tap, tap, tap as the spike goes away. Flashback, the first to fall. And they continue to threaten, continue to stall out, but Ethan finally getting that thing down.
Yeah, no threat of that NRG flank, and actually Freeing taking down the Killjoys, turned it around on the map.
Right. And so you have to keep a close eye on that. Are they aware? Surely they know. Yeah, a couple of guns trained that way. No, maybe they weren't aware. So as aware as I thought.
Culik-culik gitu.
Freeing gets a free one.
Waduh.
Oh, they get a couple all over the site. You mentioned they were going to test that retake.
Ngeri.
Aces across the board.
Yeah, that was a little dance there between our IGLs. Ethan and Mako calling circles around each other, right? Because NRG try to reclaim that garage space as soon as their lurker dies out. Then all of a sudden they don't find Freeing, the guy that killed their guy. And so they go back into the C site, but they don't see him down long, so then they've got to turn around and deal with these players that started creeping out. It was that pressure Freeing generated by killing the lurker and then disappearing on the map.
Uyang tuh, coachnya tuh.
NRG every which way.
Geleng-geleng doang tuh.
Maybe that forces the scale into spawn when they feel like they have a lot of threat behind them. They double swing outside of that smoke and then immediately get dropped.
I think winning that pistol erases a lot of the concerns I had for DRX on this half. Getting this, converting here, getting up to 10, then you just need a few good ult rounds to carry it through.
Cheeky little smoke, but Flashback playing ahead of it with the judge means there's no real joy on the other side of it. So NRG will decide that they want to test the waters B. They have a trip that they're going to have to navigate. And maybe they can get away with one. Thrifties have been so prevalent in this tournament.
Smoke aja.
Yes, they have. And I like this hold from DRX right now. Even bringing a second player over onto the B site. They just droned down A-long as well. So they know there's no hit coming on that side of the map anytime soon. They've got Cypher Util comfortably guarding their C.
Just freezing on the other side of the smoke. The trip gets cleared and immediately utility through.
Look at Freeing step up into that cage. I absolutely love it.
Ethan's gotten some high ground. He's gone undetected. But classic into the face of a bulldog like that is tough. A flawless round for DRX as they get to 10.
I love seeing that little movement out of the Cypher. Taking the moment to break the one-way that had been put down on top of the site there. Use his own cage to do that. As a matter of fact, gets up into it.
Jump scare, bro.
Chat, ada suara ular makan kodok.
Wasn't expecting the Cypher there, was he?
And so remember here, take a quick look at the timeline and remember how the first half started for DRX. Able to win the pistol, they win the anti-eco, and then they convert the bonus. And that really set off the chain of events that has us to this point. Hello, once again in a spot to try to do it again. And they're pushing for blood. Aggressive down C-long. Flashback gets the opener. They continue to crunch in. But Scuba punches back.
Yeah, 1 for 1 is good enough for NRG to try and equalize now. They can take a breath, filter out, and make sure that more players have stepped up into the empty space. You can see down on A shore. That's exactly what Freeing's done on his Cypher.
Deny some of that space. NRG will have to deal with him if they decide to go back that way. But for now, attention towards C.
I believe Flashback was able to pick up the Vandal off of Som's body, or Mata's body rather, on the way out. That'll be the one bright light for DRX.
Tetep ya nggak puas kalau nggak ngudut.
Generally, you look at this and you go, this is a one and done, but Champs is a different beast. One kill found, drops the cage, tries to cover, can't find any more.
So Bane is going to be able to slip back into the site. Now he needs one. Flashback's going to need one. Everyone needs one.
He gets two! Bane gets both! Scuba tries to get them back into the round, get back into the action.
Tanpa Diamond 1
But it's
udah
another mess.
lemes sih. Sama kayak Sentinel, udah nggak ada tens. Lemes udah, redup udah redup.
And that just takes NRG out of the game. Bonkar's gonna go ahead and smash the timeout button. The second time he's called a timeout after round 3.
Now, we have long talked about NRG's struggles on the attacking side, and we saw their ridiculous comeback on Abyss on the attacking side. But Haven's a bit different. Haven doesn't necessarily play the same way. We can chalk up the fact that they were able to pull that comeback off to the fact that Abyss is very attack-sided, but
sure.
I mean, that said, they aren't strangers to a deficit like this.
Yeah, I mean, they have the comebacks like you're talking about, and I think truthfully, when I look at DRX's comp, they don't have really great tools to stall you out.
Jangan-jangan tuh bukan suara
in terms of a defense comp,
suara
DRX are a little bit lacking in that regard. You know, the Cypher tripwires are pretty easy to be dealt with when you've got
ular makan kodok, tapi suara pagar ya. Gue cek dulu nih. Ngeri coba, daerah lagi berbahaya.
And yet with DRX just running that aggro look down every single lane. You think they pushed C-Long, they pushed Garage, they pushed A. They can just do that on 2 rounds, maybe throw an ult into the mix, and they'll have just won the game. So yeah, it's going to require NRG to dig real deep here to have any chance of taking out DRX's map pick.
Yeah, it's funny, they talk about swapping sides and how the double duelist going to work on the defensive side. I'm pretty sure the approach has been the same. Play at super high pace, super high tempo, and don't let NRG get a breath.
I mean, it's the same thing right there. Doesn't even have to press it again to go back. He's fine to get the kill and run out anyways.
And if they commit into this A hit, which it seems like will be the case, they have 3 members of the defense here.
I mean, it's just an execution.
I don't know how NRG make adjustments here. DRX looks so good on both sides of the ball.
You don't really have the time to make the adjustments either, unless Sum and Brock can do something.
A high-low like this, yeah, you get your one, but double, triple face. What are you gonna do?
Die to Freeing's lurk again. He's got Sum fully boxed in here. Nowhere left to go but forward.
Snappy on one.
Ya elah, dikece-kecein sama DRX, NRG. Hoki doang kan kemarin menang dia.
You know, brush a map like this off. They've got a lot to look forward to. Corrode and Lotus, their best maps.
Yang bener aja.
The fashion in which DRX are just tearing them apart here. They're gonna start sowing the seeds of doubt in the back.
Yang bener aja.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily inspire confidence on that side of the stage. Meanwhile, for DRX, I mean, they look like world beaters right now.
Absolutely. Just riding that momentum from their opening series versus TL. Again, some bullets down into mid early on. Okay.
That's with the spike. Cancel out, so they get the Waylay ult out, sure.
Yeah, and we heard the Omen ult canceled, I assume. Actually, DRX are
Cuma
still
dikasih
going back
4 NRG sama DRX. Oh shit, man.
Sure, better the double, you know. Yeah.
But now that they've fully cleared that away, they're like, okay, and now what? NRG haven't seized any of these gaps that they've left by going back to re-clear their own spawn. Yeah, it's a pretty garbage drone from Bane, sends that out from A-Link to make sure no one got onto the site, but at the end of the day, DRX are still in a great spot.
This trip is still up. Utility has not cleared it. Clement's gonna try to push the pace again, but Ethan, feeling the threat, off the spike, takes the fight, but there's more, there's a layer to it.
Berat batu megang spec ya.
Behind it, and DRX again, beautiful performance.
That spike sitting out stranded on the B site. DRX have 3
Galak
players
DRX,
here holding it with an iron grip.
With confidence and conviction, DRX continue to push the pace, continue to take the fight to NRG, and every
Timing control mapnya nggak dapet energi, cok.
as close to perfect as you can get. A complete
Ente
stop on their
NRG
map,
GG DRX.
for DRX.
The kings of groups, DRX. They have never failed to make it out, and well, if they keep playing like that, they're not going to miss it.
Yeah, I can't imagine that changing. We'll see if Corrode has a different tale for us. We're going to take a quick
Next
break.
map, Corrode.
We'll be right back.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best. So looking for revenge.
How about him behind one? There's the shorty. Goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation.
Heretics have come back all the way.
Finally, we won. Finally.
Let's go.
Hmm. 3 menit. Buset, mantau anak didik sampai ngantuk. Gimana Pak De? Aduh. Gas gak Pak De? Belandang gak? Belandang gak Pak De? Iya ini. Gimana sih setelah ditinggalin sama Diamond 1 jadi begini? Gimana sih ini? Dibantai-bantai sama DRX. Shit lah. Bantai-bantai kieu sama DRX. Mana Pak Ade? Bagaimana itu? Shit. Ayo guys, welcome ya guys. Chat gue kayak mantau ya. Matanya doang kelihatan. Matanya doang yang kelihatan. Cih. Capek. Ngantuk gua. Berapa menit? 1 menit. Biar nggak kena copyright kita. Dedeng, 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 dedeng. Gila, NRJ dibantai-bantai sama DRX. Cok. Sadis. Cuman dikasih 4, Cok. Gila nggak tuh? Nggak habis pikir wah.
Direction to that other duelist, and you're flooding the site so quickly with either free space being taken or again the ability to refract out of there and leave your neon with some utility that's well directed with your information to clean up the rest.
Well, the good thing for NRG, okay, sure, there weren't many, but I think Matter at
Gila,
least had some
4K.
moments. Like, I think you could still see some of that individual brilliance. They didn't manage many rounds because I think it was only really him and Scuba that had a game to sort of talk about, but he was able to at least get them into position where you go, okay, there's a possibility here, and I think in the next map that's going to be very important.
He was a part of a ridiculous amount.
Udah lah, nggak usah ada map ketiga lah.
Always Matter at the scene of crime.
Langsung aja hajar.
I got a feel for him a little bit because he tried his goddamn hardest.
Yeah, for sure. Like individually, he still looked decent. But
Gas ga?
there isn't gonna be
Om,
that
bentar. Apa tuh?
Well, NRG
Maksudnya apa tuh?
Not a
Gas
terrific
ga?
start by any means,
Bentar.
but they have a chance to come back.
Bentar
Here's
apa tuh?
Wonka had to stay ahead of
Pak
Matt.
Le.
Mika here
Bentar
now,
apa tuh?
Wonka of
Gas lah,
NRG.
gas.
Now, that was a tough loss on the first match.
Gas.
I'm
Lu
wondering
udah
what was
login belum?
PRX doing that was so difficult for the
Satu
team
pertandingan
to
lagi ya,
win,
satu
and how
pertandingan
you
lagi ya.
remedy that going into the next map, Kurot.
I mean, they played a comp that we never played against and a play style, but also we had some listening issues within the team, so we weren't listening and following our plans accordingly. So just resetting, forgetting about that map, and just going back to our game plan, and we should be fine.
Well, good luck, and hopefully you plan to bring it back.
This is a second coach from EMEA that said they did not know
Blans
how to
gak
deal
ntar,
with
oh,
DRX.
gas lah, Blans lah.
I feel
Kenapa
like
nggak
I was
Blans?
the exact
Blans.
same thing, but you have to
Blans, bos.
prepare for the way that
Gila, nama YT gue aja udah Blans. Masa kagak Blans?
Someone says like prepare for PRX. It's like yes, you understand
Blans
what
lah.
they're going to do, but when a team is flying at you at a million miles an hour, reacting to
Gila ya,
something that
kelihatan matanya doang ya di sini ya.
week in week out, while they're playing against the comp they have played week in week out is very
Kayaknya TikTok gua kena shadow ban dah. Bantu tap Pak deh. 1K Pak deh. Tolong bantu. Kena shadow ban kayak TikTok gue ini. Tolong dibantu tap Pak deh. YT doang nama blind streamer lobby. Apa tuh maksudnya itu? Apa tuh streamer lobby? Streamer lobby apa tuh? Streamer lobby. Baru dengar gue tuh streamer lobby. Buset, hati-hati pegel jempol lu Pak deh. Kesleo, hati-hati. Asam urat. Nah, shadow ban nih TikTok gua nih kayaknya nih. Apa gara-gara ada keranjang kuningnya ya? Gara-gara gua pasang keranjang kuning ya? Ya, semoga dengan nama baru menjadi hal baru juga ya. Gampang kan disebutnya kan Pak D ya? Gampang gak sih? Gampang disebutnya gak sih? Kalau SCP-7 kan susah banget ya. Beberapa orang kayaknya SCP-7 dia susah ngebacanya. Susah ngebacanya. SCP-7 ada yang SP nyebutnya SP. Kata lu gua kena pelanggaran kena SP. Ada yang membacanya SP, ada yang SP. Kocak ya. Apa gue share di FB jual beli ayam kampung? Ayam kampung kan. Gimana sih cara ngolah ayam kampung biar empuk gitu? Kayak gue belum ketemu ya. Belum ketemu. Mau di restoran mana aja udah gue coba ayam kampung tuh agak keras gitu. Gak sempuk ayam boiler. Tapi boleh. Share aja Pak De, share Pak De. Share dijual FB jual beli ayam kampung di tempat shockbreaker, jual beli motor, NMAX, modif NMAX, kirian, segala macem. Share. Paling lu tar lu di kick sama adminnya tuh OOTD apa OOT out of topic. Balik dulu gue bos. Oke bos, hati-hati di jalan. Hati-hati di jalan ya. Jangan lupa beli udut dulu sebelum balik. Gak ada umah dulu. Apa itu? Gak ada umah dulu apa? Gak ada umah dulu apaan tuh? Gak ada umah dulu. Wah mabok lu ya? Mabok lu ya Pak De? Lagi mabok lu ya? Udah lah, nggak usah ada map ketiga lah, biar cepet ini. NRG, aduh. Dulu ngeri banget loh NRG, cok. Seenggaknya biar lebih berwarna gitu, nggak ada DRX lagi ya kan, ada tim-tim yang lainnya lah.
right? NRG are 5-0 on this map. Right. You know, they played a lot of rounds.
Set, thank you Pade, tap-tapnya Pade.
Never played this comp for NRG
Mantap.
to be able to download it. They're playing single duelist back in stage 2
Mantap
playoffs.
jiwa.
And so NRG going
Mantap,
for a bit of a
mantap.
rundown round here means that they can't even try to analyze and break down what DRX's approach is going to be because they just kind of full sent it and blew up the round from the get-go.
Yeah, nothing really to learn there.
Gila, energi di ayam-ayamin sama DRX, cok.
NRG fans, cover your ears for a second because we have to go back into a couple of hours ago and we need to go back into the history of DRX
Gue kira bakal sengit gitu ya.
on Haven. They're here once more.
NRG have to be able to deal on this round. And for me, I always want to look at Brock's Odin. You know, NRG really made a name for themselves with the complete overuse of the Odin on Corrode and Lotus.
Right, the Broden, some might say.
I mean,
Dari
Brock is always making sure
aim
he buys
kalah dari control
items.
map
This is four
kalah.
players on light armor, and DRX have bought up
Tuh.
a few guns.
Wah, enggak
That's
ding.
big. I mean, it absolutely is. And yet it doesn't make this game any less simple. DRX have a few players up in
Lagi
main right
apes
now,
kayaknya
now
NRG
sending
tadi
main
sih.
into mid to threaten some
PC-nya
space
nge-crash.
Maybe pull some attention back into mid, so NRG just can't full camp down on this B site. And my question is whether or not Flashback is going to be able to pop the ultimate on this round. Do you actually send that down in numbers to try and convert yet another bonus?
Yeah, I mean, round 3, you've got it early.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, you would have loved to see NRG peek forward for a pick, but here he goes.
The dimensional drift will pave the way, or at least get a little bit of info.
They all dodged
Dapat info.
But there are two here, and they know exactly where they are. Women behind enemy lines. TP's back
Pas
away.
banget.
And Flashback once
Bagus
again,
banget
nipping
smoke-nya,
at his
cok.
heels, looking to take the fight, and it's a disaster once more for NRG. Psalm the last standing.
Gil.
They crumble.
Flashback has silenced NRG in these opening 3 rounds. Completely devastating this site, popping the old down in numbers. There's not a round left for Psalm to play.
No. A bonus again.
And this is where the memories of Haven starts to surface once more. You know, you could have written off Haven and said, okay, it's DRX's map pick. We've got our 2 best in the pool coming up for NRG. But now as things start going horribly wrong on your defensive side of all things, those doubts are right at the fore.
I don't think they know where Psalm is, but he's not even going to take that swing. Just hang on to that rifle and carry it into the next round. We'll take a look at this one more time. This was off the back of an opener too, but this double dive is just...
I mean, the utility
Dior.
didn't even
Flashbang.
NRG, it was just Flashback's flash.
Yeah.
That's it, there was a lot sent
Yo,
that way. There
udah
was
pakai
no way
Odin
it
tuh,
hit them.
NRG.
He wasn't playing off of that. It looked a lot more complicated than it actually was. Every
Yeah,
single
very
round,
complicated.
Flashback, sending one flash and winning it.
Aku dan
7-1 for the
kamu
duelist for DRX.
menuju ruang hampa.
Really getting away with whatever he wants, whatever DRX wants, to be honest.
Now the thing is with NRG going for light armors in the last round and having max loss bonus, losing 3 rounds in a row, they still have a buy on this. So it's not as devastating as it was back for them on Haven when they were forced to save here.
Yeah, yes. If this one goes sideways, though, might be telling a different tale. And DRX again continue this jarring, this disorienting change of pace.
And yet NRG can sit relatively comfortable knowing they have forward information in A main. Yes, mid is going to be a little bit light, but they're okay with that. And even if DRX try to come back into B, well, I was going to say they have the knife on Ethan to slow it down. Now that is not an option, and this pop could rip them apart.
Scuba doesn't have a spit. There's a flash, and there's the wall. And again, it's the double dash. It's again, flashback right behind him.
Aduh.
Again, an opener for DRX. Brock tries to do his best, but he's just an S-domino to fall.
30 seconds left.
NRG had absolutely nothing to slow down that hit. That pulling, that when Hyunmin goes into the site, just diving into the center there, all of a sudden everyone at NRG is turning to deal with him. And that's exactly when Flashback is coming in, popping them. ruining their hold. This is an NRG without answers.
I mean, a change of scenery, a different map, but it feels to me like the approach for DRX is incredibly similar. And it's the same problem that NRG are going to have to solve. And Yinsu was talking about it on the desk. Bonkar said, we didn't know what to do with that comp.
Yeah.
We didn't know how to deal with it. It doesn't look like they do here either.
Yeah, might be time to course correct, readjust with the timeout because NRG
dibantai-bantai NRJ sama DRX. Udah bukan eranya lagi ya.
Americans have tried to exploit this, limited to success, but like you can see right here, apart from a Viper wall and sometimes that spit, as you call it, coming down, there's very little stall, and both a Yoru teleporting across and a Waylay jumping over it can ignore that Viper utility. The only honest piece of utility you have to stop that hit from coming in is the KO knife. So Ethan needs to stop using that, I think, for information, to use that to stall out hits.
Yeah. Or what, just start ignoring the Waylay, dashing onto the site, because you know the real threat is the Yoru behind you?
Yeah, except the one time you ignore Waylay is when
course.
Dunman's going to sit in there and punish you for it.
Right.
I think another idea for NRG, like we saw in the last round with the step into A main from Mata, could be take forward space. You see B main right now, they've got 2 players creeping forward. Now, this isn't going to matter in this round where NRG have 2 guns and DRX are headed towards A, but these are the types of ideas you can start weaving in there to disrupt DRX.
That was one of the guns. Mata had a rifle. NRG, look, they've flatlined. No signs of life. Who's the spark? It's not Scuba either. As DRX, particularly women, just continues to push forward. Just continues.
Nggak pakai rem DRX.
He just does whatever he wants.
Nggak pakai rem.
It's just wild watching this. You know, we come where we've watched NRG play this map so many times in Americas. Usually they're the squad that's doing what DRX are doing right now. Just knocking you sideways. And well, now playing with his food right behind him. Can take 2 to finish it off with a flawless round.
Dihantam-hantam sama DRX.
A shell of the team we saw.
DRX nggak mau nyanyain kesempatan dia ya. Main di champion akhirnya.
The way I see it, Doug,
Bengong kayak itu.
NRG have really 3 main options they can play with coming into these future rounds. Bonkar is going to be calling a timeout, trying to adjust here. And 2 of them I've talked about. I think A, you can try to take that forward fight in mains, set up there so that the scrap is going to be in the main where you're not so concerned about that set piece of a Waylay diving above you and that teleport in behind. The second one is you play on site, but Ethan has to be way more mindful of when his knife is up and using that to interrupt the hit, and you've got to have bodies behind that to fight. And the other one is, and this is the Hail Mary, you need to try and start blowing up the middle of the map, threatening on flanks. You give them the site, but you make the round state so chaotic that it sort of forces DRX to keep fighting forward, and in that chaos try to win.
And which is kind of what they were doing on Haven, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they fully reverted to this retake approach on sites.
It was the last 2 rounds of the half where they pushed out through B out of mid. They pushed down A long, and those rounds did go well for NRG, so it wouldn't shock me to see them try to incorporate something similar, at least in the next few rounds.
And so what is the answer for the number 2 seed from the Americas region? What are the adjustments on the other side of this timeout? Because for DRX, the pace has been unyielding, unrelenting.
Where are you?
A little bit of pressure across the middle of the map. An eye for a knife.
Yeah, NRG have been defaulting this knife down bottom mid at the start of rounds, and
it's a real deep smoke in B main that DRX just had to use a dog to clear, scared of the early aggression B main, like
there was even a flash tossed over the top of B there into main. So NRG are showing a lot of force towards the B main side. They're not actually in there, but it's done enough to push DRX the other way. Although, that being said, that doesn't really change the outcome of events for NRG. DRX have been very successful on these A-pops anyways.
And so they freeze, they cut noise, they gather up, and then they just explode out onto the site. That seems like that'll be approach for DRX here.
Yeah, as the split comes into A, I wonder if it's going to be difficult for Mata to quickly pinch into A.
Only 2 on site. The dart's not going to do a ton. They try to cancel out on the other side. Bane gets a little bit, but Bane gets more. And now they can call off the side if they want to rotate away. It's just going to be on Som.
Yeah, Som, who's tucked over into the corner on the left side here. Now, Bane is low HP, but he's going to be the bait for DRX. Som needs 2 here to give NRG a chance.
There's his 1. How much more can he do? 2,
Buset.
3. And all of a sudden, they're up in numbers. Women should be able to spike down, though. And now left in a 1v2. He has been a demon. But this time he falls. NRG, they get on the board.
That is just a Som round there, through and through for NRG. Yep. They were outplayed through the round. Revealing area. Som's dealing with flashes from his teammates too. It's a little bit funny, but I mean, apart from this spam kill that Brock had, it's just Som. Because you have to remember, Bane was left sitting in mid. He killed 2 players that were rotating over for NRG. NRG were hoping to play for mid control to fast flood into A, but between the Viper wall and the location Bane was in, that was very difficult.
And so an exhale as NRG get on the board. We saw the problems with the Odin. Ethan's got his ult here, light armor on everyone.
Where are you? Marked 1.
And DRX not playing fast. Same smoke as we talked about in the previous round, though, that aggressive B main smoke.
Yep. Trying to step up into mid behind the knife, trying to step up behind the smoke in B main, or at least threaten it. That said, this time DRX are positioned to try and re-clear into B main and figure out exactly how NRG have been holding it. I mean, it's wild that NRG have committed yet another smoke into main.
But, I mean, I look at those 2 smokes alone, and that tells me that the approach on the other side of the timeout was to deny space.
Yeah, just toss up a Viper wall of your own.
3rd Omen smoke, B main.
And now the re-clear will come. But you have to keep in mind, Hyunmin and Bane both with the ultimates. They can overwhelm the site, so the positions of NRG are not to really fight it out here. Instead, it's to play back into heaven and then try to retake with Ethan's own ult.
Assuming he stays alive, Mata has to keep him up.
Aiming.
Just waiting on the other side of the wall. It's going to be a quick draw. It goes down.
Aduh, belum muncul udah ketembak. Nice. Mantap itu dia.
Gets free too. Now the ult hits out onto the side. The paranoia should buy a little bit of time.
Paranoid,
the defenses of NRG looking to stand strong, looking to hold.
And look at this, Doug. Mata quickly on the flank through mid with only 12 seconds left on the clock. NRG are moving in.
Flash over the top. TRX through. Mata with 3 on the round. Make that 4. Looking for the ace, and Mata delivers.
Apakah akankah NRG akan memenangkan pertandingan di Korode, yang dimana Korode ini adalah pilihan mapnya dia. Shit, gelo.
He's just racking them up, bands on bands.
Fast A for DRX here.
Apakah ini dibuka dengan ace-nya dari siapa tadi? Mada. NRG Mada untuk membangkitkan mentalitas NRG kembali.
With his ultimate, comboed with the Nightfall, that can be extremely disruptive. Once you're denied the audio, you have no idea where that Omen goes. You don't even know he ulted.
So with 3 here, it looks like they just picked up the orb and rotated away.
Yeah, now they've got the Yor ult as well.
And freeing's 1 off of the pit.
Yeah, DRX can just do a bit of bullying here. They have higher tempo on those ults than NRG, who are 1 and 2 off of Brock and Scuba respectively. But they've got a good 3 hold here on NRG's side.
Yeah, in the face of these ults, though, that's a different beast. DRX continue to push NRG to spots where they have to respond.
Typically, Hyunmin's been diving to the left side here into Yard. That's where Mata's going to be playing. We'll see if he can take the 1v1 against the other waylay.
Flashback, taking all of this space and elbow, getting all the info that he possibly can, and there's Winman not far off. You mentioned the Nightfall. It's actually a TP coming through from Som. As Mata waits for the challenge, waits for the swing. TP proc, the fight's there, and it's Flashback who comes out on top. Scuba's gonna try to do a bit of the same on the other side of the smoke. Double face on the other side.
Aiming.
Patiently waiting, they swing. It is, but Brock and also crumbles.
Ente.
Gets us 1, and now the ult pop. 10 seconds left.
Aduh, disamperin dong.
Goes down. This is a dangerous spot. Manages to stay alive.
Danger spot ya. Aduh 11.
With the Odin, what can you do to
Walaupun
take this
Odin
back?
11, Cok. Gimana ya?
One of the newest additions to the team again has to play savior for
Gimana
NRG.
ya ceritanya?
And DRX have been so airtight, so rock steady. Rock creeping forward, looking for a fight. He will slowly inch his way up. A tap of the spike. That eye's not going to attack.
Dapat
Rock's
kah?
gonna stick it. Oh, he
Oh,
had a shot.
shit.
Gets down to 1v1. Kings on the challenge, and it was a tap at just the wrong time.
Timing. Krusial sih.
Brock gets caught on the most brutal timing of all time. And again, it's just DRX carving up this A site. Bane just lethal with it. 3 kills on the approach from Yard. Steady 2 in the post plant.
6-2.
The actual site holds for NRG continue to just be paper. DRX.
DRX sih gila,
And
DRX.
the only real response from NRG has been threatening B main over and over again. And I mean, DRX are like, okay, sure, we'll just keep going A because he can't hold that side of the map.
Mod is up really early with an op.
Ay,
Has the TP
nge-whiff
proc.
gitu, bro.
Jump spots that again. Gets away. Risky.
Di press.
But they're chasing
Ay,
him down. Brock tries to fill it on
hampir
the
aja
space.
keculik. Drell,
Spam coming
Bredel,
through.
spam.
Most uncomfortable position, and eventually the spam connects.
And at the same time, Mako from the shadows into the back line now. DRX
Tanpa
surrounding
pembelaan.
NRG on this A site. So I'm just well
Tanpa
shut down.
pembelaan.
The op, just off the mark, flashed up. But once again, DRX get the openers. They get the sight. They get the space. Freeing's gonna catch Scuba too.
He saw him. What?
Oh no! What happened there? Freeing misplays that horribly. And now they're going to rotate back onto B, and the defenses are going to be there first.
Yeah, he expected Scuba to keep on walking forward now. All of a sudden, it's a bit of a mess. 30 seconds left onto the clock. Scuba still has a molly, has the wall.
And Mata has an op and will have the line.
Oh.
There it is! The collapse! On to 2!
Racing shoot.
Scuba
Buset.
gets the last! NRG
6-3.
gets the 3!
Mata playing with the crowd as well.
And they respond.
I mean, sure.
Nggak ada
Take
respon.
every lucky break you can get. So I have no idea what just happened there in mid. That was wild. The start of this round was such a disaster too.
Just
Brock
bengong.
getting spammed
Oh my
away.
god.
Taste of his own medicine, but through Hyunmin's hand and into Flashback's chest, that collat wins the round for NRG.
Yes, man! Yes!
So maybe Mata is the spark after all. 9 and 6 still has the op in play, and DRX's attack side has slowed down. Not just in the rounds they're winning, but in the pace they're pushing. As Mata gets another opener.
First time ever, DRX's econ broken, but not in Hyunmin's hands.
No.
In and out, an assassin.
They're going to push behind this, though, and Sam's ready for it. Mako a bit too far up. Still a couple of rifles to play on the side of DRX.
The flash is brutal.
68 HP, but Sam swings, gets 3.
Down A.
31 HP. How in the world does he do this? I don't think he
Kira bakal
can.
bengong lagi tuh.
NRG gets a 4, and
Odin
all of a
Master.
sudden, yeah, they might have a shot at this thing.
Hey, take this next round, then I'll start believing it.
Sure.
With NRG, you can see a bit of the excitement on stage. I mean, even just Mata there after playing up with the crowd.
Enemy remaining.
Feeling the hype going from the early peak down into mid.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
That has been severely lacking so far today.
The heavy double dive, full send onto site, dump everything, and overwhelm the defense of NRG has stopped. It's not even... It seems to me like it's not even like they're still trying to do it and NRG have been able to navigate around it and find a way to beat the good against good. It seems like, to me, DRX's approach has changed.
Yeah, they've started to add some more layers. You saw that in the round prior to this one where they tried to go for that A split and the lurk was just a bit of a disaster. They call out of it. So I think they're trying to not be so predictable for NRG where I'm not sure they necessarily need to do that.
Right.
You know, this last round, it's an eco, you ignore it, whatever, it's no big deal. But at the
6-4.
end of the day,
Apakah energi bisa mengembalikan keadaan atau membawa koper untuk pulang kampung ke Amerika?
Yeah, if it ain't broke. But DRX decided to make changes anyway. Maybe they go back to the tried and true on the other side of this timeout. So we near the end of the first half.
It's a bit peculiar to me that Mata has an outlaw in his inventory. You can see DRX with enough money to force up into heavy armors and rifles. It's only Flashback that's vulnerable.
Note here, the 3 ults on the side of the attack too. There's Mata with that outlaw. Looking for a challenge, will not find one early on. And now look at the adjustment from side of NRG. No longer dropping that aggro B main smoke.
It's an A instead, right? That one going onto that side. I don't know how to draw. But ultimately, I think what DRX have spoken about in the timeout is they're inclined to believe that NRG are filling into some of the space, taking forward space in main. So they were holding for a mid walk, seeing if Mata was going to go all the way through that. Now they can regroup, test into B, where they've seen so much attention early, but that's, again, an early KO knife that doesn't give good information, and now eats up all their stall.
Ethan's using it right off respawn. Right off timings. Scuba has tucked. And he was a menace from this exact position for NRG in their previous series. Tucked behind the wall, he's gonna get another one, isn't he? Finds Flashback, trigger discipline, but no. Fires a little bit too early. He gets one, but DRX takes the site. It's a little bit delayed, a little bit of hesitation, but the outcome's the same.
Scuba's going to spend a long time thinking about that round. Had a chance to be the dagger in the back of DRX, but now that responsibility moves to Mata and Brock. The weaponry just isn't really there. Mata's looking at a full HP Bane in main.
He's got to take this line to maybe get a gun upgraded, but Bane is there waiting, as you mentioned.
There's just no way.
No,
Odin Master.
3, he's got the Odin. He'll get one. Dropping into the pit, forced to take the fight. And it's just not when you're going to win there.
And that's wild, too, because I think Scuba's having an incredible tournament. Like, even in the tough halves that NRG played in their opening series, even in the loss in that first map, Scuba's been pretty lights out. But he missed his chance to get the first kill. Amazingly, still turns around and gets one guy before being taken down. But he was being asked for a whole lot more in a position like that. He just couldn't deliver in the heat of the moment.
Bisa-bisanya begitu anjir.
Unyielding, fully sent out into sight for DRX.
Bawa Odin lagi.
So they go back to their tried and true and that's another round win.
Yeah, we're going to close out this half with another Yoru ult. I believe that's 3 now.
And it's going to be another B hit, I think. I mean, they're gathering up. Scuba's jump spotting, but that's danger because you've got Waylay who's going to double dive onto you. And then what? But he takes a step back, pushes off the line. Ethan has joined, does not have knife.
Yep. NRG eat up some of the gas, and it's time to go into this site. No info on Scuba.
Yeah. Flashback only spotting one.
Mendapat satu info.
Ethan now 2, TP's out. And it's Mako who fills in. But they're stalling out onto the site. The Parano's going to buy a little bit of time once again. Scuba can play spoiler. Once again, Scuba can deliver, and he does. 2 found. On to the third, but of course.
And now Mata's here on the flank.
He's got the op in hand. Slowly swinging out onto the site. Trying to get the spike down. He spotted him. But is he going to land the shot? Patience with it right on the mark. And it's going to be him in a 1v2. He's going to be able to get his ones as well, isn't he? The Brock. Odin on the other side, and it's Mata that closes it out. NRG salvage 5 on a half that felt like they were lucky to get this far.
I mean, look, it's a breath of life at the end there for NRG, but every single round felt like it needed multiple things to go perfectly well. This game has delivered so far, but if we're going to see a map 3, NRG need to show up. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
30 seconds.
Apaan tuh? Iklan dari Valorant. 25.
You know, they say history has a tendency to repeat itself, and for TRX, it feels a bit more like fate here on the global stage as they're once again pushing their way out of group stage into the playoff stage. They're up 2 rounds on NRG. Christian, we'll take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. A lot of it was off of the backs of Flashback.
Yeah.
He was insane.
PRX have never failed to make it out of groups, and Flashback is trying to make that a certainty here in 2025. You gotta remember, he's stepped into the secondary duelist role with the team and has been lights out on the Ori. You think back to how many rounds it was just him winning it out from the pistol, getting 3 kills on that one, to having 3 ultimates in the opening half. He was just a force to be reckoned with.
And, you know, we don't give a ton of love to Hinman there because his job kind of sucks. He has to go in, he draws crosshairs, sometimes he gets picked, other times he's able to get away. But I think without Hinman doing that for Flashback, I don't know that he finds that same success. DRX seem to have perfected this comp.
They absolutely have, but on the defense side of things, the approach has to change a little bit. As we saw back on Haven with the double duelists, they were fighting forward a lot. Fighting down multiple lanes at the same time, but also being so quick on the retakes, flooding into sight, denying the plant from going down. Let's see what they have in store for us here this time around.
All right, with Flash up high, the wall will go through. 2 members of the defense here. Flashback not far off. There's a double dash from Mata out onto the site. They've gotten the space, but now what?
The fight forward into elbow. That's the idea for NRG.
Whoa, they're scaling with the spike. They're not even concerned about getting it down. They want to take this fight all the way up. And Freeing jumps down from heaven, gets the best of Mata. But Scuba and Brock are there to wait and greet with open arms. What a chaotic pistol. And as the dust settles, Bane is left in a 1v4, trying to spam through the smoke, trying to get a free one. It will not be allotted, at least not yet. Such a wild approach.
So clever.
Apakah akankah comeback akan tercipta map ketiga?
So what do? They fight elbow, claim heaven control for themselves, and then pinch back down onto the site. It's like they were the ones that were actually playing defense.
Sure.
And DRX were running a B split on them. It was really cool. Even though Mata dropped early on into that play, I don't think DRX had any clue how to react.
All smiles as NRG win their first pistol of the series.
They can do it.
I mean, it's desperately needed one too. And it looks like they're back to picking on B main.
Pretty reserved buy for them as well. They want to give DRX a bit of taste of their own medicine too, with nice pathing, diving up onto the box. I don't know about that one, Mata.
Unfortunate timing there, but manages to stay alive. There's the swing onto Bane. Bullet between his eyes, and all of a sudden the defense gets a little bit lighter, a little bit weaker. Wow. You want to get out of this as cleanly as you can. That's one Guardian down. All you've got left is the Vandal. They cannot afford this. The disaster that this would be. They've got to find a way to convert here. And DRX are ripping this out of their hands. Mako gets 3. Brock left in a 1v2. Whispers of nightmare creep over their shoulder as DRX snatches it away.
I don't know if they're still going to be smiling, Doug. It looks awfully quiet down on that stage, at least in the NRG camp. And this is, again, that same idea, fighting up into heaven, this time teleporting in there from Som.
한 명 남았습니다.
That one gets away from them, and the brutal thing is you don't have time to think it over.
No.
You just gotta go next.
I mean, at least they can buy, because they only bought 2 real rifles in the last round.
But the momentum, the pace setting, the tone of this half has already been set.
NRG have to win this round, and the econ is shattered.
Pacey towards a paranoia to pave the way for Mata.
Yeah, just trying to get Mata up into Link here. He actually has to dive away. The threat of the Prowler on his heel.
They're fully faking this B hit. A flash over the top of smoke through, but they're not biting. They still have mid control. DRX are still A.
Mako is still waiting by elbow, right on the other side of this wall.
And Yunmin here. There's Mako. Sam gets the best of him. But there's still threat on the other side of this smoke. Yunmin creeping forward. Swings a bit aggressively. Ambitious, perhaps, and pays for it.
And that was a very signature NRG round. They are great at freezing after they've made a lot of space, especially onto the A site. See DRX a little bit uncomfortable. How to deal with that once NRG went quiet, although now Bane finding that opener, right back in things.
4v3, the spike is down, a couple of members on the side of NRG are
This
weak.
mid-fight
goes the way of DRX, and all of a sudden becomes a bit more problematic. Again, look at the health bars on the side of NRG. Time is so short though, and I think they're calling the save.
Yeah, Fring's not trying to play the round. I mean, credit to NRG there. Being able to find their way onto the A site. You think about things, because they had lost the previous round. If they lose this one, that's only 2 losses in a row. It's a very different situation than if they'd lost the pistol as well, they'd be maxed out on the loss bonus. No, instead, NRG would have had absolutely nothing. This was a critical one for them.
The money would have been a disaster.
Yep. And there's going to continue to be many of these critical rounds as we move forward here. Those rounds
that can go wrong is gonna go wrong today. Everything that can go wrong will.
And it sort of has been so far.
See the buy for DRX, it's not great. 2 rifles. Pace out of A though, this is a cheeky little setup and they're rewarded for it. Scuba gets caught asleep at the wheel.
That's what our NRG do, force up into mid, but this hold from flashback is perfect.
Beautiful off angle. Remember, this buy was not great. Remember, they only had 2 rifles. They've already gotten 2 picks and flashback's getting another. And so once again, the Thrifty from a couple of rounds ago rears its ugly head. NRG are trying to push their way back out onto the site, but
oh no!
Nightmare. It's a flawless round as DRX punch back.
Those words you just heard from Scuba.
97.
Extra weight behind them. After a round
Ya nggak sengantuk tadi lah ya.
after a win, but he's feeling it after a loss. Didn't even have a chance in that round. Caught out by the saturate, trying to jump away. There's no way you're escaping from Yunmin.
And so Murphy continues to be a problem for NRG.
Wow. They continue to just try and force round after round down to nothing. 2 stingers in the inventory.
Flash over the top, paranoia. NRG looking to give him a bit of their own medicine. An aggressive hit towards A, but they stall out and Sam gets caught. Sticks the TP and overstays his welcome. And they have gotten onto the site. The spike hits the ground. Traded back though, and they're in a position where they can recover it. They're in a position where they can play around it.
It's all going to come down to this flank from Freeing.
Yeah, DRX with the numbers advantage. And there's nothing really to check it. They have to face hold this if you're NRG, and they're not. And so they huddle up. They continue to push further and further into the site. Try to play around the advantages they have. But the gun barrel gives Scuba away. Freeing gets the pick. And now they're going to be able to pop the ult too. That's going to make this so much messier. Bane and Mako, the only 2 left out onto the side, swinging around a tap of the spike. Mata and Brock repositioning, looking to take this fight somewhere else. This Mata does. Bane into the swing. Mata gets 3. And NRG get away with the round.
That's a great post plant there for Mata. The reposition out of elbow into yard. And from his spot too, he can see that spike ticking down. Fortunate there that Flashback had just teleported over into deep A, so he's holding. Here's the Omen ult and shakes it down.
Enemy remaining.
But yeah, from where Mata is, he doesn't have to actually peek Mako or Bane or anyone. You can see whether or not that spike is actually being defused.
8-9.
An outlaw for Flashback. Currently up across the middle of the map. Ramada should be playing close by.
Yeah, funky there. This attack smoke being dropped there into B main. Threatens a pop out on either side. Knife pushed away anyone near on the other side. So DRX are going to commit 3 players towards B early on into the round. This could be a situation where Flashback just pops the Yoru ult into mid-round for information. Very likely. Especially if NRG keep winding down the clock.
Here. Dog clearing out B main early on. You see Freeing taking some of that space. Saw him just far off that line. They're going to rotate back into this. Again, Freeing has taken this line, but he is alone. There's not a lot of help here. Meanwhile, the ult is popped mid. Freeing realizing he's in a position to make a play. Gets his one. That's all it is.
8-9.
Bane who's going to be challenged.
Apakah akankah?
Saw him TPing forward right into his death. As Bane's there to meet him, gets another. Not able to connect onto the third, and there is the outlaw. Flashback connects. Brock in the face of 3. Cannot convert. DRX get to double digits.
DRX seem to have all the answers, and Flashback in particular. They've clued in on this idea that NRG are just forcing round after round so often on those light armors. So what better than the outlaw? And what better than Bane from that position? I mean, that was just class.
Yeah, well, I mean, also fully Flash getting the kill. Like, sometimes you play Valorant, sometimes Valorant plays you, man. I don't know.
Not much you can ask for in that spot.
And so a timeout called from NRG. Down 2 rounds. This tit for tat. I mean, you take a look at the timeline, it's actually insane. They've traded flows every single round this half.
Yeah, got back and forth, but it has felt like it's been DRX seizing those rounds away from NRG,
Yeah,
right?
agreed,
That
agreed.
second round, round 16 as well, rounds that NRG were in good positions to win. And just through individual moments of brilliance, a good general game plan from DRX, it has been hard for NRG to find the answers.
That's exactly what Blancard is in a position to have to do and have to deliver for his squad. And so on the other side of the timeout, see the purchase not great for the attack. A Vandal, a Stinger. So you presume that DRX will be able to get to 11 and then the game will really start. But we'll see. We've seen a couple of silly rounds so far. This is going to be fast into mid. It looks like the paranoia, the double dash off the knife to take a challenge. They continue to ask Mata to deliver, and they're giving him the tools to do it.
Yeah, so often he's just dropped back, though, and with Ethan dropping out of the round, this one, it seems cooked.
Well, Murphy's Law striking again. I mean, Scuba said it, and honestly, with how this has gone, I am inclined to agree, but also nothing to take away from DRX here. They've played so damn well.
I mean, it's just been amazing seeing Flashback perform at such a high level on the duelist role. You know, if you're watching Bangkok, he was rocking some Senti for the team, was still putting up
insane
major numbers. Yeah. But it just feels like he's been so freed up to go for the plays he wants to go for and give himself some of that agency with the flashes to take those fights, whether it's on the Yoru or Neon.
Interesting using the Nightfall.
Yeah, I think we thought it was a B split coming in.
Yeah, on the timing, which makes sense, and they're still hedging their bets. You still have Flashback rotating. You still have Bane and Mako A. It's still a flawless round for DRX.
All right, it is now do or die for NRG. They've got a buy, they've got ults, they've got Brock Zoden. And for a team that is filled with so many rookies, now Ethan and Som, they've got the experience. But a guy like Mata, he came into the league, tore up the leaderboard.
They might try to pick on Scuba again. Oh, he just barely gets away. That had trouble written all over it. And so off of that, the response is they try to speed up B off of Ethan's ult. Mata TP's forward, spams into the smoke, gets one. You mentioned this was do or die. They have to find a way through, but flashback. Hits where it hurts, into the second. Brock falls, tucks back, looks for another fight. And it's Freeing who joins in on the fray. Things slow down into a 2v2 with the pit. Actually, forget about slowing down. They want to continue to push the pace. Ethan will drop a volley to provide a little bit of cover, provide a little bit of space. Dropping down from over the box. Ethan's there to greet. Mako left in a 1v2. Decay down to next to nothing. Ethan gets 4, NRG get to 9.
A major round there from the newer IGL on NRG. Ethan stepped into that role in stage 2. Led his team to the best finish all year. Revived this roster. And also can put up rounds like that. 4 kills for him. It's all of a sudden that spark has been ignited for NRG.
And that spark has been there a few times, but every time PRX snuff it out, they squelch it. And so can they do it again?
Well, we're just back to the B site. NRG want to get in and get in quick.
A barrage of utility soars into the site. And then they TP back out, finding out that nobody's home. But DRX are there, they're knocking on the door, they're waiting to flood.
Nowhere to run.
And that might just be the cue. If they can find space around it. Proc pops his ult. No target found, but there's Bane with 2.
Spike down B.
The scale up might be a bit too far. There's Windman, but Mata's there to greet him. Outlaw not connecting. Just off the mark. It's all on to Mako now. A 1v2 and a winnable one. Paranoia will buy a little bit of time. NRG slow things down. Mako, can you pull this one off?
Spike planted.
Quietly put in a position to play spoiler. Such a tenured player, historic. And again, thrust into a spot to be iconic once more. Mako playing up in heaven. Looking for a fight. And it's not being given to him now. Getting active. And Mata is the one who stops it. NRG gets to double digits.
Finally, NRG put 2 rounds together. That had been eluding them in this half, and they go back to the pistol strats to do it. This fight into elbow seems to be something they love, even if it is close on the engagement. Wow. Mata covering his teammate there is priceless.
Good job, Adam. Good job, bro.
Let's go back to this idea that, you know, a guy like Scuba or Brock or Mata can be so good back on the Americas stage. You know, you can be a great player in Americas, but you don't enter that conversation of superstar for a guy like Mata to take it over back at home until you show up on that global stage. You can't afford to peter out. You can't afford to have those bad maps. And I think Mata has continued to deliver here in Paris.
22 and 14. All right, Scuba's another one who's been real big, but Flashback has just been the star of the series, the star of the day. DRX call a timeout though. For the first time this half, we have 2 teams winning back-to-back rounds. DRX win 2 of their own, and NRG are able to respond. And so, you know, this does feel like 2 heavyweights trading blows.
Absolutely. And DRX, they're not in a tough position financially or anything like that. They're going to continue to have buys here. What I'm really looking at is Flashback's ultimate. You think about the last time he used it, it actually kind of petered out. He tried to use it for mid-round information the same time NRG were popping an exec onto the B site. The timing there has to be a little bit better, and, well, he's switched over to an operator. And he has been carving NRG up with the Outlaw. I can only imagine what he's going to do with that weapon.
Oh, we won't have to imagine for long. He's going to have this aggressive A line. Meanwhile, the Viper wall from NRG across the middle of the map.
Ahead. And he's been taking the Outlaw into mid more often than not. The A line might be a bit of a surprise.
Inman here might be too, but that knife will tag. They're going to try to split out onto B. The Paranoia will provide a little cover, but he didn't get tagged, and so it's traded back, and Mako's there.
Down mid.
So all of a sudden, this hit starts to stall out.
Where
Starts
is
to
Scuba
lose a
going?
little bite. Yeah, and Scuba's gone exploring with the spike. He cannot get caught here.
It's so major that Flashback doesn't find him. Scuba has a chance to pop a timing that DRX have no clue could happen.
And also, if he falls with the spike, the round might be over. I mean, this is playing on a knife's edge.
There's only one guy left on the site. Freeing has to fall for NRG to win this. There's no way the timings!
He turns, he spots them. Freeing falls, and now the site is theirs. However, Flashback has arrived, switching over to a Phantom. 3 more targets waiting as the flank shows up from Bane a little bit further away. But should arrive just on time. NRG looking to tie us up, looking to potentially take us to Lotus. But TRX in a spot to play spoiler. Flashback in a 1v3. 23 and 15 so far. And we'll need 3 more to pull this one off. That's his one, but 30 HP. The possibility, the opportunity, it dwindles, it fades away. And with that, Flashback takes a step back. He's saving the gun, he's getting out. NRG will tie us up.
The presence of mind there from Scuba. After the disaster that happened in mid for NRG, to gamble it up into spawn. I mean, that is as risky a play as you can make, right? That is a play that you will get laughed at forever if you die with that spike in spawn. There's no way to recover that. The round is over. But sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures. That's exactly what was asked of Scuba in that round. And it was that decision that won it for NRG.
Enemy remaining.
It's a fine line between infamy and and something much greater. And oh. But alas, they avoid that disaster. They tie us up at 11. Flashback has the op. We talked about it, and look at where he's posted up right now. Look at where NRG is. They're going right into the teeth of it. Immediately flashed, immediately pushed back. And now they're going to speed up, give them a bit of their own medicine. Flashback strikes, and he's going to double dip. He's sticking around, has no choice, digs his heels in. Connects onto Ethan, and Bane is here. Flashback gets another. Only one way through, and that's forward for Flashback. He's gonna pop the flash, shorty in hand. A second set of Bane pushes it out and pays for it with his life. And NRG avoid that mess. Look at their health bars. Slivers, scraps. But hope dies last. The swing out and Som connects. Mako in a 1v3. Again, as storied as he is, once again, travels the world and now has a chance to play for the crown, to play for the throne, to push DRX past NRG, but he's saving, he's out of the play, he's cutting his losses, he's tucking tail.
It's another round DRX are forced to save, and another round where it feels like they have no chance to get back into the site. NRG winning with numbers. This is a far cry from what we saw previously. DRX stealing rounds away, DRX winning handedly, and NRG limping out with a round win. This is now an NRG in control.
And this is now an NRG that has pulled off another comeback on the attacking side. They're figuring things out on the fly, which is something that eluded them in the past, and this is in the face of, I mean, Flashback was a proper menace.
Oh yeah.
In that entire round. Did his damnedest to get them that far, but NRG rattle off 4 in a row.
Exactly, and by winning those rounds in a row, they now no longer have to worry about the operator. NRG scrounging something together here, but mid is the focus.
Mata has an outlaw, 4 members with light armor on the defense. Oh. Missing the pick.
I'd imagine, yeah, there's a gun waiting for him in B main, so he can switch over to that after he takes some peeks on forward.
Yeah, but for now, double outlaw in the hands of them.
That's just a good read, knowing the light armor's on the other side. Here it comes.
Fill in behind it, love that idea, only show 1.
What it does mean, though, is the clock starts to get chewed up. NRG at some point have to ditch these guns and pick up the rifles.
Still a minute to play with. Mata has his ult, Scuba has his ult too.
By all accounts, NRG have everything they need to win the round, but it has been when NRG are vastly favored that DRX make magic happen.
And And so DRX look like they'll be forced to make a final stand on B. That's where Energy are headed. Either they take us to Lotus or it's OT on the cards. Standing at the side of B, looking to storm the gates. The ult's out to dash through. I think Mata got tagged.
Uh-oh, Doug. This flank is quick. 2 players coming in very, very soon. DRX have NRG surrounded. But there's no way out but forward.
But they're scaling forward. You're absolutely right. Looking to take that elbow fight. We'll see if the call is right. Mata falls. Freeing there at the ready. Paranoia invested too, and all of a sudden you feel the walls closing in. Claustrophobic for NRG. As they have no way out. They're forced to deal with this. They're forced to try to take this fight. And they walk away on top of 3v3. The spike ticking away, and now it's on DRX. The onus is on them. They're the ones who have to get active. Tap of the spike to force the fight. The spam comes through. Som, Shorty connects. Mako once again, a 1v3. Try to keep them alive, and he cannot. We're going the distance. We're going to Lotus.
Som, the hero. 3 kills with the Shorty in the pit. NRG have woken up. Map 3 awaits.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess I know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Mulai dari 18 ribuan, udah bisa dapat momen hangat bersama.
Halo, gimana kabar? Kayaknya gue nggak aman nih.
Paket hebat untuk momen berharga yang selalu hemat.
Kebas dan kesemutan akibat kurang vitamin neurotropik? Minum Hemaviton Neuroforte dengan Neuro Aktif formula vitamin B1, B6, B12. Efektif obati kebas dan kesemutan akibat kurang vitamin neurotropik. Hemaviton Neuroforte. Senangnya bisa tetap sehat dan jalani hari aktif. Untuk sendi sehatku, saya minum Hemaviton Joint Care Max. Halal! Dengan Joint Support Formula, bantu jaga kesehatan sendi. Hemaviton Joint Care Max.
Yeah, honestly, what a series, man. Like, that was one of the most hyped matches I've played in a while. First half of Abyss was kind of like a lot of mistakes on us, giving up a lot of advantages. And honestly, Ethan's attack side calling, trusting our mid rounds, me and Adams, Scoobs, everyone's really brought it together. Honestly, like, we all know, like, they're world champions, and they're world champions for a reason, right? They're obviously good, but I think it was kind of for us, kind of like take every team the same. You know, we can't think this team's way better than this team, but at the same time, we're in the middle of a match. Anything can happen. Luckily, we came out on top.
On the other side of that high tide, Mana chimes in from close left, and that's a strike for two. It's on Chichu and Kung Kung to stop the overtime, but it's Mana now ready to receive around the corner.
I don't want to jinx ourselves, but I think we're in a really good spot right now, and honestly, now that we have the first match jitters out the way, I think you'll see an even stronger energy. So as long as we don't crumble under the pressure, which I'm sure we won't, we'll be fine.
With that, we will be going to a map 3 to decide which team will be heading straight to playoffs. I've got Mitch and Tom with me once again. What a crazy match that was. Mitch, honestly, I don't think we saw enough of what was going on, so break it down for us.
Well, one of the things that we really got to see was the Odin usage from NRG, which is always an absolute treat. But I'm going to start out by looking at what they were up against. And DRX had a lot of interesting approaches. We talked a little bit about the Waylay and the Yoru versus the Waylay and the Neon, and how it can be really difficult to play against it. I'm going to run this a little bit because we've started a little early on the clip. But the main thing to look at is the push into the site. Obviously, when you're coming through a choke point with a Neon, it's kind of hard not to notice her. She's going to be putting up big walls. She's going to be sliding through, and unless you completely lose sight at the choke point, which I'd expect you not to, you're going to be in good form. Now, the first thing to notice is that there was a KO knife thrown here, and the players stayed outside of it. So the full utility is still online when push comes to shove. Flashback is currently running out of his ult, and it looks like he's not really finding a chance to do anything with it. And that's when this comes in. You have this full push in from Hyunmin, who spots these two players in the corner, throws his stun out, and then allows for his teammate, Flashback, to come out of this ult with two players on the back foot, uses his own flash as well, isolates both fights, and completely decimates them. With a full bombardment of standard site utility as well alongside this, it's so difficult as a defender to sit back and hold your sight when you don't know whether you have to fight behind you, in front of you, or all around you. And even some of the players you see to fight instantly disappear. There's a dude behind you and round's over. And obviously, that's one thing when we're talking about them having Yoru ult in round 3. That's an exceptional circumstance.
Yeah,
we'll see that combo with the gate crash as well. And there's one more clip I wanted to talk about to then look at the defensive side plays that we've seen. And I'll hurry through this one. This is much quicker, don't worry. So take a look at this. You're going to see at the very start of the round, you have a Yoru push alongside a Waylay for that early aggression into main. That's already taken place. 1 second. That's already taken place around here. Ignore the first circle. But you have this TP then immediately sending your Yoru to mid. And from NRG's perspective, what did they see at the start of the round? They saw 3 players towards A, with one of them throwing a paranoia this way, a deep push, full scaling on that A side. The adjustment naturally is to go to the other side of the map where there's less players. Maybe one mid, one B. Easy isolation. What did they end up running into? Well, as they're focused on that player who's kiting them in the form of Bane, you have this peek up from Flashback. He's taken one, retreats back, and it's never clear to NRG where their frontline fights should be taking place, because there's a constantly evolving defensive line for DRX. And then even here, you'll see the gate crash go through, and later on, Flashback ends up with a third. Like, he has global presence on this map, and it's never clear where the stack is, where the weakness is, where the gap is, because there's this constant evolution from DRX. It was really beautiful.
Yeah, I think as well, what came late though and what changed the game was those adaptations that we were able to see. And I feel like a pinnacle part of that was Mana. Like, individually, I feel like he was sound all the way through the game, like having moments of high impact, being happy to take these aggressive peaks with the operator on the defensive side, where they managed to scrape together enough rounds for it to work out for them. And I think that's been the case for them in a lot of these matches. We saw it versus EDG, that sometimes it does take them a little while to get going, but when they do get going, they're very difficult to stop. Now, obviously, some of that was DRX making some errors, and some people making big plays on the back of it. I think Scuba as well had the performance in the late game that was so impactful, but it's still one of those games where if NRG never give up, it can still turn on its head.
Yeah, and beyond Mada, what absolutely blew me away is in the last 3 rounds, within the first 20 seconds or so, DRX, they killed Mada 3 rounds in a row. Human killed him, Flashback killed him, Freeman killed him, and they still lost They were going 5v4 and they didn't have Mata anymore on the other side of NRG to deal with, and they lost. They only needed one of those rounds to be able to 2-0 NRG. So this, for me, is a huge mistake on the side of DRX. I hope they can recover mentally, because as we head to Lotus, I think this is NRG's to lose.
Yep, for sure.
I think that's a fair call.
I think going in as well, the fact that they've been 6-1 on this map, only defeat was to G2. I think changes, we haven't really seen too many changes coming out from them throughout the entirety of the series, and you can understand why. And oh my goodness, I can't believe it. DRX, yeah, they're going to run that comp again.
As they should. Like I said, the amount of flexibility that you get with this composition, especially on big maps like Corrode, where the rotations can be heavily punished, or like Lotus as well, which is also quite a spacey one, especially if you're going deep into main, especially towards wherever you are.
It worked on Haven.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance it works here, but we've already seen now from NRG, they got completely caught off guard on map 1. They said themselves, we didn't know how to play against it. Maybe it was just not expecting it on that map, because they certainly seemed better equipped and better, quicker on the adaptations when it came to Corrode. You have to hope it'll be the same deal here. One other big factor being Mata being online.
I still can't believe a team is allowing NRG to play Lotus in this tournament, and in a situation where it could send them to playoffs. For me, this is a huge risk, but every time we doubt DRX, they give us something exciting. So maybe we should.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, the fact that we spoke about the difference between map 1 and 2 was how comfortable NRG were. And sure, it took them a lot of time to be able to adapt, but they eventually did. They had those clutch moments and they stepped up. Now they go into another comfortable map. So if anything, we expect the same again.
The Odins, Mitch.
Yeah, the Odins had some decent impact, but I think one of the big problems
I mean, as if for Lotus.
Yeah.
The Odin's coming up.
On the previous map, they were denied a little bit by DRX not taking control early on the attack. That can't really be the case here on Lotus. They have to fight for that, and we could see a lot more impact in the early rounds.
I can't wait to see it. Take it away, Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, the City of Love will be the stage for this best of 3 that goes all the way to Lotus. A map that the Death talked about is incredibly strong for NRG, but as you take a look at the other side of the stage and you go, holy crap, they're going to do that double duelist thing again where they're just going to run at you. Christy, I'm pumped for this one, man.
Absolutely. You know, this whole day has delivered, going the full 6 maps, and DRX with this reinvention of self, playing the double duelist, flashback completely taking over in the previous game. This will be them playing attack on the first side for the 3rd map in a row, and to say they have been hard to deal with is an understatement.
Already dashing out onto the site. You see the suck towards spawn. You see the C's and the smoke elsewhere too. And Brock and Psalm filling out onto the side, able to get a couple of picks. They slammed the door on the DRX hit.
It's wild that it's just back and forth here, 3-on-3. And now by tapping the door, it forces Scuba and the rest of NRG to start shifting back into C. DRX, though, they've hit the brakes.
Oh, this
They're
is
now
beautiful.
Slowly easing on the gas, getting into this B side. It belongs to them.
A little misdirection. And NRG are caught. And so they fake their way out onto the site. They get the spike down.
Ooh, peekaboo.
And now it's going to be on NRG. The nade through, forcing the fight forward. Kills traded. And as it settles and as it gets quiet, NRG continue to push forward, continue to creep. A little bit more utility to have to deal with this. Mata gets the best of him. Bane's locked in a 1v1 with Scuba on the other side. And Bane for DRX hits it again.
I just don't understand it. No one thought he would even be playing with DRX in this tournament. And he has been so clutch, especially on these pistol rounds for the squad. An absolute animal on the Ghost. NRG didn't stand a chance.
So DRX win yet another pistol. It's the 5th of the series.
They dropped the 1 at the second half of Corrode,
yes,
converted,
fourth.
Of course.
They've crept up behind this wall. Trying to get cheeky with this fight. Should have no idea that flashback is there, and while they got a warning shot, it's still lethality found.
Yeah, NRG have gone for these big walk-ups on the ecos, just kind of throwing them away. Orb maxing, there it goes over to the Viper.
Kind of feel like he shouldn't have been able to get away with that, given all the guns on the other side of that wall. But alas, he succeeds. Now waiting on the other side of the door. A little ring around the Rosie. But they've given up the site, they've boxed everything in. Dink dealt.
One enemy
But you really see the gun difference on full display here.
Oh yeah. The small win is picking up that old orb, not just to get your ult online, but denying it. I think because DRX have been playing no misdirection, they've just been slamming sights. They have continued funneling these orbs onto Flashback. It was part of why he got 3 your ults off in the first half of the road. And NRG have honed in on.
One enemy.
But even though I don't want to say it, we do need to now look forward to round 3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been such a pivotal chapter of every story we've seen so far.
NRG have yet to shut down these bonus rounds. DRX are 100% on the bonuses they've had in this series, 4 for 4.
It is just Brock on the site. He does have a ton of utility around him, but it is just Brock. And so he takes a step back, buys enough time for the defenses of NRG to rotate over.
Quick Flood is the name of the game. A little trap here with the C's as well.
The nade on the other
Hyunmin
side.
still gets 2!
Balls.
I mean, he was seized!
Ethan up in heaven. Cannot respond, cannot punch back, and stop me if you've heard this one before, but DRX are going to win the bonus.
It's not as if NRG don't have ideas. There's a C's going down. They've got util connecting. Hyunmin is decayed off that C's down to no HP. Still gets 2 kills. It's just unfathomable that the duelists on DRX's side can fight their way out of these massively unfavored situations, and to be able to do it so consistently as well.
What did they have? Two rifles in that round?
Yeah, they had the scraps upgraded from the previous round as well. Maybe a couple of Guardians, but there's just no way.
Sam saves his Vandal into the next round. But these woes, these bonus woes continue for NRG. And I mean, I guess you could, yeah.
Man, Bada's trying to pop it on him. And you just see the patience out of Hyunmin. Full tracking on that.
Yeah. And honestly, Hyunmin almost got a 3rd.
Just wild stuff.
A Vandal, a Bucky, a Stinger.
They are terrible.
In the face of essentially full strength for DRX. Hyunmin's one off of his ult already.
Yep. The fast cycling here is just on full display. There you have it. It's online.
And that was the rifle. I mean, it's going to get picked up, but maybe Brock can make that thing sing a little bit more.
It's frustrating too. Must be for the NRG camp when DRX can play the quick rounds and then pump the brakes a little bit, punish you as you're stepping forward on top of that orb.
It's got to feel so uncomfortable, right?
Yeah. Mako's done a really good job of adjusting the pace throughout this entire series. I think that's been the main thing. I think earlier you said, what, whiplash?
Yeah.
With how, you know, it's just exec, painfully slow crawl into a site.
And then just when you think you can lull to sleep, they pound the site once more.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Hyunmin goes in, Hyunmin goes out, and DRX get the kills. Oh, 3 for Bane. DRX get to 4.
Again, that angle from the bottom of sight up into heaven, DRX have just destroyed NRG twice in a row. And that's the type of damage that you can do to a team where it's like, all of a sudden, well, we were planning on doing the quick floods. I mean, brother.
My ultimate is
that even came in before the taunt pinged everyone.
Yeah.
But back-to-back rounds like that could change NRG's approach. Are we retaking more from stairs now? Are we trying to hold on to tree? You all of a sudden start doubting your own protocols to get back into the site.
You have a C's nade. Or excuse me, there's an I nade, and they don't really commit into it either. Meanwhile, they're going fast B. The paranoia is already out. The double dash is through, and Brock keeps him back. I feel like that's the first time we've seen Hyunmin punished like that.
Yeah, this reminds me of that Haven round where they try to sprint up into the B site. Now, with Fring dropping as well, it gets messy. DRX are trying to play both B and A. Insert some chaos into the thick of things, but all it's done is leave them with 3 members alive.
And so they quietly rotate back to the other side of the map. You still have a little bit of ice utility here. Wall, Thorns as well. And Scuba close by.
Yeah, there's even the Viper Orb as well in the choke point there. So very likely DRX want to poke their head into C site, create some pressure, bait out the wall, get some gas going, and maybe that opens up a lurk opportunity up front B.
I think they were looking for the wall B with the clone. They find out that it's not there by process of elimination. You understand? No, wait a second. This should be here. Flashback tag, TP's away, and there's the wall. So that should tell them exactly where the hit is headed.
30 seconds.
NRG already have players here. 2 as a matter of fact, and Scuba will play things slow. It's going to be a full-on retake. NRG looking to abuse numbers.
Meanwhile, Flashback looking to take the fight to them, not allowing them to settle. But Scuba swings out onto the site, covers into their backs. And Brock gets another one. Bane, a 1v4. Good luck. That's 2. 9 bullet. No! Bane does it again! The Red Bull clutch as DRX steals another one away.
Who is this guy?
We thought Hyunmin was the problem going into this map. A new challenger has entered the stage, and that's Bane.
This guy was sitting on the bench all of stage 2. DRX brought in a ringer to Paris. A 4K on the round. Shutting out NRG. Now sits 11-0.
Nice!
I can't believe it.
You mentioned earlier in this series that performances anywhere else are great, but they don't necessarily matter. To go from good to superstar, you've got to perform on this stage. I think we are witnessing a number of players step into that conversation just in this series, just today.
I mean, Flashback dominating on the previous map. Now what Bane was just able to do in a couple of rounds here on Lotus. This is a DRX that is, you know, coming in as the number 4 seed from Pacific. You go, okay, maybe they can get some upset wins. You remember they were in Bangkok, but they won a series. It wasn't that great. They beat a Sentinels. Who cares? It's not a big deal. No. You talk about superstars wanting to make a name for themselves. You talk about an organization looking for higher and higher aspirations. It's a 2-0 in the group to make it through. You instantly are a conversation starter.
A 5-0 start on map 3. Off of the backs of a ringer. 11-0, still more to find. And now Flashback gets involved.
And this was out of the timeout. NRG forcing light armor and Guardians. Now already down a man. And one of the worst players to lose as well. That's all your information gone. Your in-game leader at 0-6.
Brutal start for him. Flashback pops his ult, goes exploring C. Procs the wall too, and look at the minimap. Starting to rotate over. Mata spotted, pops his ult, but nobody's home!
It is just a difference. Maybe the door being tapped, Mata might find something, but it goes wide. DRX dancing on NRG in this round. Perfect calling, smooth on the entry from Flashback, and now a 5v4 post.
30 seconds left.
And still a spotless stat line from their fade. The nade through, and now Hyunmin's gonna pop his own ult to make matters even worse. I mean, you buy a little bit of time off of the Vice ult, but for what? Flashback falls, but there's Bane again, striking! Gets 2, stays alive! The man is invincible! He cannot die!
Unkillable! Even when there's no chance he should be able to stay alive, his teammates are right there to have his back. It's a statement of an opener. Mata thinks there's players up here on either side, you'd have to expect, but DRX are just using the Prowler as bait. Hey, the fact that it's even Bane's Prowler eating up Mata's ultimate there is insult to injury to his impact in the server.
13-0. This has to be one of the greatest starts we've ever seen on the international stage.
Absolutely.
I'm hard-pressed to think of a better one. They very well might be. Fortunately, we have infinitely smarter people behind the scenes who are able to confirm that for us, but again, hard pressed. But NRG, once again, will have to find a way to come back from behind.
Yeah, they've got the pistols, and really what they need to be thinking about is who's going to be their guy. If DRX can just look at Bane and he'll wheel around into existence in a 1v4, NRG needs someone to be able to do the same. Not again. The Jiggles punished once more. Different guy with the Outlaw. This time it's freeing. Same result.
I mean, if the hand is hot, swing out, take the fight. Bane draws out the Paranoia too. Infinitely more valuable when you're on an eco. Brock has no shot. Scuba has no shot. Wait, they haven't seen him. They haven't seen him. They haven't seen him. Gets two. Still more work to be done though. Flashed up. Falls. And now Sam's left in this 1v3. And once again, Bane plays the position of Mortician, gets another, and the DRX train rolls on.
Ever forward it goes. I think it's time to seriously ask who will be that guy for NRG. Right now they've only got 2 players with more than a single kill to their name. And if you want to look at the history, okay, Ethan, champs winner, he could be your guy. If you want to look at this year, Mata, dominate. If you want to look at this tournament, it could be Scuba. But it's got to be someone.
Brother, Bane alone has more kills than all of NRG combined.
I mean, he's averaging 2 kills a round right now on Fade.
Sam gets involved. The Odin provides some problems. That nade's going to be good.
Could it be Mata with the operator? Ethan holding down on stairs as well.
Up, just off the mark. But he's going to get a shot at it again. This is a miserable spot to be in. Do they realize they've lost full control of this? They do. Mata connects.
Down A.
Now the spike is scooped back up. Brock's going to try to fill in. Missing the spam window, but knows where he is. Easy kill found. And barring a miracle from freeing, NRG will get there first. 49 HP. The question is, how disciplined does he choose to be? Brock on the tap, he's got the spam line, but Brock does too.
Okay. A little bit by committee in that round. Everyone getting theirs.
Yeah, you take it how you can get it, man.
Buset, buset, buset. Buset. 7-0. Kok bisa ada map ketiga? Bisa-bisanya ada map ketiga. Gila, NRG ngos-ngosan banget lawan DRX. 7-1. Comeback lagi kah? Tapi bukan gak mungkin NRG bisa aja nge-comeback. Cuman ngos-ngosan banget ini. Gila. Ini urusannya udah hoki-hokian nih. Urusannya udah hoki-hokian nih.
Hyunmin just grabbed his ult. And they're threatening to hit C. But they don't have to commit to this. They still have map control elsewhere.
I mean, DRX would love to.
Gue liat-liat kagak kelar-kelar nih match nih. Pengen gelandang.
Big ultimates that NRG want to use proactively to stop a hit by putting down this smoke.
Kita harus menyelesaikan apa yang sudah kita mulai. Anjay. Mundur aja dulu kan.
Do you think they could also rotate away, perhaps, given the knowledge of that passive information?
Oh my
god. They're deciding to double down on
god.
C. The smoke might send them into motion.
30 seconds.
Mata's got the op. Rare miss. They're gonna end B. The paranoia is out. They break the door. Hyunmin pops his ult. But it's
Oh my god.
Seconds.
Guys, yang mau nonton full lihat kamera ya. Ngos-ngosan banget NRG lawan DRX. Real kata gua teh. Tapi bukan gak mungkin NRG bisa nge-comebackin.
51 HP into the swing. Brock gets 3. NRG will get their second.
Brock has quietly had a couple of hugely impactful rounds for the team. 2 kills in the previous, now 3, switching around from every single gun in the game itself. First with this Odin, trying to lay down the covering fire for his teammates.
Oh enggak pulang kampung, masuk ke ini dong, eliminasi. Lower bracket ya. Elimination. Apa nggak ada lower bracket di sini? Ada dong. Ada kan ya? Di grup.
11 and 7. I mean, he's certainly performing like it. And the thing about these tournament runs is that yeah, it doesn't always.
Gua kira turu, Bos. Kagak, Bos. Ada urusan tadi, Bos. Ada urusan sejenak tadi, Bos.
Maybe it is Brock. Still yet to be seen, but a great start for him.
Gua kira pertandingannya udah kelar. Ternyata NRG comeback. Cok, tadi terakhir gue lihat berapa sih? 11. Oh udah 11 deh, 11-7, 11-8 deh. Oh jauh deh, 11-6 apa 11-6? Tiba-tiba. Tiba-tiba cinta ada.
Here it comes. Now the Nightbot's traded back. They can't hear a damn thing.
Asap gua.
And off of that, they creep out onto the site. Denied one of their senses. Mata connects. Gunman looking to tag. Cannot. Everybody huddled in. Side by side, looking to take these fights. And it's DRX who look like they're coming out on top of the Scuba trades. A 2v2 now, and time is short. They've got to find their way into this if they're going to do it. Can Brock pull this off? Drops down, takes the fight, finds his one, but
tenang, gua nggak akan turun, Bos. Tenang. Gua udah ngopi. Hari ini udah 6 kali. 7, 6, 4, 7 ya?
I love the setup there from DRX.
Tahu lah, lupa gua.
One of the signatures of how NRG play with these Odins is just constantly spamming out and denying the planter from getting the spike down.
Tadi sejenak gua hampir ketiduran sih, jujur-jujuran. Tadi tuh kayaknya tuh yang lu itu tuh.
And then get themselves in these positions on site where the smoke actually affords a lot of space for DRX to play behind.
Buset, mantau anak didik sampai ngantuk kan itu. Jujur gue ketiduran tuh. Sedikit ketiduran tuh. Gila ngantuk banget dibantai-bantai gini mainnya, cowok.
Energy are getting curious. They're getting active. Ooh, what a snap.
And you think back to Haven when NRG didn't have the answers. It was about just going.
Berbeda jauh mata di PRX ya kan.
These walks. And Mata's confidence to take the fights. It gives NRG a numbers advantage. But when we get into the post plan, it'll still be awkward. TRX don't have so much tools to fight for.
Skornya jauh banget anjir.
With the Yoru falling early on.
Mako doesn't have his ult.
They're still fighting in water.
Mata pops his ult, gets the kill.
Tapi bukan tidak mungkin ya kan.
NRG needs some pressure coming back in from water, otherwise they're going to get permanently stalled in the choke, but they're so worried. Now the spike hasn't
udah login belum lo, Bos? Masih ada nggak nih orang di sini nih?
Advance to deal with Mako.
Sam has his flash. But they're contacting up. That's danger. Mako looking to stand tall, eventually falls. Freeing's left in a 1v3. A long way to paranoia just off the mark. The dog invested 2 to spot the last remaining member of DRX.
Ntar 8 nih, tiba-tiba ntar 7, 8.
That was a lot better without those ultimates in the mix of things.
Kejar-kejaran sih, cuman range-nya jauh.
Be a lot more controlled on the reek there. Good opening kill from Mata. Also has the showstopper. I also think he's consistently been finding value with his headshots. He's gotten some kills, yeah, but mostly it's about forcing players to swing back into him. Him and his teammates holding it firm.
Ya guys, selamat malam menuju pagi ya buat semuanya ya. Buat semuanya ya yang ada di sini.
Last round of the half. Brock one off of his ult. And Hyunmin has his, but the buy is not great for DRX.
Yeah, it's real scuffed. 2 rifles for them, and NRG seem to want to contest up in A main again. Throwing similar utility, but this time breaking the door. Yes, DRX just rip this exec once more. Hyunmin's got the ult, why not?
I mean, it's gotten them to this point. There's the double dash. Ooh, tagged up.
Planting the spike is the real challenge, though, with the Odins. DRX this time don't have that threat of fighting forward. Now the ultimate comes down.
Sees nade. Mako swinging out.
And they use that ult to guarantee the spike being
Hujan.
But what is the next layer? Because there's a hook in mid.
Oh,
there's
shit.
a wall holding it. Now Mako's fallen.
And we're due for Bedlam on the site once more. The wall is proc, but all eyes forward. Just in case there wasn't enough chaos. Go triple swing. Hyunmin playing on the other side of the smoke will get popped. There's not much left for DRX. I mean, they didn't really have the guns to begin with, but now swinging out onto it, freeing, left in a 1v3. And the defuse will come through. Who was the spark for NRG? It was
Comeback
Brock.
lagi ya.
Round after round, Brock has been building back into this half.
Jujur-jujuran,
NRG
gue nonton NRG tuh pas Diamond 1, tapi cuma sekali doang. Tipikal permainan dia gue nggak tahu apakah emang ini tipikal permainannya dia nih. Ketinggalan jauh, habis itu nge-comebackin, ketinggalan jauh, habis itu nge-comebackin. Gitu.
Itu pisang goreng dibakar loh.
Buset. Sopi.
At the half, and they ran away with it, winning the pistol, winning the bonus, speeding on forward. And I've got to be honest, check out the Coinbase econ report here. If Bane continues playing like he was at the start of that half, where he started off, what, 13-0?
13-0, I think 14-0, something like that. It was a pretty ridiculous start, but I will say he cooled down like crazy. I mean, he finished the half, what, 15-8, I believe?
14-5, as a matter of fact. Hyunmin eclipsed him at the end of that one. Didn't even end up topping the charts. But I think when you look at him and you think clutch moments, impact rounds, other people will take the glory as duelists are taking all the fights. But he was the man for DRX.
Yeah, a ridiculous start for him. But I think you look at the other side of the stage, and we mentioned him prior to the half ending. Brock was the spark. Brock was the spark. He was a hero that NRG needed. He was the one who got them to this point. And what a mess NRG would be in right now if it wasn't for him.
Absolutely. And it's funny, too, because back home in America, the other players on NRG are constantly stealing the limelight.
Yeah.
But in this, the most important game NRG have played all year.
He has delivered. Fast out of B. And NRG are there to greet. A dog to pave the way. And Hyunmin was not able to find anything.
Could it be a second pistol in this series for NRG? They didn't even take too much damage on the backside of that either. A couple of sheriffs in their hands, only Mako on this side of the map.
Careful here.
And at that, playing a passive position, nobody inside of tree, so NRG are going to have free reign to play this post plant up numbers.
Paranoia out, the satchel through, they've taken the site. Brock is left to hold the line. Spotting Mako, snaps his head back. Beautifully done.
Interesting plant for backside here. NRG threatened up the rope, now doubled up in drop.
I may have gotten a couple of tags if I'm not mistaken. So now flashback pushing forward, finding a weak, soft spot. And now Bane's up in heaven. Put away. Flashback's left in a 1v3. With the sheriff in hand, Ethan's getting curious. He swings out a little bit ahead of it and gets the kill.
So what is that, 2 pistols, 1 on the day for NRG?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've solved the best way to not lose the bonus is to just win the pistol.
Well, let's calm down. The last time they won a pistol, they promptly lost the round fight after it. looking at their econ choices. The
Apakah itu teriakan kemenangan?
2 rifles and a stinger seems to be the same approach this time. They must make sure, and they're running into a stack as well.
Oh, surely Lightning won't strike again.
It's a bait setup.
Freeing. I just got dropped as soon as he popped his head up.
But that was his job, was to go die and make it look like no one's home. There are 4 players stacked on this site. I think very reserved calling out of Ethan. Calls to slow things down.
Buset.
Let's scout this
Triple
up.
pick.
Prowlers to check the close corners.
X.
Doubling down. They're committing onto this. They put the wall behind them. They're going C.
Pernah gigit. Udah tahu infonya. Mati kah dua-duanya?
Mata gets his kill. There's one more there. So weak.
Kayak gua aja tuh.
Brock gets 3. It's a
Buset, tapi boleh.
That is classy calling out of Ethan.
Kayak gua make Raji aja tuh begitu tuh.
Slip away like it had back on Corrode. No, here locks in.
Raji terbang nabrak tembok. Cuman boleh. Itu trik kayaknya, trik.
2 out of 3 kills for Brock. He didn't even see him.
Yeah.
That's perfect. A 19 and 10 for him.
Why not? And now they buy up into 4 rifles on this round. Could be the start of something.
Flashback hits the cross. Manages to avoid the eye, but immediately tagged up. Has to TP away.
Psalm actually quick up on front B. A lot of pressure going down. With 5 light armors, Flashback's outlaw is going to be devastating.
Dog tags him once more. Once again, the site has to be given up. The space relinquished.
Dumb.
Flashback with the line, a tap. Once more of the spike. Finally goes down.
He's just daring someone on NRG to swing him. Give him a chance, take that fight, but NRG have bundled up into Bend. Gonna force DRX to come into them.
There's not a ton of space on the site. They're gonna try to bully him off of it. But NRG not taking a step back. Deciding to fight with strength, fight with numbers. Sam gets his 2, but the flash messes everything up. Scuba joins in. It's all on Mako, a 1v3. And I don't think he can pull this one
Makin matang ya. Makin matang ya NRG ya. Makin matang ya, gue lihat-lihat ya. Makin kuat mentalnya, Cok.
I think NRG have maybe found something here. They don't have to fight so aggressively. There's not so much utility that DRX have to actually push them out of Bend. You know, there's not a paint shell like Mata had every single time on the C retakes. Yeah, there might be that saturate, slow down out of the waylay. But oftentimes that's being used earlier in rounds.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Bit tempered there out of Psalm, surprises me.
Tempered but resolute. I think that was my takeaway from one of the veterans on this team who's been on this stage, who's competed internationally. Aggressor from DRX, they've taken A main control, and NRG gladly just rotate away.
Yeah, NRG move away from the one gun on DRX. Still need to keep things clean.
Easier said than done. Satchel's out onto the site. Mod is there, turns the flash. Cannot connect, but traded back.
Great cover from Psalm.
He's been a rock for this team.
And yeah, no reason to overheat into the site. Again, very tempered approach. NRG can call these pauses. Sheffield's got a really good grasp. Trust in his teammates there. Slow it down, move back over to the A side. I mean, DRX rotated every single player they had on to C on an eco round like this. And once again, Ethan navigates his team into an empty A site finish.
Yeah, beautifully read. Even min-maxing, getting Ethan to get the spike down. Will have his Nightfall in this round, presumably to use in the next.
Spike planted.
DRX realize that the rug has been pulled out from under them. So they all try to rotate over. I mean, do they commit into this fight? I mean, I guess why not? Really, or not really the DRX way to try otherwise.
Wow.
And that's going to cross the Nightfall just on the other side of the eye. Yunmin's able to get one. No weapon. Oh, there is a weapon upgraded. Excuse me. Scuba on the swing. And who else but the steady hands of Brock to put one away? But Bane Can't continue. Cannot convert. We're tied.
It is dead even here. DRX stole away to a 7-0 lead. And since that moment, 8-1 in NRG's favor. NRG are the comeback kings here in Paris. They did it to EDG. And have now brought it back closed for a spot out of groups on the line.
I mean, the suspense just on the other side of this.
Comeback lagi kah? 8 sama, men. Bukan tidak mungkin. Tadi DRX berasa di atas awan, tapi saat ini dia merasa terancam dan gundah gulana. Mulai tegang, mulai was-was DRX. Mulai khawatir, mulai cemas DRX.
But I wonder if DRX have a chance to maybe get someone posted up in front B in the mid rounds. You know, NRG have slowed down, they've frozen quite a few times. I think it can be hard to refight into Mound or into A lobby when they're just sitting 4 bodies on that space. But maybe a quiet
mulai ragu-ragu untuk mengambil keputusan.
Flashback with an operator in a future round. I'd like to see DRX toy with that possibility, or even have that front B pressure of opening doors so they can refight into Mound by flipping that switch and pinching back through. I'd like to see a world where it doesn't always come down to the retakes for DRX.
Up in the hands of Flashback.
Yeah. Playing the angle towards Bend, and as a matter of fact, it will be that Waylay creeping up front B. Falls away from it though, because there wasn't enough pressure really seen out anywhere else on the map, so I think Hyunmin was perhaps worried that the inevitable pop could be coming, and it's good game sense out there, because that's exactly what Ethan is heading for.
I'm expecting a little bit of aggression here.
Yeah. Oftentimes, DRX, when they're denied a lot of rounds, they'll try to seize back control themselves with a fast play or a walk-up.
Yeah.
They haven't given that to NRG this time. I think a lot of that is due to the fact that Flashback's got the operator, Mata's got the attack op himself too, so both these teams just waiting for an over-eager player. And a jiggle peek, shots fired on the A side.
Yeah, who's the first to get antsy? Who's the first to make a misstep?
It's a pinch into B, door broken down. Mako's gonna hear it, but it's not nearly enough information. Keep your eyes on Gunman in heaven.
He did not get tagged by that ult. He's gonna have a chance at this fight. We'll buy a little bit of time with the hinder, but the spit keeps the RX back. And now they're gonna flood out.
Mata!
This is their fast, but Mata takes the fight to them! Now they're gonna try to flood in! Can they get past the dam? They've busted it down! DRX looking to take the site back! Bane and Mako trying to do their best, but it's Mata in a 1v1! 30 HP.
30.
The op in hand. Tries to find the shot, but it's just off the mark. Pushes with the
oh shit, nice.
To reload, and Mako stands tall.
The rookie versus
akhirnya pecah telur lagi DRX. Dapat poin lagi.
They're evenly matched. It's op v op. It's pistol v pistol. But Mata didn't have the health. And Mako hunted him down. The utility on this retake is beautiful. The flashes, the hunt. Giving wonderful information over to DRX. But it still came down to that one-on-one moment. And it's in the clutch like that where a player who has lived on this stage for 5 years will thrive.
Remember, we talked earlier in the series about how those moments are often the difference makers when you're talking about 2 teams of this caliber. Keep that fresh of mind. A lean A from the attack.
So what do NRG do? Slow round in the previous, now it's the gas over towards A. Good hold now from DRX. These Thorns will do well to stall out NRG and bring in the rotators.
Gosh, that Nightbot's gonna hit 4.
That's a huge amount invested right at the start of the round.
Yeah, sure. Plenty of time to freeze, plenty of time to reset, right for it.
But the problem is, over on C, whereas previous rounds, DRX have been quick to rotate, Flashback's operator awaits.
Oh gosh, he's gonna get challenged. The hand
Kena tuh tangannya.
Right off. Now Flashback takes a quick step back. Mata trying to get a little revenge. Shows a hand of his own, and it's ill-advised. Flashback alone might have won them this round. But we've mentioned it, you never count NRG out. The paranoia through. Spike should get out onto the site. Freeing was there to clean him up. Brock in a 1v4.
Belajar Yoru, bos.
Not a chance.
Di mana? Siapa?
So sure
Wah.
about a flashback. And it almost feels like energy.
Nanti bos, iya bos, gue belum dapat timingnya kalau gue ya. Kalau lu mau udah jago anjir. Oh iya itu Yoru ya, ada yang pakai Yoru ya. Oke, gue belajar Yoru di sini nih. Tadi mokat Yorunya. Timingnya belum dapat gue. Mekaniknya sih lebih jarang kan gue pakai Yoru. Itu Yoru lu bos. Kayak begitu ya. Suwe lu. Suwe lu. Sabar. Gue belajar dulu mekaniknya gak sih? Pencet-pencetannya kan gue belum apal ya kan. Jarang pakai Yoru. Sama positioningnya gue belum terlalu tahu. Belum trial error bos, tenang bos. Kasih tips and triknya lah. Gimana pakai Yoru lah, lu kan jago bos pakai Yoru. Dulu gue pakai Yoru, cuman kan udah jarang banget. Gak pernah malah. Kalau gak pernah berarti nggak sama sekali ya. Jarang banget udah. Lihat sendiri gue pakai Renasi butar-butar mulu kan. Atau enggak Jet. Atau enggak Clove. Udah, Sopa. Itu doang. Kalau Sentinel paling ini deadlock. Enggak Killjoy. Jarang loh.
So the slower this retake is, the better it looks for NRG. DRX must act quickly.
They're gonna scale up. Remember, Mata took that aggro heaven fight and won it.
It's all about putting this pressure down. Mata needs to show that force up into heaven to buy time for his lurkers to activate, to regroup back with the team.
Love that nade. Actually drops it back.
Yoru SD Wish.
Beautiful flash, beautiful kill.
Wish.
Flashback gets
Yoru. Si butar-butar tuh.
DRX snatch the side out of their hands. The two lurkers that you mentioned are going to show up too little.
Nggak pakai rem tuh.
Scuba's going to try his best, but he will.
Flashnya ke tembok ya. Flashnya tembak ke tembok, pedas. Ngedot, shot. Lempar bos, shot. Press. Oh iya gitu. Oke. Nanti ya. Nanti gue bakal praktekin yang tadi tuh. Si flashback. Gayanya si flashback tuh. Tergantung momen aja. Iya sih ya. Nah ya itu nyari momen ya bos. Belum dapet momen timingnya. Kadang udah dapet momennya, cuman mekaniknya lupa gua. Niatnya mau TP, malah nge-flash. Niatnya mau nge-flash, malah ke TP. Belum biasa bos, belum biasa. Sama positioningnya sih, gimana sih itu ya? Biar pas dia nge-teleport tuh dia langsung ngeliat ke depan bos. Biasanya kan dia langsung lurus aja kan, ngadep tembok jadinya tuh. Tuh gimana tuh?
This time NRG are ready. That quick rotate from DRX. They tried to filter 3 players back into the site. NRG shut it down beautifully. And I mean, even getting the Waylay ult on the other side is just the cherry on top to the round. Because now, in crunch time, we're looking at 11 rounds to 9. We're looking at 4 more rounds to play in regulation. The ultimates are the talking point. And you look at DRX, okay, Omen ult, whatever. We're 1 off of your ult. They'll have 1 big round, but Bane is far off. The rest of the team is far away.
9-11.
NRG have Ethans for the next round. Brock and Mata both 3 off. This is where they can start to string these back to back to back.
Kalau defense TP ke belakang aja sih. Kalau attack banyakin TP masuk aja. Kalau retake aja baru TP-nya. Belakangin. Kalau defense TP ke belakang aja sih. Kalau attack banyakin TP masuk aja. Kalau retake aja baru TP-nya. Belakangin. Oh. Enggak, misalnya kalau kan kita TP nih kan. Teleport ya kan, teleport maju ya kan. Misalnya maju nih. Kan ngadepnya jadi ke depan kan, ke tembok ya kan. Biar ngadepnya tuh ke view belakang tuh gimana? Apa kita ngadep ke belakang dulu baru TP biar ngadepnya ke sono? Atau gimana tuh? Pak D bos nih.
They need to stop NRG on this round now, or the snowball becomes a very real possibility.
Caranya gimana tuh, bos? Susah sih, harus dipraktekin ya. Tar nih, udah bentar lagi nih. Ntar kita langsung aja otolog Yoru ya. Gue sedikit pusing.
They're still in a fight. Late in these series, late in these
Kena
maps.
nikotin.
This is a team that has full trust in one another. The ability to dig deep,
Nikotin vape lagi.
have that drive
Ngudut aja lah.
to get the job done. And the job's not done right now.
Telah sudah cinta.
As the operator. Round has been his domain, but Mata shuts him out.
Sesuaiin aja mau madep kemana sebelum TP.
And now, full gas forward. Prowler out, satchel through, but the paranoia in exchange for Mako might be good enough.
Gimana tuh?
Mata gets clocked.
Ntar ya, the range. Ntar the range, bos.
Freeing into 1v3. Ethan gets a spike down. Brock delivers. NRG get to 10.
It's mayhem. What a call out from NRG.
Ntar the range. Coba.
They call for the boost up play. That's not a hunt. He's not playing on information. That is him seeing for just a half second.
Map terakhir ini, iya map terakhir nih penentuan. Soalnya kan masih ini grup. Masih grup bos. Ntar misalnya kalau udah selesai playoff, dari pemenang playoff baru tuh yang mapnya sampai lama batu. Berapa? 5 map ya? 5 map baru. Kalau sekarang masih seharusnya sih 2 gara-gara 1 sama jadi. Ini penentuan nih map Lotus nih, map terakhir. Comeback lagi kah NRG kah? Tadi terakhir kayak 11 juga, DRX 11, NRG 7 apa 6 gitu. Di Korode. Gelo sih.
Lurk or anything to pivot back to in the round. They were hoping not to meet this same level of resistance on the C site.
And the truth is they don't fully understand what's on the other side.
This is tough. Now there is a C's, there's Prowlers, there's the paint shells from Mata. We saw this against the stack DRX had back on the Eco. This time they're playing more spread.
Yeah, maybe the benefit is that the 2 Buckies that are on the board are not there. But it's still Stingers and it's still DRX. Flashback has to get out.
Oh, nggak dapet.
Rocket not connecting. But they're trying to force their way out onto the site. Mata around it.
Bredel aja udah. Ih.
And now it's just the 2 Buckies that remain. Hyunmin down to 5 HP. The dust settles. And it's NRG in
3 lawan 2.
But DRX never counted out. Looking for a free one with the Bucky. A stray bullet. Chance. But it's not
11 sama. Gila. Comeback kah ini? Comeback again kah?
We're tied.
Gila sih. Spesialis comeback kah? NRG kah?
And we always knew this was going to be an interesting matchup. Both these teams following
Parah tuh, itu mati gara-gara di blok tuh. Gara-gara di blocking tuh. Kira aja ya tuh.
But at the end of the day, these are two squads built around
Iya kah?
Ethan versus Mako, the IGLs, and then so much fresh blood, young talent. And it's been the young talent that has been stepping up, and it will be the young talent to determine which of these two squads will advance.
Flashback with the op. Hyunmin
Gila
tries to
sih
keep you away and he's
dari
caught.
One of those names drops.
dari 10 berapa tadi? 11-1, 10-2, 10-3. 10-3.
And Flashback has not shown this look. Pushed up into A lobby. He has destroyed NRG when they try to reclear.
Kalau nggak comeback, bisa jadi
He's once more. You lunatic.
Aduh.
He's nuts. Punishes Ethan. He has had Ethan's number all day long.
4 lawan 4.
Doesn't really matter right now. Or the 4 headed towards C though. Paranoia will buy a little bit of time, but doesn't connect on to everyone.
Di ulti aja bung, nama DRG. Auto mundur DRX.
Oh, he was. So they're gonna get the site for free.
It'll be a 4-on-4 retake, but Flashback has the dimensional drift. You will have full information of where NRG are playing. They will have to fight out against all odds.
Di ulti aja oleh flashback. Oke.
Ventures forth.
Yoru Simanjuntak.
Looking for a name to claim. And it's Bane who falls first, and there it is!
Dapat dong.
Sam's the one who falls! NRG still with the numbers advantage. Mako so far away from the play. It's Flashback on his own. 3 on the round. Scuba puts him out. NRG gets a series point.
They did it in their global debut against CDG. And now, teetering.
Tapi voting nih DRX nih. Lalu gue dukung NRG. Bakal menang kah? Gila.
From disappointing finishes in kickoff in stage 1. Nice! To the roster shuffle, to Ethan stepping into the IGL role. And now to Brock.
Specialist comeback kah?
27 and 15.
Comeback apa OT nih? Comeback apa OT?
Everyone around the world asking, when do NRG die? When if they had enough? When will they fold? Yet they find themselves up around. They find themselves at C once more. They find themselves staring down 3 members of DRX, a full bed of utility, and a tap of the door.
And things aren't pretty for DRX. You see a couple of stingers. You see a judge in Mako's hand.
Udah ready banget tuh DRX tuh dicek tuh.
Vandal for the team. And he's been the hero. He's in the right spot right now. NRG want to go for another C-pop. And he is here and waiting.
They're committing out onto this. They're doubling down on it.
Ketahuan.
But it's still just a push and pull. It's a pump break.
Bisa ngeliat tanah tuh.
Only one player actually tagged on that.
Yeah, and now they can speed up.
Oh,
They're gonna have the C side if they go. And
Back
go they
rotate.
do. Freeing. Wrapped around, he falls.
Wush.
Mada gets 2.
Mada ini gaya.
Star looking to push NRG there.
Iya kah?
Questions about when they
Iya kah? Gelo. Gelo. Comeback, cow, dari 2 kali epic comeback. Gelo.
A shocker of a map 3 here in Paris.
Gila. Apa nih?
At the start of the game, it looked like they would be going out with a whimper.
Gelo.
But in similar form to that comeback against EDG, this team has proven that you can never count them out. And that is a superpower to have on the global stage.
Gelo. Keren.
Domestically. They walk in 4-1, yeah, but I mean, they have to
Makin ini makin matang ya mentalnya ya.
I mean, they've got to find a way through.
NRG.
They continue to answer the call every step of the way.
Itu Som kayak orang Indo emang dia.
Around NRG over the course of the year, the roster changes, and now what they
Dia orang ini dia.
Nothing short of
Orang Cirebon dia.
what this team has been able to do.
Si Som.
They continue to get away with it.
Bocah Cirebon dia.
Doubters, they continue to silence haters.
You remember this was a team.
Bocah Cirebon Barat.
In the offseason, they went to Korea. They took down Gen G. They won that offseason tournament. Soup League, we thought they could be world beaters.
Mana si Som?
That was very much not the case. It has now come full circle, taking out
Ini.
strong squad from
Iya,
Pacific.
bocah Cirebon Barat.
Nail-botting, fighting fashion possible.
Gelo, epic comeback, bro. Dari 10-2 pas 10-3 tuh ya. 10-3. Buset. Yang tadi buset udah nggak ada harapan. 11 berapa ya? 11-6 tadi, 11-5. Comeback, bre. Gelo. Keren. Jadi tidak ada yang tidak mungkin ya. Bagi kalian-kalian nih yang baru kalah 6-0 udah surrender tuh, lu lihat tuh. Baru kalah 6-0, ada lagi baru kalah 4-0, 3-0 udah surrender tuh. Lihat. Nggak ada yang tidak mungkin. Buset, dari 11. Buset dah. 11-3. 2 map epic comeback semua anjir. Sadis. Nggak ada kalian, gua doang sendiri di sini, bos.
Yeah, the team gives me a lot of confidence in my eyes yelling, even though I'm a little confused, but learning and couldn't do without my teammates.
Of course, and always a nice word for your teammates. Donc, il est passé
Buat
IGL cette année, Ethan. Donc,
batu tap-tap lagi, bos. Batu tap-tap lagi gak sih, bos? Ini gua kena shadow banned dah nih. Gua ngudut mulu nih, gara-gara ngudut mulu ya kan. Nggak kena banned, jadi di shadow banned nih. Sebelum-sebelumnya gue live kan ngudut terus ya kan, ngudut santai-santai aja, orang sampai nanya kan, bang ngudut emang kagak di banned bang? Kagak, cuma di shadow banned.
We saw some good comes also from Sam indeed. Et enfin, de quel teammate es-tu le plus fier aujourd'hui? Lequel pour toi le plus carré? Bah Som, il a ramené de l'énergie à l'équipe au moment où on en avait le plus besoin. Et je pense que c'est aussi essentiellement.
Biar orang lewat kagak ada. Iya.
Ethan, congratulations again. Merci de nous avoir suivis. That's it for us on the stage for today. Let's toss it back and wrap it up with our analyst desk. See you tomorrow.
Jadi ibarat kata kayak buang-buang kuota doang gitu ya. Kalau dicari baru ada tuh, kalau diketik baru ada tuh. Atau enggak emang yang follow. Iya kan? Notifnya kagak ada. Notifnya ada nggak, bos? Dapat gak lu? Ada notifnya nggak? Apa kagak ada? Biasanya kan kalau live kan ada notifnya ya. Ini ada nggak?
I guess resilience and some of these I guess the Odin. I feel like Brock is really making a name for himself in terms of this gun.
Set FPS-nya tuh lihat tuh. 700
an operator at the end, but I think that he has proven that this gun maybe should be played by more people. I don't know if I want to say that out loud, but Mitch isn't here, so someone has to.
No, I completely. I've been
Pas buka APK TikToknya baru ada notifnya. Iya kena tuh, gua kena shadow ban.
And confident, and they trust themselves. And I think this is the America's team, you know, that
Ini gue nyelesain misi-misi dulu nih.
we expected from like G2 and
Kalau
Sen.
kagak,
But seeing this
akses
coming out
live-nya
eventually
di ini.
is very, very, very good news.
Sekarang banyak kebijakan baru TikTok. Lu akun lu itu gue start nggak bisa live loh. Ada inian baru, regulasi baru dari TikTok. Oke, ayo ajar Belandang. Bangun. Nih, lihat dulu, Pade. Pade lihat dulu, Pade. Ini gue sambil TikTok ya. Bisa nggak ya, coba ya lo ya. Kita sekalian ngetes double stream ya. Masih bisa nggak nih atau enggak udah tamat double stream ya?
Honestly, not gonna be a surprise to you. First of all, congratulations. But we claim you. You are one of us. Welcome home. Welcome home to EMEA. Have you missed it?
Bongkar. Buset.
The food, the weather, and especially
Oh, Bonkar namanya.
When was the last time you were
Namanya
on this side of the
Bonkar.
world?
I mean, we did
Boncanrero.
for EWC, so we were there for 10 days. So yeah.
Yeah, and I want people to know, like, this is a big deal.
It's a big deal. It's the last night. You don't know. Kelihatan matanya doang gue ya. Udah kayak buronan. Udah kayak buronan aja. Gue baru ngeliat aplikasi TikTok ya. Dia udah kayak buronan aja. Ada. Kasus men. Kayak hacker ya. Ngeri ya. Gila kayak hacker cok. Parah. Coba ya. Kasus man. Nih, mana ya nih. Hacker ya. Hede. Wah, ini kayaknya di merah pada ketiduran kayak ini. Orang-orang ya. HP udah nemplok muka kah? If the world was air, they will direct to you. Paloran aja. Lagi update gua. Oke. Buset, update apaan? Wih. PC baru ya? PC baru kah? Laptop baru kah? Kok update sih? Emang update? Update kah? Oh shit. Aduh. Lupa gua. Ya, mohon maaf ini ya. PC baru mulu, soalnya gua agak update kan kemarin lumayan. Ini agak di merah agak ada lonjakan ya. Sorry nih, soalnya gua nggak run as administrator. Jadi sekarang tuh untuk nge-capture game Valorant tuh harus di run as administration OBS-nya, dan gua lupa tadi ngerun asnya. Jadi ini akan ada gejolak sedikit. Mohon maaf semuanya. 30 juta orang di sini ya. Mohon maaf. Ada gejolak sedikit ya. 100. Ini kayak gua gara-gara update Windows dah. CPU-nya berat banget. Oh. Berat banget. Shit. Oke nih, lihat nih, badai nih. Ada nggak di TikTok muncul nggak? Layar ya? Ada ya. Gedean aja nih. Mantap kan? Oke. Nih. Apa lu abis uninstall? Makanya update. Update apa sih? Soalnya gue nggak update nih. Takutnya gue ternyata ada update. Ntar DC lagi gue. Wow. Wah, kita udah ya di TikTok kita akan off stream ya. Karena sepertinya udah nggak bisa double stream, lihat aja tuh. Gue nembak apa nih kayak begini? Getar semua nih. FPS sih aman. Nggak tahu nih, kayaknya ada yang something error ini. Males gue ini apa nih? Ngulik-nguliknya lagi. Cok. Nih gini. Misalkan contoh begini nih. Kita kesini kan. Nih ada nggak nih orang ya sini? Begini. Nih kalau kita TP kan ngadepnya ke tembok nih. Ya kan? Biar nggak ngadep tembok gimana? Apakah kita harus begini dulu? Ke belakang baru TP? Coba ya. Gini, set. Nah gini, ada, set. Oh iya. Iya. Iya benar ini. Iya benar, berarti gitu ya. Nah mekaniknya gue belum terlalu apal lah. Kali ini kita akan belajar Yoru ya. Kita akan pakai Yoru ya. Lebih sering pakai Yoru. Cing. Kita harus sering-sering latihan gitu. Ongjay. Gila, gue dulu ada sebutan namanya Yoru estetik, Pak D. Tenang. Kita belajar Yoru lagi ya. Apalagi Yoru sekarang ini TP nggak kelihatan ya kalau nggak di areanya ya. lagi, bisa gini. Wah, telat. Yoru main-main. Oke, ini pindah-pindah ke ini ya. Kita TikTok di off-pin aja nih. Berat kali. Berat banget. Oke, thank you buat semuanya. Cheers. Somewhere. Buset, tuh dapat apa nih? Oh. Keren ya TikTok sekarang ya. Nah, enak. Let's go. Kita pindah ke sini ya. TikToknya kita open aja. Berat banget, bre. Agak enak banget gak sih? Iya gak sih? Mana nih? Apakah hari ini kita akan menuju ke gold? Atau malah turun lagi ke silver 2? I don't know. Cek.
Yo.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ini langsung gas atau pemanasan dulu Pak Ade? Langsung aja ya gas.
Unrated ini.
Hah? Oh iya anjir. Hampir aja 3 menit lagi, kampret. Deh. Tunggu lu bilang Pak Ade. Lupa gua. Hajar. Ngudut Pak Ade, ngudut.
Udah berhenti gue.
Tai. Udah berhenti dulu. Amin ya kan?
Amin.
Kita semua juga perokok pengen berhenti Pak Ade.
Gimana
caranya? Iya gak sih? Nah itu dia. Bagaimana caranya ku berhenti merokok?
Match found.
Nggak ada yang bagus lagi senjatanya. Ascan. Yoru nih Pak Ade ya, Yoru ya.
Boleh.
Aduh. Ini bukan waktu ya coba-coba nggak sih Pak Ade sebenarnya?
Bebas aja sih.
Sikat. Arah TP-nya kemana yang enak ya? Ascan ya? Kalau Yoru ya? Backset, di hell ya?
Hell di mana?
Hell di bawah itu tuh jembatan, di bawah jembatan. Di A ya di A tuh. Enaknya di mana dah? Biasanya lu di mana, Pak Di?
Ya nggak pernah pakai Yoru gue di sini. Jarang.
Bukan tempatnya ya?
Bagusnya sih TP ke belakang aja. Nggak usah TP masuk.
Oh, buat kayak fake ngeras gitu ya?
Ngerasnya jalan aja, nggak usah TP.
Oh. Misalnya kayak rame gitu, langsung TP balik gitu ya? Buat kayak gitu aja ya? Berarti kemarin gue udah bener dong yang di Korode itu. Ya nggak sih?
Tergantung situasinya.
Iya, situasional ya berarti ya, Pak ya. Oke.
Bagusnya TP ke dalam sini sih.
Sini ya.
Atau enggak di sini.
Sini kali ya. Kalau sini kelihatan nggak sih? Kalau di sini kelihatan nggak sih?
Enggak TP ke B aja ya kalau defend.
Time to jump.
Buset.
Kepencet anjir, gue lupa push to talk, gue pakai mana sih? Jangan push to talk. Push to talknya gue pakai itu TP soalnya. Pencet TP. Jadi kepencet, gue pengen ngomong ya. Sorry Pak.
One enemy remaining.
Mute dulu sebelum main.
Hah?
Mute dulu sebelum main.
Oh iya benar. Ini udah ada indikasi nih. Karena kita lagi coba-coba nih ya. Cek, coba lu ngomong.
Cek.
Takutnya ikut ke mute anjir. Biasa gitu. Oke. Oh, shaping ya. Menang dong. Nah, nih. Mana gengan lu, Pak deh?
Tahu.
Kena mental kah kemarin dia? Kan menang.
Time to jump.
Rotate kayaknya.
Anjing.
Spike down B.
Portal closed.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting through.
Salah lagi gua. Gue kira bisa double.
30 seconds left.
Mana sih tangganya?
Cutting through.
Mana dia? Takutnya dari mid lagi. Tapi nggak mungkin kan?
10 seconds left.
Shaping kah?
Biarin shaping aja.
Biarin ya.
Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I
I'll cut through.
Gini nih, rame.
Time to jump. My portal broke. Time to jump.
planted.
Out of sight. Over here.
Di sini satu.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Well, they sucked.
No peeking. I feel bad for them. I really do. Just not enough to stop winning. Right here. Gun here.
Gun here.
Oh sayang banget tuh senjata ya.
Pakai aja.
Udah pakai Spectre itu.
Cutting through. Decoy. Enemy spotted. Not enough. Fake teleport. Cutting through. Enemy B. Neutralized. Enemy spotted B. My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
My ult.
Spike down B.
Nice. Mantap, mantap.
One downside to being immortal. Can't play dead. Gun here.
Ini udah saatnya gua ngulti belum nih?
Bebas.
Time to jump.
Ntar lu ya, ngeliat dulu ke sini nggak deh? Oh iya, rame.
I'll handle this. I'm back.
Mati gua. Waduh. Di moli diikat. Suwe 40 raja.
Spike down A. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Mantap. Terakhir sini. Wah. Wah, sejak kapan dia di situ? Dismiss ke situ kan tadi ya? Dia nembak lu kan?
Bukan. Pet itu.
Oh, pet. Mirip anjir. Sorry dah. Sorry dah Sage ya.
Time to jump.
Tahu dia anjing.
Fake teleport. Cutting through. Scatter.
Your duty is not over. I'm up. Shit.
Spike down mid.
Oh, main udah mokat ya.
Fake teleport.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Siap. Terlalu mindik gua.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
Nice.
That Killjoy's tech is everywhere. We're not at a science fair. Get rid of that shit.
Bingung gue pakai klop ini.
Kenapa tuh? Jarang lah ya pakai klop ya? Lah biasa lu bridge, Pak deh.
Nggak ada smoker.
Oh iya, bahaya sih nggak ada smoker ntar attackingnya.
Time to jump. Decoy. Here.
Face your fear!
Spike planted.
Chaos banget. Lari.
Marked one.
Drop in a smoke. Train harder.
Stop the fire.
Nice. Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Dapat. Nice. Nice.
Pick something nice to kill them.
Nice. Gue kira nggak di depus loh, ternyata di depus. Mantap. Gila banget.
Time to jump.
Sana.
Oh shit. Oh, rame banget. 120 race.
Bring them down. Bring them down.
Rotate deh. Partinya sih tapi nggak tahu di sini ada tuh.
Reloading.
Oh iya mid rame.
Last player standing.
Banyak ternyata.
Kecil banget kan.
Nyari semut ya. Cilbet gila tuh pala-palanya ya.
Udah pakai monitor
Kecil ya.
Spike planted.
Itu cuman kayak titik doang gitu. Di gue buset dah. Susah banget ngeliat yang kayak begitu-gitu. Kayak crosshair dia nih, kayak crosshair pade nih ukurannya. Pacil. Kiri. Oh, bro. Iya kah? Enter.
My ult is ready. Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think.
Baki aja, Baki.
Baki boleh. Baki apa
Baki,
judge?
Baki.
Baki. Baki sama
Atau enggak sorti aja, sorti.
Sorti ya. Kayaknya lebih kencangan sorti daripada Baki. Kalau dari jarak dekat ya. Berapa kali pakai baki nggak kena anjir.
Tunggu sini aja.
Oke. Gua pantek deket ya. Sisanya gua serahkan pada lu, Pak deh.
Cutting through. I'll handle this. I'm back.
Aduh, ternyata di sini kampret. Mau di sini saya.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
I never left.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Ente.
Gua pancing doang itu. Bingung gua mau kemana.
Rest is overrated.
Ente. Phantom boleh. Mana lu di mana?
I need a drop. Sens.
Pantekin sini, Pak.
Mana? Oke.
Time to jump.
Mana? Kok nggak ada tandanya sih? Oh, ini. Anjing.
The hunt begins.
Cutting through.
Spike planted.
Oh, 160 nggak mati.
Siapa?
Oh men, 160 nggak mati. Bagaimana ceritanya?
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun, whichever.
160. Lah, nggak jelas Valorant. Ada nih pasti datang sini. Ada nih. Oh, lari deh. Pamit Pak deh. Tapi nggak tahu ya. Datang lagi deh. Waduh, pas banget lagi timingnya.
Spike planted.
Gila.
Bingung gua mau kemana anjing.
Iya udah kegerebek itu pada. Segini dapet tuh.
Round before the switch.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
Tanggal, Pak.
I need a drop. Thanks. Time to jump.
Ya, gak dapet lagi kampret.
You should run.
Spike planted.
Cutting through.
Oh shit. 6548.
Switching sides.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Ini gimana nih Pade nih? TP ke dalam kah?
Terserah lu sih.
Tutor lah, tutor.
Gue ke dalam sih.
Oke.
Terus dulu baru mau TP.
Di pantai kali pantai. Rame kali bah. Oh shit. Tahuan gue capek.
Nice.
Nice.
There.
One enemy remaining.
I'll find you.
Takut juga tuh. Killjoy. Nice. Takut di HPD tuh.
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak. Try not to die.
TP ke set aja kalau mau.
Set gimana? Ada cara? Ujung dulu kah?
Dari sini.
Oh, oke.
Time to jump.
Gue udah dalam set nih. Kagak makat ya. Lah, di sana dulu.
Gue juga ngomong nggak tahu kenapa anjing.
Namanya ini first match, bos, sama. Yang penting gue beredel aja dulu ya kan. Daripada gak nembak kena ceprak, gue beredel aja tuh. Spam. Tapi keren juga tadi depannya tuh. Triknya keren juga tuh. Jadi gue kiri kanan ya kan, lu fokus nembak tuh di tengah. Gue kiri kanan gitu. Nih jadi kayak gini nih. Gini nih set. Anjay, boleh juga tuh. Deket nih.
They're blind with fear.
Ya, belum ngepos.
Spike down A.
Oh, nice. Buset. Ares.
Player standing.
Ente. Ini suara gua nyetrum-nyetrum nggak nih, bos?
Enggak.
Enggak ya?
Aman.
Oke.
Time to jump. Distraction. Surprise. Cutting through.
Planted. Have one of these.
Anjing, kaget gua.
Healing.
Destabilizing.
Oh shit, market. Gila. Nice. Mantap.
Goblin.
Seriusan lo deh.
I need a drop.
Oke, thank you.
I hope this one's exciting.
Spike drop.
Firasat gua ada yang nge-flank, tapi hanya firasat sih.
Cutting through.
Reloading. Careful here. There.
Wah, rame banget di sini. Oh shit, 148 kasih. Nice. Terakhir 3. Mantap.
30 seconds. Last player standing.
Aduh.
I don't care if there are 5 or 50 of them. Let's go.
Parah tuh Sagi itu. Parah.
Malah ngeplan dulu goblok.
Kasus.
Time to jump.
Dekat shotgun tuh.
Enemy spotted A. Bring them down.
MB.
Reloading.
Ngejelimet deh.
Where are you? Mark 1.
No peeking. Planted.
There. One enemy
Nice.
remaining. Last player standing. Marked one.
Oh. Oke, kucing-kucingan boleh. Di waktu. Oh.
No time sih.
No time ya. Nice. Nice, nice.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Baru main disuruh press hand.
Get on with it. Where are you?
Here.
Take them. Bring them down in smokes.
Time to jump. I got it.
Satu lagi sampai.
Reloading.
Gue bawa spek. Lah, kok tiba-tiba gue bawa spek ya? Coba gue cabut ya.
Last player standing.
Cabut aja. Cabut.
Aduh, salah banget harusnya. Teleport balik ke sono ya.
Planted.
Enaknya di mana ya?
Belakang sisi tadi.
Situ ya.
Bakar.
Aduh, telat lagi. Ini udah smoke lagi.
Ada flash.
Oke, flash gue masih 2. Ini ya.
One enemy
Anyone
remaining.
else?
Flash lagi.
Oh! Telat, I'm sorry, Pak Ade. Kurang mekanik ini ya, mohon dimaklumi ya.
Carry that weight.
Kurang mekanik ini, timingnya nih.
Yok ebesinin nikahı. We forgot to fight.
Spec.
Oh no, oh no.
Take them one by one. Cutting through.
I'll find you. Bring them down. There's line of fear.
Time to jump. Fake teleport.
2 di sini.
The fun begins.
Ah, 80 aja.
One enemy remaining.
Gimana tuh Reni? Market lah. Nice. Nice.
Don't be spending too many brain cells. Could I have a drop? Thank you.
Makasih.
Nih skin aja nih Pak deh. Sama-sama.
Buset buat crack ini.
Siapa gua ya? Sorry. Hah?
Buat crack gua, Bos.
Buset, tapi 2 DJ tuh, Bos. Asis 8. Gitu mah imbang gitu. Ada lagi dekat kampung. Hati-hati kayak gua pirasatnya di sini dah. Kamera. Setnya dapat sih.
Fake teleport. Cutting through.
Have one of these.
Gimana tuh?
Masya Allah.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
120, 110 renanya. Nggak mati anjing.
Forgive me if I overextend. What happened?
Stop hitting. Itu rame banget ya, terlalu maksain itu sih tadi. Padenya udah masuk, padenya.
I'm here to stay.
Time to jump.
Oh shit.
Enemy mid. Where are you?
Mid 2, tri 1. Berarti udah 3 di A.
Dropping spike.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Nggak mau mati anjing.
Udah mati loh.
Player
Buset.
standing. Flawless.
Buset, rombongan. Ada di dalam smoke. Ramai banget di dalam smoke. Akankah? Sebelah sama. Akan terjadi comeback atau akan jadi sebuah kemenangan untuk kita. Gimana nih Pak Ade? Bung Pak Ade gimana Bung Pak Ade?
Nggak tahu.
Bisa lah ya, bisa ya.
Insya Allah.
Wah, dia tahu lagi di kesini kita. Sabar.
Maksain.
Iya, maksain. Tangbrut. Aduh. Salah TP gua. Salah TP.
Dropping spike.
Salah press juga lagi gua.
Last player standing.
Aduh, midnya datang.
Three down.
Remaining.
Hampir saja. Ace.
Match point.
What will it
OT.
be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Ah, sorry Pak D, ini Pak D.
Ente Pak De, belum ini. Ini belum berakhir ini semua Pak De. Mid boleh. I fake A.
Cutting through.
Dia kayaknya tahu kalau kita stuck di A, kita A semua kayaknya Pak De. Oh shit, di press lagi A-nya. 66 Raja.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Ente Pak.
Ente. First match biasa lah Pak De.
You should run.
Ente. Tadi udah bakar rokok. Oh ini. Belum ternyata. Ente. Ada match replay. Bisa di-download, Pak deh.
Bisa.
Baru tahu gua nih. Mantap.
Coba download.
Lama nggak? Berapa giga?
Bentar.
Coba ya.
80.
Kok karir gua ada titiknya gitu? Apa maksudnya?
80 MB.
Emang? Oh iya. Gua download nih. Dikit ya? Kecil ya? Maksudnya untuk sebuah video gitu. Ini replay dari ujung ke ujung ini. 80 MB. Apa gimana nih? Baru ya? Coba gue lagi nonton replaynya ya. Oh iya. Nge-lag. Anjroy. Oh enggak nih. Oh iya, kita bisa ngeliat POV dari semuanya. Anjay. Di musuh pun kita bisa lihat nih. Oke. Kita bisa ngeliat POV dari musuhnya ya. Keren ya. Gimana nih POV pas dia ngelawan kita nih, coba. Buset. Gila. Nge-flash gua tuh. Asik. Gimana sih orang pas ngelawan kita tuh, gimana sih POV-nya ya kan Mas ya? Bisa lihat nih anjir. Semengerikan apa gitu kan. Dia terpressure seperti apa gitu. Pas kita lagi nembak dia tuh mantap gak gitu, ceprak gak? Oh mati si Rajin. Suki.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Jago juga sih. Coba satu match. Gue pengen lihat pas orang lagi fight sama gua gitu. Gelagat gua tuh gimana? Gelagat gua gimana tuh agent ya? Apa gak kelihatan tiba-tiba ceprak atau penuh kegaduhan? Ini nggak bisa dicepetin ya? Dikencengin bisa nggak? Oh bisa. Nah ini nih. Gila. Keren sih ini. 80 MB.
Bener Pak.
Hah? Aman?
Bentar.
Aman.
Minum.
Aman Pak ya. Monggo. Wih, ngeri juga gue. Buset.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Thirty seconds left. Finished. Ten seconds left.
Begitu.
Dikasihin triple biar tahu Pak. Kayaknya
Apa tuh? Apa deh?
kalau ada cheater gitu.
Oh iya ya, kalau ada cheater kan kelihatan banget ya. Set, ngeri juga gua. Kurang latihan aja sih.
Ngeri banget itu.
Buset. Pure estetik.
Sayangnya kalah.
Comeback ya. Kita sering banget kalahnya comeback ya. Bisa ngeliat FPS orang enggak ding. Ayo gaskan. Ini bisa dilihat lagi nggak nanti bos? Apa nggak bisa?
Bisa.
Kalau udah download bisa berarti ya?
Atau download kemana nih?
Iya ya.
Soalnya di sini bisa dihapus.
Apa harus buka Valorantnya baru bisa di play?
Kesimpannya di mana? Nggak tahu nih.
Iya ya. Ntar kita pasti di Google ada tuh. Di YouTube. Gas? Oke deh. Gaskan. Yo guys, welcome.
Match found.
Bain, pakai apa lu bos? Hajar.
Nggak tahu.
Raje lah, Raje.
Telur aja ya.
Kenapa?
Gue tergantung smoke-nya.
Gue smoke. Biar smoke cepat ya kan?
Lu aja yor.
Yor lagi.
Oke. Gas
ya. Boleh yor estetik.
Anybody. I'll fight everybody.
Mantap dah. Gacor anjir. Neon buset dah. Kadang tuh kalau lawan Neon cuman kayak bisa ngeliatin doang pas ultinya anjir.
tergantung mouse-nya nih.
Apaan? Tergantung musuhnya ya?
Tergantung mouse-nya.
Oh mouse.
Mouse.
Lah mouse lu kan mantep anjir.
Mana ada?
Lah
100-an.
Tapi ada DPI-nya kan? Aturan DPI ya kan?
Ada.
Apa mouse apaan?
Gak tau mouse apaan. Crown.
Ini. Dari namanya sih ngeri ya. Crown. Anjing. Mas lu apa crown?
Ngeplek dia tayang.
Cok IVN kah? Apa itu? Wah ini lah. Salah. Ngerti nggak dia? Lah dia ngerti aja. PCT. Udah mati ya?
Time to jump.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Here.
Nice. Gak tahu tuh gua ngapain tuh.
You see?
Warawiri aja, warawiri.
I got an idea. Embarrass them.
Cover going out.
Cutting their
Cutting through.
Spike down B.
Ada dekat lu bos. Gue flash.
Kena gue.
Kena lo ya?
One enemy remaining.
Loading.
Sorry.
Aman.
Hey little man, pump us up. Let's hear it.
Reloading.
Can someone buy me, please?
I'm saving. Time to jump.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, nice.
They're starting to panic. I can feel their pulse quickening from here.
Don't let them get up.
Gak ngerti deh, gak ngerti.
Kagak ngerti itu.
Ngerti
Thailand,
lah.
Vietnam.
Mana sih ya?
Time to jump. Cover going out.
Mana sih?
You're done.
Waduh,
Last player
ada
standing.
flank ternyata.
Cage trigger. Cage trigger.
One enemy remaining.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Bener pak.
I need a drop.
Gak ada beliin sniper.
I need a drop.
Ah, sniper.
Thanks.
Ah. Oh, iya, lu yang beliin itu.
Sombong banget kan.
Sombong banget sniper. Kayaknya dia cewek. Anjing.
Spike down B.
You will not kill my allies.
Last player standing.
Immortal. Badinya ngeri banget tuh immortal.
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
Pandal.
I need a drop. Thanks.
Ngeri kali badinya cheaper immortal ya. Gue fake di B terus ke A.
Cutting through.
Somebody's there.
Wow, udah kebalik.
Spike down A.
Cage trigger. I must wait a moment.
Gecko dari
One enemy remaining.
Ready. Cage triggered.
Dari mana?
Tadi sih di B. 40 Gecko.
I must wait a moment.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Coba ya, coba
I need a
ya.
drop.
Nggak mau beliin dia, parah. Sombong banget. PCT, PCS.
I need a drop.
Parah.
Cutting through. I'll handle this.
Buset.
Monster on the loose. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Reloading.
Time to jump.
player standing.
Aduh.
Nyentit.
Salah nih gua. Salah flash mas gua. MB.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one. Jump them.
Ngeri di sini ya.
Iya.
Males gue lihat.
Ada. Kiri kanan ya. Anjir, kenal muka di kanan, kiri, di kanan deh.
Sangbrut.
Ngumpet dia, Cok. Bisa gitu. Aja. Apa iya? Ya ketelat sih. Udah bagus. Finishingnya kurang.
Cangbrut
biasa. Sangbrut. Ketangkep ikan lele ya kan? Sangbrut udah. Sangbrut. Nah, udah sangbrut mah udah susah. Nggak bisa ditahan udah. Ada nih musuh bebuyutan gua, Gecko Mas Age di sini. Antara kiri makanan. Nggak ada, tumben. Lagi absen gak tuh? As bos. Belakang anjir. Nice. MB. Oh shit.
Nyari
kill doang ini. Nggak keren kayak gitu, bro. Kiper. Nggak keren kayak begitu. Mau nge-kill semuanya nggak keren. Bukan begitu Pak Ade.
Betul.
Tuh dengerin tuh kata Pak Ade. Ciper.
Kayak Yet Momi aja lo.
Apa? Yet Momi, kenapa tuh? Oh, siapa cipernya? Siapa sih? Oh shit.
Dia ngambil aman mulu.
They found my wire.
Itu dia. Kan butuh kamera nih. No trap aja nggak dikasih bos. Buat flank kagak tahu.
They found my wire.
Ente.
Pero like, why can't we just hug it out? Pinche Radiant.
Oh, pas itu main gua mayat Momi, dicariin loh.
Siapa?
Yat Momi, mayat Momi.
Kapan?
Apa udah lama banget. Kadang-kadang suka mampir dia, mari.
I need a drop. Thanks.
Dicariin loh. Ah, malas banget gue di sini, mati mulu dah. Buka ini. Ah, shotgun lagi kampret.
Mulu kita bangsa.
Aduh, mati lagi. Dekat banget nih. Anjing, kena lagi gue Mas Age.
Okay, they're dead. Take what's useful.
Untung gak ngeliat tuh siapa tadi tuh, Sage.
Last round in the half.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
Sakit banget kena judge ya. Sakitnya sampai ke kuping-kuping anjir.
Enggak sakit, ngeselin.
Iya ngeselin, sakit juga sampai kuping-kuping, Bos. Jedar. Jedar. Berani-berani ya lo Goldie. Belakang bos. Bentar bos, gue cek bos. Ada biasanya ini biar kerok nih. Pas banget timingnya kan Fred.
Player standing. Spike down B.
Ente. MB. Tadi pas gua ngulti kayak gua nggak ngeliat Jet. Kok tiba-tiba nongol ya? Tiba-tiba gua disamperin Jet aja. Kaget gua. Tau gitu gua TP. Nggak dapat momennya.
I'll cut through. Time to jump.
Spike down A.
Drop. Kena timing gue lagi.
Enemy remaining.
You did good. There's my buddy.
Dalam semok kayaknya. Nice.
All right, homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn, you know.
Oh my god. What? Apa tuh? What? Komen Ricardo.
Males gue main kalau gitu.
Kenapa tuh? Kenapa tuh Pak De?
Fake teleport.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Gimana ya? Anjir, salah sasaran. Salah sasaran.
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
Duh, males deh gue kalau main kayak gini dah.
Kenapa tuh? Kenapa?
Oh, di sini nih. B.
Here. Time to jump.
Spike down B.
Mantap Pak De. Wah, 114 clove.
One enemy remaining.
Nggak tahu Rena di mana. Kayak flank deh. Peeling doang ya. Masa iya bener. Tiba-tiba gerak lagi.
30 seconds left.
Oh iya bener. Ah bagus dah. Sampai 13 ya AFK-nya ya.
Give me a moment. I need to
Can someone buy me, please?
Odin. Siapa yang beliin? Boleh. Komen. Lu mau mulai pertarungan gak sih? Ya udah biar cepet ya, nggak apa-apa dah. Set Odin semua. Ya, biar cepet mumpung udah balik ya? Udah balik Renanya, bro.
Time to jump. Portal closed.
Spike planted.
You will not kill my ally.
You're done. My ult's ready.
My camera is destroyed.
The hunt begins.
Last player standing.
Aduh. MB. Woi. Ente MB. Masih kurang nih Pak De mekaniknya Pak De. Sorry nih Pak De.
Gue juga masih kurang mekanik keren lo nih. Buat bracket ya?
Ya Pak, gue ya. Ya sorry dah Pak.
Gue bos.
Mana nih? Nah, beda dikit itu mah bos. Tuh 9-11. Beda dikit. Kalau rame gue flash dari sini nih bos.
Gak usah.
Oke. Gue flash ya. Jika udah selesai. Aduh, nggak siap tapi gue tabrak. Wah, terakhir di sini sih.
That's right, you tell him.
Fogging dia anjing. Fogging ya udah gak apa-apa. Yang penting kita menang. Terlalu Geko. Kalau emang itu trik lu bagus, mantap. Mau ngeras gak bos? Gua ini nih, gua tap apa gua ulti.
Kalau lu ulti gue sendirian.
Iya ya.
Let's see how it goes.
Wih, ini pada siap-siap ini ngeras nih.
Spike down A.
Cutting through.
Lihat, ayo Geko. Ajar Geko. Kiri Geko.
One enemy remaining.
Buset. Tai banget Geko anjing. Tai banget ya.
They will scurry, and then they will die.
Semprot fogging anjing. Sampai pada kelabakan gitu, cok. Ay. Pada intinya ini jangan sampai musuh pada pakai Odin dah. Bahaya, danger.
Time to jump.
Get.
Aduh, pas banget lagi timingnya dia TP. Set. Fake TP ya? Beneran.
Gak tau.
Spike planted.
Oh, TP ke B. Oh, dia kesini deh.
Time to jump.
One enemy remaining.
Tim huru hara aja kita. Gua tim huru hara aja.
Tekan sini, lu ke situ.
Mana? Oh, oke. Lu kemana?
Gue ke sini.
Oke. Sip. Keburu nggak sih? Buru ya?
Aman.
Gua ini dulu nggak sih? Gua pakai.
Gak usah.
Nggak usah.
Cutting through.
Get out of my way!
Nice, mantap Pak deh. Akhirnya berhasil ya.
Reloading.
Portal closed. Time to jump.
Reload.
Oh di sini. Oh 120 jet.
Ngelek anjing. Nggak jelas.
Wah lagi hoki dia nih, timnya lagi hoki.
30 seconds left.
Tenang, kita punya Gecko. Gecko brutal. Let's go Gecko brutal.
Last player standing.
Kasih tau fogging lo. Mantap. Bisa tembus kah begitu?
Tembus.
Tawan dia.
And we're back.
Dia marah gara-gara dikatain tadi tuh. Bisa pakai Gecko nggak kontol? Buset sama Sage musuh tuh. Dikatain gitu dia langsung pakai Odin anjir. Ngamuk dia. Bagus. Gimana nih Pak Ade nih? 12, 8. Apakah menang atau akan ke comeback lagi nih BTW?
Mungkin kalah sekali.
Oke. Kalah sekali habis itu ini ya. Gas. Ada nih.
Anyone else?
Aduh salah. Aduh. Gue meragukan feeling gua. Tadi gue mau TP. Cuman sangbrut ya. Sangbrut emang. Tenang ada Gecko. Ngegaca deh. Mantap. Ada yang pakai Odin juga. Rena. Ngadu Odin nih namanya nih. Henti. Bener kayak prediksi lu, bener kayak Pade. Ada duit gak? Oh masih ada.
Udah habisin ya, capek.
Kita push ini terus itu. Aduh nge-lag lagi kampret.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Divisa.
On my mind.
Last player standing.
Nice. Yes.
Defenders win.
Call me when the world ends. I can't listen.
Nice. Cing, pegel banget.
Udahan, Pak.
Udahan loh. Oke.
Capek gue, Pak.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Set, pegel banget gila. Beberapa jam gua anjir. Buset. Ngudut dulu. Nah, kita kita tonton replay dulu nih. Seru juga nih replay nih. Gila banget sih siapa? Siapa Gecko nih? Buset. Silvernya cuma 2 ini. Udah platinum sih. Ya. Gimana reaksi dia? Reaksi musuh. Nah, ini tim siapa nih? Oh, ini. Siapa sih tadi yang gacor? Eclipse.
Thank you.
Oh, ada kualitasnya apa sih? Ini apa nih? Coy. Oh, ini tadi nih POV-nya nih. Itu buat tuh. Mukat ya, mantap.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Oh, yang warna hijau. Kita lihat POV. Oh, ngelek gitu.
Spike down B. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Buset, ngeri juga gua mengelabuinya ya. Oh, bisa. Asik ya.
I know exactly.
Ketemu nih.
Spike planted. Last player
Mantap.
standing.
Nice. Ulang. Kok nggak ada gituan ya? Oh ini. Oh nggak bisa ya? Sebat kita kota.
I know exactly.
Mantap. Itu dia si jali-jali. Apa dong?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Kita cepetin sedikit kali ya. Oh kalau dicepetin nggak ada suaranya ya. Oh kurang dalam gua. Kena deh. Lari kemana dia?
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Kok nggak mati ya? Kenapa ala tuh harusnya?
Spike down B.
Your duty is not over.
One enemy remaining.
Bangke nih, Shogun. Oh, klik kiri tuh balik ke sini. Nokat gue.
Spike down A. standing. Spike
Buset.
planted.
Si Pade yang bawa spek anjir. Apa ceritanya? Buru-buru.
Who's next?
Ya, bikin bingung juga gue ya. Boleh. Gue pun juga bingung.
One enemy remaining.
Oh shit.
Team
Pas buat ya.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! Show 'em up, Monster!
Wah, yang kena gua nih. Oh shit.
Spike planted.
I know exactly where you are.
Wah, ini sang brute nih. Sang brute momen. Sang brute momen nih.
One enemy remaining.
Kagak kelihatan tuh si Obed.
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it.
Oh ini tadi dia ngumpet di sini ya anjir. Pantesan gak kelihatan dia ngumpet deh. Aduh.
Spike planted.
Ya. Kemana?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
This is gonna be fun.
Ngapain tuh gua? Wow, gak ngeliat gua, cok.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, gua ngincar Sage di bawah. Aduh, chat lagi jambret. Wah, apa ini slow motion kah? Oh ini nih.
Spike down B.
Oh, ada Kuronami? Oh, gua nggak ngeliat tadi ada Kuronami.
Who's next?
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Oh, pas banget harusnya gue muncul sini ya. Oh, tapi ada ini.
Spike down A.
Wah, nice. Ada blade-nya si Omen. Nggak jadi, gua nggak jadi ngentry. Buset ini nih. Fogging moment. Buset, buset. Ini gila-gila aja. Gokil ya.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Udah gila-gila aja, cok.
The hunt begins! Cage trigger.
Player standing.
Kira hujan. Nah ini tadi mantep nih.
Spike down A.
Ulang. Gerbekan maut. Oh, yang immortal ini. Cekrak.
Spike down A.
Oh shit. Oh, dudunya immortal nih, Joka Kiok. Badinya immortal. Keren banget. Beli kah?
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Taibat itu si Gecko emang taibat.
Match point. Keep doing what we're doing, and we got it.
Bredel.
You will not kill my allies.
Chat itu tim kita itu. Sona Gecko Bredel. Buset ngadu. Kalah, Cok. Oh, di sini kalah kayaknya deh.
Last player standing.
Nah, ini baru nih.
This is a nice dress. This should do. That goes there.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Woi lo. GG, hampir gua mau cut tuh, darah tipis banget. GG. Gimana keluarnya nih? Cara keluarnya gimana? Exit. Gimana caranya, Cok? Escape. Tadi gue bisa. Mana, Cok? Cara keluarnya, Cok? Woi. Cara keluarnya gimana dah? Hujan. Cara keluarnya gimana, Cok? Kita harus ganti kamar. Cik. Cara keluarga gimana ini? Viewing. Tadi gue bisa. Gimana cara keluarnya nih? Masa gue entex? Bro. Cara keluarnya gimana dah? Leave. Oh iya. Dasar amatir. Kita absen dulu ya. Kita absen dulu di kota nih buat ngurangin menitan tuh. Somewhere. Oh my god. Kalau mancing dapat berapa ya? Kemarin ya belum gua coba jual. Kita coba jual dulu dah. Offline. Real? Hah? Real? Coba cek. Masih ini kah? Masih maintenance kah? Oh masih maintenance anjir lah ya. Ente deh. Maintenance guys. Ternyata maintenance berarti dari sore dong maintenance ya. Ternyata.
So, kamu ingin
Ternyata MT. Nanggung banget nih. Yuk elah Steam gua nge-crash lagi, kampret. Apa passwordnya ya? Lupa lagi. Ngesit. Apa passwordnya guys? Tak, gue udah ngeblank ini. Anjir. Salah bejir. Apa password aja deh. Lah, dari tadi juga gue itu passwordnya. Kenapa? Nggak jelas. Mohon Pinatubo 91 rating. Bagus ya ini. Nirwana udah, Papua udah belum ya? Udah kayak Papua. Mohon Papua udah kayak. Antartika belum sih. Yang susah-susah dulu nggak sih? Ini Pinatubo dulu deh. Warning, using your sharing comments can result in a server ban. Do not use them. Oh ya. Click anywhere to skip. Oh bisa skip. Skip lah kalau bisa mah. Masih pakai lagu. Gue nggak tahu ya kenapa ya grafik gue nggak bisa kenceng-kenceng di Roblox. Bete banget. Apa ini? Euronymous. Ada 2 orang gak ada? Mana namanya gitu sih? Truly. Oh, yuk. Anjing. Kaget gue. Astagfirullahaladzim. Oke, let's go. Apa? Oh, ngambil ini dulu. Nggak bisa. Nggak bisa. Mana? Sini kah jalannya? Oh ya, welcome to MTP Natubo. Your track starts here. Let's go. Kaget gua anjir, apa itu? Let's go. Mau MOC Cafe. Anjay. Wih, gila bagus banget. Gila, keren nih. Di dalam goa. Keren. CP1. Buset. Udah kayak main tinju kali. Bunyinya begitu. Waduh, rintangan apa itu? Apa nih maksudnya? Request piggyback. Maksudnya apa tuh? Lewat mana? Guys. Hah? Bukan lewat sini kan? Bukan dong. Oh, dia lagi bengong deh. Dia lagi bengong termengong. Gue kira nggak ada, ternyata ada. Kita ditinggalin sama kelelawar. Up. 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 masih ejet ya. Tadi sih depan tadi sih nggak ejet sih itu. Buset, kayak begituan apa itu? Jet. Anjing. Astagfirullahaladzim. Kasar banget mulut gua. Semak belukar. Goyang. Astagfirullahaladzim. Up. Salah jalur kah gua? Tetap tenang, gak usah buru-buru, santai. Oh shit. Emang masih oke lah. Daripada si buatan. Si buatan stres sih gue. Masalahnya nggak ada checkpointnya ini. Brady. Oke. Nice. Anjing.